Okay, we're gonna start in 10 minutes, so please everybody start taking your last wave. We start in 10 minutes.
The 2022 Championship Tour kicked off with an unbelievable moment in surfing history.
Kelly Slater driving behind another chandelier. He comes out. Kelly Slater has just won his 8th Billabong Pro. Whoa!
Best one in my life.
Brisa Hennessey is the winner and #1.
Griffin Colapinto.
Bells Beach champion Tyler Wright. Isabella Nichols.
Robinson has gone back-to-back.
Salvador champion.
The champion is Griffin Colapinto.
For the 4th time.
More.
Massive beater. His first championship tour win. Ethan Ewing.
Now, This year's Dream Tour will draw to a close at one of the most intense waves in the world. And there's no shortage of drama.
Oh my God. A huge wipeout.
The women's elite return after 16 years away. The battle to lock in the Wsl Final Five reaches its last stand.
What we dream of, fun tour.
Contenders' dreams are on the line as dangerous wildcards stand in their way.
Drops in late. Oh, just under the lid. Super late.
And no one is safe.
It's just this little cycle arena.
Brings that fear factor.
You can die out there. He saved himself over the falls onto the reef. Every surfer's nightmare.
This is the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. The fight for the Wsl Final Five concludes here at the end of the road.
I've been having this vision. I've been having this vision. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags. I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my vision, back in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I break it down. He never came. I'ma do me. I'ma do me. That's in my blood. I never change. That's in my blood. That's in my blood. I never change.
Stop number 10 on the World Surf League Championship Tour, the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. And this morning was a glorious one. Nice way to start the day for Italo Ferreira. Tours and competitions, having to make some decisions on what we're going to do. And Vahine Ferro, she's ready. As well as Joanne Gaffey. Beautiful morning, great conditions. The Swell has arrived over the evening, and we are absolutely excited for what's going on. Yorana te po'i. Good morning, I'm Kaipo, and this is the Hall of Famer, Peter Mel, with me.
Good morning, Kaipo, and what a day it looks like. I mean, we've been waiting, anticipating this Swell arrival, and it is not disappointing at all because it is a perfect direction. The winds are there. That was the big factor, and it looks like the winds are nice today, so fingers crossed it stays that way. Yeah, well, let's hear from our tours and competition. Out on the boat, Dimny Stoyle is with Renato Hickel.
Good morning, Renato. Looks like there's some action behind us. Talk us through the call and the plan for today.
Now, everyone, we excited. Teahupo'o came to life. The winds help us this morning. Beautiful offshore wind, beautiful morning. Competition is on. It's a 12-14 second period swell at this stage with 6-foot plus waves on offer. We're going to start with women elimination round, those 4 heats. Then we go into men opening round and men elimination round. Swell should jack up to 16, 18 seconds this afternoon, and the waves maybe on an 8 to 10 foot range. So exciting. Don't go anywhere.
Huge day. Let's go.
Oh, so excited. And let's take a look at what is in store for us. For that, we look at the good folks over at Surfline, Pete.
Look at that southwest direction, absolutely perfect. 200 to 205, which is a great top, hits the top of the reef and then has the hook. We've got that south swell for the middle of Sunday, but ultimately this swell here is gonna last us through today and pick up all the way till 4 p.m. tonight, 10 to 15 foot faces. That's what they're talking about, the energy lifting, 17 to 16 seconds all through the afternoon. That is amazing. Good ultimate conditions. The wind, a great, right now, forecast to be good all day long. Looking through the rest of the week, Thursday looks epic. All day tomorrow, 10 to 15 feet with that 15-second interval, which is just the perfect approachable style chopo. And then you've got Friday, Saturday with a little bit of a decline, but the conditions are optimum and perfect.
Oh, Peter Mel, Maitai roa. Very, very good, and I'm excited. It's going to be a big day, and it's already beautiful out there.
Yeah, and this is a perfect size for right now for the women to get out there with that first heat. You got the elimination round. This is a big heat for Joanne Gaffey and Vahine Ferreira. Being that these two are they're a great matchup. Excuse me. Vahine, clear that frog. Vahine is in perfect opportunity here to really kind of excel. It's just a great size. You know, it's going to be picking up, so there's a little bit of the heart flutter going on. I can't wait for this first heat.
Yeah, it is a great, exciting way to start off the morning. We're looking at the elimination round, heat number 1. Joanne Gaffey versus Vahine Ferreira. Joanne Gaffey coming in ranked number 2 on the leaderboard. Vahine Ferreira, our wild card, and she is a woman that's poised to just break dreams at this location, because this is a wave out of all of the women in the field. Wahine Fierro knows this wave the most intimately.
You think about yesterday and that one wave she was able to get there, just such great positioning. Today, just a notch bigger. Like I mentioned before, that optimum direction, you know, just above 200 degrees, you know, so you get enough west that it hooks onto the reef, but the entry is so much easier when you have it hit the very top of the reef. It gives you a nice entry and you can set that barrel up.
Let's talk a little bit more about Wahine Fierro. 22 years old, from the island of Huahine, the 2017 World Junior Champ and the event wild card. We talked about it. Her free surf performances out here the past couple of seasons have been incredible, and actually pushing the boundary of women's surfing out here at Teahupo'o.
We've seen her and her backhand. She's very, very comfortable going over shallow reefs on the backhand, growing up at a beautiful reef in her home island. But here is a different level of thickness and scariness to it. But she is, like I said, very comfortable over these reefs. You know, the water temp, the family around her.
She's up against Joanne Gaffey, 28 years old, from Reunion Island, a surfer that's very comfortable in left-hand reef breaks, so much so she's had a win this year at stop number 6 at G-Land with another shallow left reef break. So Joanne Gaffey, when it comes to skill set, has what it takes to be successful out here at Teahupo'o.
That's why this matchup is so cool. It really, truly is, because both these surfers are very comfortable over the shallow reefs going on these lefts. They're battling right now with the non-priority. Who's going to be sitting deeper? I mean, that forehand gets you the ability to move a little bit further up the reef. But we'll see how this first exchange goes down, because I think it's important, you know, that first get the butterflies when it's big like that, and you're kind of pushing your envelope, pushing your limits. You got to be able to get that first wave under your belt.
And a little positioning going on, and wave number 2 does not look like it's going to formulate. So the surfers still seeking their place. So I want to go out to the Moana, Yorana Strider Wazalewski.
Yorana from the channel. I mean, it is a beautiful morning. We got rainbows happening. We got the Jurassic Park mountains going off in the background. We've got helmets, and we've got more waves, and we've got a lot of anxiety going through the surfers this morning. It's pretty intense out in the water right now.
Hey, Strider, I mean, you've been able to watch that free surf this morning. Any standouts?
You know what? I did notice that Joanne paddled out and went straight into one that she looked like she knew she wasn't going to make, and just sent it over the falls just to get that out of the way.
Oh, the butterflies.
Yeah, it was amazing. I feel like it was almost strategic. I mean, right now we've got big sets coming in. We've got waves moving into the channel, and, you know, I'm like basically a hand away from these waves that are just grinding through here. So we got a big push on the west, but we've got these deeper ones that are grinding on that deep part of the reef. Those are the ones you want. Those bigger ones at the moment don't have a lot of scoring potential, but the medium ones along that deep reef are looking really nice.
All right, Strider, thanks a lot for the report. We'll be checking in all day long with Strider Wazalewski out on the channel as we anticipate this swell to continue to grow. And a nice rainbow this morning, Ke Anue Nue, that rainbow that we see out on the horizon. So a nice little sign, a signal for the day ahead, Peter.
You think about what we have to run today. You know, men's opening round, men's elimination round. This is the start of the day with the elimination round here. We're going to be sending some people home today, and that is always a bit of a bummer, you know, but ultimately that's what happens. This is competition, and everything's on the line in this 35-minute heat. Specifically for Joanne Gaffey, she's already clinched her spot in the WSL Finals. But Wahine, this is an opportunity for her to really get into that global spotlight. You know, she's already there ultimately, but this is one of the proving grounds, this spot specifically, and she could really turn some heads.
Yeah, making a name in women's surfing, Wahine Fierro. Wahine in Tahitian literally means woman.
Awesome.
So what a great representation of women's surfing as we look at Wahine Fierro. Right now, though, open priority, Pete, and so it is going to be a little bit of jockeying for position as no priority has been established as of yet, and already 5 minutes off of the clock.
That's why you have to have those lineups. You know, you have to have done the studying, put your time in, and understanding that the swell direction moves your takeoff a little bit, and those certain types of waves that Strider was mentioning, the ones deeper on the reef, those are the ones you look for. Like Gabriel Medina is an example of somebody who knows the type of wave he's looking for out here, and he always hunts it and he finds it. He does like to move around the reef a lot, but ultimately his favorite wave is just a little bit deeper off the point. That's why he's got it on his forehand, the one that has the nice hook into the channel. That's the one that's going to be nice and round and give you a big open exit.
Yeah, we've seen Gabe Medina as a great example of that conversation, Peter, in that he will paddle to the south peak, paddle south, 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 and then backtrack, and then paddle towards the west peak. And he kind of does that zigzag through the lineup, and he just really scours the lineup, right? Giving himself some options, because you can talk to us about the two different kind of lineups that we see here at Teahupo'o.
Well, you have the westerly direction. You got to be further towards the channel. It's a much more difficult drop, right? It's going to be a much thicker. It's moving onto the reef. So, you know, it's good for the backhanders because they're able to kind of slip underneath and they're able to stall on the takeoff, and that actually kind of, rather than where Gabriel likes to take off, he likes to pick up speed and go through that section. But that's where I see that this, you know, contrast in these styles here. Vahine can sit deeper on the reef because she's on the forehand.
Here we go, a couple waves coming through. And first one kind of spins, and second one also spins away. Glassy morning conditions, and we're hoping that the wind sticks around. What's your insight on what we're expecting wind-wise today, Peter? We
had that local storm, right? That was the one that brought all that rain, and it, as we see this wave here, but not very hollow, right? That's just kind of the one that pushed off the reef slightly. You know, we still have that lower energy right now. You know, as today goes through, we're going to see that newer energy start to show up, and that's when it's going to start to be much more hollow. The winds are optimum. There was a big time threat of onshore breeze all through the night, and it was still. The rain had stopped. We're not going to see much in the way of, we'll see some sprinkles through the rest of this week, but ultimately the rain has gone away, which is just great news. We're going to start to see these easterly winds blow most of the rest of this week. Here we go.
Vahine on the forehand, eases into this drop. Bottom turn's going to have to go for turns on this wave, so carves off the top, patient off the bottom. Another little carve off the top. The wave gets really shallow towards this inside section, and she kicks out safely in the channel. So just a mild start for Vahine Fierro, but we have established priority, and we will get a score on the board.
And this is the butterflies are gone, right? That anticipation, all of that just goes away, and all of a sudden she's feeling good. Okay, cool. I understand now that I've got a wave under my belt, and it's just such a relief, and she's paddling out. It's just like, okay, now we're good. Now I want one. You know, that's kind of the feeling that you get, like anytime, every session in the morning, just being able to pick up a wave, especially in competition, it'll make things a lot easier for going into a little deeper into the next one. Plus, you know, the priority is set, so you're not really having to do the cat and mouse in regards to where you are positioned on the reef. As soon as you have priority now, you can go sit in your spot.
One more replay. Easy drop for Vahine.
Yeah, and again, this is the lower energy wave. It doesn't quite have that push onto the reef as much as you would like to see the barrel kind of stand up. So just going to turns, not going to be a huge score for Vahine, and ultimately she probably doesn't want to have this in her top two at the end of this heat.
All right, well, sending it back out to the water with Strider. What do you got?
Well, you saw the way that Vahine rode that wave, and it was obvious that she was just trying to feel the board, see how the feet felt in the wax, how the rails sat in the water. It looks like a new board, looks a bit bigger, so I'm not sure if she's ever before, but you could tell that she wanted to get comfortable, and it was something you have to do out here, and it's just a mindset thing. And now, like Pete said, the cat and mouse is over. They can go sit in their spots, and they're going to find those ones that drain off the reef, hopefully. You know, with that lower energy and those bigger sets that are part of that, you just see them kind of lift up, but they don't have that lunging barrel that we're used to out here, that we were actually wanting to see, and we can't wait for it, which will happen through the day. And it's really fun to watch.
Looks like a nice set here, Strider.
Yeah, we can't wait. Let's do it.
Here we go. DeFay with priority and some positioning, and it looks like both surfers out of position for this set coming, and indication of the rising swell.
Oh, they both got caught. Had to bail out on that one. So again, you know, the water moves up and down this reef, and you don't even know you're moving, and all of a sudden you're like, oh wow, it shows up super quick. That's the thing about this wave. You don't have any indicators. There's no shallow part of the reef outside that you can go, okay, I'm looking. You can kind of look to your south and see that there's sometimes you'll see some come up the reef, but there's these ones that just don't even show up anywhere else on the reef except for right here at Teahupo'o.
Well, what I think, and Peter, you've been here way more times than I have, but the south ones you can kind of see a little bit further up the reef. These west ones are surprise packages, right?
Oh,
the west
time.
ones just pop up because they come out of that deep channel water, and once they hit the reef, they present themselves, but you have no indication previous to that.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, you got 100 feet of water that just abruptly jumps up to 6 feet of reef, you know, and it's instantaneous. And so you can kind of see some lumps. You're like, oh, okay, is that a set? But then all of a sudden you think, well, it'll disappear, and then all of a sudden, bang, there it is again. So it's really, you have to anticipate that. And that's why I think it's so important for you to have your spots on the reef that you know, it's, you know, the sets are going to break here.
Here goes Joanne, nice and behind, pulls in, traveling through that section, and a little clamp for DeFay, but great takeoff and great line to start off with. She keeps on doing that, she's going to come out of the barrel.
That's exactly right. You know, that takeoff right there, getting into that compact position to take the drop, holding the rail. That's the great technique that we want to see for backhand tube riding here at Teahupo'o. Just unfortunately, that wave didn't have the open exit, which we were hoping for. But it'll happen today. We're going to see some amazing barrels.
So first wave for Vahine Fierro, 2.67 for the turn wave, and the incomplete ride will earn Joanne DeFay a lesser score, but the intent from DeFay is impressive. Here's the replay water angle.
Okay, again, watch the technique. She grabs the rail and then puts that back arm along the wall. That stability both on the rail by grabbing that and touching the wall. You kind of get in this position, you can lock into it, and it helps you to get through chandeliers or go over the top of a foam ball, any of that. That's the technique you need to have, that stability to ride through it.
Beautiful shot from up above here at Teahupo'o. Teahupo'o. Translation, Te, the, Ahu, a wall or an altar, Po'o, a head and or a skull. Teahupo'o all put together could be the wall of skulls, could be the altar of skulls, the name of this town at the end of the road.
Well, and there's legend from the villages that basically there was a wall of skulls at some point to kind of keep people out of the Teahupo'o region. So that's the legend. I love the stories that come out of this region. You know, the fact that there was a woman who was the first to surf this wave. And those are just such amazing stories. And to have the women back in the lineup right here after 16 years, it is so poignant. It's just exactly what should be happening.
Oh, you start giving me chicken skin.
I gave myself a little chicken skin.
Peter Mel. Yeah, Mo'olelo are those legends. And locals will say, Tahitians will say, Teahupo'o or Teahupo'o. And it's just like a Hawaiian saying, Kauai or Kauai. It's whether you use that glottal stop, that little apostrophe there.
And is there no right or wrong, right?
Yeah, but you can kind of go Teahupo'o or Teahupo'o.
I like the Teahupo'o.
You like the po'o. Yeah, well, that's super correct there.
Oh.
Brisa Hennessey, she's going to be coming up in a very important heat when we get into heat number 2 of this elimination round against Gabriella Bryan. And Brisa right on that cut line for the final 5. She needs to make this heat.
And Gabriella, a long shot, you know, she gets herself into the finals and she gets through Hennessey. That gives her the opportunity to make that final 5 at the end of the season. How good are the conditions? It's smoothed out even further here, and that's again like the wind. Luckily, that local storm has moved off, and now it's just going to go into the clearing wind. If anything, it's going to come out of that north direction if it picks up at all. But I think the mountain range with that north direction is going to keep it pretty glassy here because it kind of breaks that wind. As soon as it moves more around the mountain range into the more easterly direction, which is forecast, that's where we're going to start to see those winds kind of pick up. And it's actually perfect because it's that northeast direction is offshore and beautiful.
Vahine on the move, just takes a look at that one. The one thing that could be a challenge for our competitors at this moment with this cloud cover is a bit of flat light on the ocean as we see Gabriella Bryant preparing for her heat.
It's a great question to ask Strider. I mean, in regards to, you know, how that looks, you know, how are you seeing sets? I mean, that's an optimum question to ask him.
Hey, Strider, you out there? I got a question for you. How's the lighting right now with this overcast flat light on the ocean?
To be honest, with these Oakleys on it, it's actually I don't see it there. It takes away
It's
all
all
the glare.
high HD, huh?
It's all HDs, but when you take them off, honestly, you're right. There's definitely, it's hard to read that horizon line, the water and the horizon line mixing and the way the colors are. So there is definitely a challenge. Here we go. We got Joanne taking off, a little bit of water on her back. We push her off that wave. It is so hard to execute out here right now just because of the way that the playing field is. There's these bigger waves that are pushing wide, and I feel like they're two swells hitting together and hitting outside. And then
She's swimming, Kaipo, or swimming, Strider.
Yeah, broken leash. So she had to take her leash off, or it either broke, but she's going to jump on the back of the ski water patrol, jumping right in there, taking her right out of there, and then they're going to get her a new board, or she's going to go get that one. Oh, man, it's going to get intense today, you guys. There's going to be so much action out here in the lineup as the swell picks up, as the other swell fills in. You know, we got different, shades on the horizon. There's just so much happening. It's going to be insane. I can't wait.
Yeah, we're seeing her board right now, Strider, and it didn't break the leash. It just came unvelcroed.
Ooh, that's a
tough
good
one.
We've seen that happen. We saw that happen to Jordy in South Africa. That wasn't funny. And, doing the roundabouts, trying to get the boards, not fun. And here, it's a big challenge. So she's gotten a different board now under that she just grabbed from her caddy. So, trying to get your board for here, going all the way inside over the reef and get your stuff is not going to be easy.
Yeah, it's like a minute and a half with Water Patrol. But again, the Water Patrol, Tahitian Water Patrol, there you go, got view on it now. They're going to be out there pretty darn quick. Actually, it's going to be way quicker than a minute and a half.
Yeah, and really when they picked up that board, that was an illustration of the barrier reef out here at Teahupo'o and the lagoon area after going through super shallow water, and that board going all the way to the lagoon, and just these guys make it happen with swiftness on the Red Bull jet ski.
So cool. I mean, again, it's such a great event to have here, and it just makes it, that's the safety aspect of it, which really means you can push it a bit, considering you have, the fact that this Water Patrol is here, you have the lineup to yourself. I mean, look how quick they were to get her out of the zone. She's like, wait, I want that board. It's going to be right back out to her right now if she wants it.
And Tahitian Water Patrol, some of the best in the business, and they really learned a lot with the brotherhood from Hawaiian Water Patrol in the early years. Guys like Brian Keolana would come over here and do drills and instruct the Tahitians on using the ski and the sled and the rescue methods, and they've picked it up so quickly that now they're some of the best in the world. Guys like Poto out there with tons of experience, Arsene, Manoa,
they're all watermen, right? So they've all surfed this reef, right? They've all spent time, taking waves on the head.
Oh, and Joanne, again, unable to set that rail line, but staying busy under the priority of Wahine Fierro.
Well, again, trying a new board, right? So it's almost good for her to get a wave right under her belt just to be able to feel this new equipment. I love the patience of Wahine. She's looking for that certain style wave that she wants when sitting with priority and the highest score.
Yeah, she's looking to lock it up. Wahine, I think, in her head knows with a plan and knows what she wants. She wants one big hollow wave in and out of the barrel, and then she's going to put herself in a huge advantage over Joanne Gaffey. So I like the patience from Wahine Fierro. I like the fact that Joanne Gaffey on a new board is just taking reps and and just getting to her feet, feeling out that new board.
I just want to hope that the consistency lifts here. I mean, it seemed like when we were watching this morning, oh, look, she's going to do a board change here.
She didn't like the way it felt. So exactly what we're talking about. Quick reps, got to her feet, realized, hey, something didn't feel right on that board. So she's going to go back and trade off in the water with her original equipment. And surfer caddies are allowed in the channel. They cannot paddle into the takeoff zone. So the surfers need to swim or paddle into the channel to do any kind of equipment exchange that you see right here. And now Joanne will make her way back into the takeoff zone.
Let's hope that Velcro stays on her foot. I mean, once it's compromised, that's what happens sometimes. The Velcro gets a little bit torn, or, get some sand in it or whatever. But
I mean, I think this wave is powerful enough just to blow it straight off your ankle. If it hits it right, if the whitewater hits it right, I think it's just able, even if you have a new leash, you can blow it straight off your ankle. That's just the illustration of the power of this wave.
15 minutes here, Kaipo, and no real scores yet. it really hasn't been a true set either. I mean, that's why it feels like to me we haven't really seen the potential of the set today, because earlier we were watching it from here and it was pumping.
Yeah, let's bring Strider in on this conversation. Strider.
Oh, JoJo stuffing it in there deep right there. That was a really heavy section. Wow, she is just going for it. Board tombstone as she pops up. She's okay. Just a note on the surfers in the water right now. You know, this morning when we got here, everybody's in the water, the men, the women. There's just kind of a rat pack. Everybody's kind of lining up off each other. And all of a sudden, there's nobody in the water. You're left to your own devices. And I was just thinking about that. Vahine, even though she's a local girl, probably hasn't had a lot of time out here with nobody in the water. So it'd be interesting to watch her trying to position herself. I've seen some really good waves come through, but nobody's had them. And it's so interesting to watch these ladies try and find their place out here, because there's two different swells in the water, a lot of challenge on positioning.
Yeah, and Strider, I mean, if you're thinking about your lineups and you're looking out there, you have something that would position yourself, you know, in the spot?
I have a note, yeah, but it's you know, off the reef and off the mountain and the trees that actually meet in a certain point. So that's where I would think. But as I watch these waves, there's two combining swells.
Yeah, it's mixed up.
Yeah, it's really hard to find that one. But there has been 3 or 4 in this heat that I've seen back there. They're inside and over, but you know, if you're sitting in there, you're gonna get caught inside. It's gonna happen.
Oh, thank you so much for the insight, Strider, and just an expert out here at the end of the road. Put in many, many sessions. And so enjoying the reporting from the water with Strider Wazalewski. Classy conditions here, and Vahine Fierro with priority is sitting on it as the clock is wound down to 13 minutes and 30 seconds. We're gonna take a break right now. So, e ho'i mai, mātou. That means we'll be right back, Peter, with more action from Teahupo'o.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, it should probably be like, oh.
Who is your favorite surfer? Slayton! Kelly Slater! Kelly Slater! Kelly's results go all the way back to 1992.
So tap. What is the flag came out. It's the one with the flag.
Simba!
Don't get too much further.
Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be alright. Kila kitu kitakuwa sawa. Usitie shaka.
Yeah, it was super important for me to be part of Rising Tide today. Just being here and sharing the lineup with them.
I've been looking up to all those CT surfers my whole life. Some of them, it was their first time, and surrounded by the best in the world, I think nothing can get better than that.
All of them is like my favorite, so you really choose.
I have never seen that many women in the water since I've been surfing here, and it was so amazing.
Just shows you how the future of women surfing is progressing, and the future is really bright.
Rising Tide!
The Outerknown Tahiti Pro, and we're in competition here. Swift movements by Tahitian Water Patrol picking up Joanne Gaffey here at the end of the road, and one of the miracles of the surf world, Teahupo'o, and just flying through the channel here, Peter. This is what happened.
Late drop here from Joanne Gaffey, and just too late, and now behind it. She is having a psychological battle here. This is one of those things where you're like, is this how this day's going? She's already had a trip, you know, with her board around the reef twice, and now herself and her board's inside once again. So this has been a, like I said, a psychological battle. Still got time though, you know, for herself, 10 minutes. And so you got to keep telling yourself as we watch Vahine. And this was the replay. This was the best number of the heat right here.
Yeah, 3.93 for this ride for Vahine Fierro, Pete.
And just smart, you know, found a wave that was going to barrel. She's seen it, knew that it was going to be, you know, not the biggest wave, biggest set, but it had the open barrel. So she puts herself almost a 4 and keeps that lead going. And now she has priority again with this back half of the heat. And, you know, like I said with Joanne, she's got this mental, you know, battle in her head, like, is this my day? Is it not my day? It feels like it's not her day, considering all the things that have happened in the heat.
Well, Joanne got that wave after Vahine, so I think it actually, Vahine getting successful tube ride added pressure to Joanne Gaffey, and Joanne, you know, really having to go on that next wave. She's going to have to regather herself after quite a beating here on the reef.
It is true. I mean, again, like I mentioned, you know, you have those days, right, where you're like, oh, everything's going wrong, and so you somehow have to switch it. You got to somehow go, okay, it's okay. I've got 10 minutes, and all of a sudden you tell yourself positive thoughts. I've got this. I only need a 5-1-0. You know, she's hearing that from, that's not a big score. So she's still in this heat.
Well, what about the mental factor, Peter? You know that in big waves, in actually taking a wipeout and coming through it can actually help elevate, you know, your confidence.
I would say so, yeah. But I mean, that's the thing, right? It's with Joanne Gaffey, you know, at the level she's at competitively, I believe that she's telling herself, "I've got this," you know. And but psychologically, somehow, sometimes you're like, man, is this not working out for me? I mean, she's had 3-4 wipeouts. She's had her leash come off her board. She's now got pounded in through the reef. I mean, all of those things, it just feels like demoralizing. But I know with Joanne how strong she is in the mind. She's going to chase this around, no worries, and she could easily get that 5-1-0.
Strider had a front row view of that wipeout for Joanne Gaffey. Strider.
Oh man, that was definitely, you know, like he said, she's had a few wipeouts, but that honestly was the most violent one that I've seen. Had a late drop, so the intensity was there. The water was loading up over her back, and then she made it through the first implosion, but then the second kind of push-pull, it's what the turbulence does. It like bounces up, and then it pushes out, and when it pushed out, it absolutely swatted her off of her board, and it was violent, and I saw her just in the whitewater taking it, you know, taking that hit. It was definitely a not a fun thing in the middle of a heat, but you got to pay to play, and sometimes when you pay the price, you get back out there and you get the perfect little nugget, and that's what she's looking for.
Thanks a lot, Strider. And we saw that on the replay, and yeah, that secondary explosion, Peter, was violent.
Yeah, and you know, she kept her board with her, but then ultimately when she got picked up, you know, you can see that the board got stuck, and it gets in a tombstone thing, and it stays underwater. It's an anchor, and literally snapped her cord instantly. So she was able, now she's going to have that changed out. That leash is going to be gone. She's on that secondary equipment, I think, as I understand it. And Strider, you might probably know better than anyone if she changed boards once again.
I believe that they brought the other board back out with her, so she might have changed the leash, but not the board.
Got it.
So I feel like that's what she did in this exchange, because they up at about 100 yards of us, exchange in the water, and then she's, you know, right back out there into the.
All right, well, a little bit of signal there for Strider Wazlewski. I'm sure he went underwater for a little bit. We'll get back with him. 6 minutes and 15 seconds on the countdown here. Vahine Fierro with a 3.93 and 2.67. Big advantage over Joanne Gaffey in that Vahine also has priority with the clock running down.
6 minutes too, and that'll go by very quickly. You know, this is important for Vahine with this priority right here to establish a bigger score than the 2.67.
Well, looking under priority, Joanne's going to take a look at that one, decides not to go, can't really get in position for that. And another wave just rolls down the reef.
Bit of the south one, you know, those ones that kind of don't have the hook. Yeah, you can see the lineup it's got that mixed up swell. You can see that there's that southerly angled shorter period. So as the swells move underneath Tahiti, the direction changes, right? So yesterday we had that swell pick up, and then it kind of now on the decline. But as it moved by, we've got this like shorter interval, more southerly direction swell. So these are the ones that kind of push off the reef. And then you're going to get these newer waves. They're going to come in at a different angle, that more south-southwest angle. So that ultimately, those are the waves they're looking for. It's just at that point, this is more inconsistent in that swell in the very early stages of a swell. You're going to see that inconsistency. So we're kind of in between.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get to, Pete. Is the optimum swell angle when you look out here? Would it be southwest, south-southwest, or what? Give us a couple, kind of like a degrees in which we would be looking at.
Well, I mean, I think if you talk to most people, it's around from 200 to 210.
Yeah.
You know, if you get above 210, it's more of a westerly angle. It's really to each his own. You know, some people like that westerly angle.
And Joanne Gaffey under priority, just a hook on the backhand. Again, she needs a 5.1 to take the lead off of Vahine Ferro. If she wants to do it in one wave, she can cut it into 2 pieces, but she really needs to get a score right about in the 3-point range to get into that conversation and have that opportunity, waiting for that last score. So we'll see where it goes. A 1.7, so it did reduce her requirement just a bit, but still needing a 4.9.
I mean, you think about the 6.6 total for Vahine, not safe whatsoever. She knows that. Ultimately, right now, at this point, you know, she's sitting at a part of the reef that's really perfect for her. It's just she needs to have a good wave come.
Let's take a look at our heat recap of the opening heat of the elimination round. And Strider said it, you got to pay to play. Both surfers getting caught inside and some beatings handed out.
Yeah, Joanne Gaffey's having a rough go here. Again, still got to keep psychologically in this heat because only needing a 4.9, she lifted her score by getting a 1.7. But Vahine smart in the early stages here, picks up the 2.67, got the early lead. She's been controlling priority through most of this heat, was able to find a quick little barrel. This was the poundings that poor Joanne Gaffey's had to deal with today. You know, that one there pushed her all the way in, had to do her tour around the reef. Vahine picks up this quick little one. Again, just competitively very smart for Vahine in this heat. Not a lot of waves, and she's been picking the eyes out of it, and it's got that early lead, but you know, 250 left, and like I said, you know, Joanne Gaffey only needs a 4.9, so she's still in this one.
Here you can see all the scores. Gaffey being really busy. 6 rides to Joanne versus just 2 rides, and both of them counting for Vahine Ferro. Vahine Ferro with that heat control at this moment, having the lead and priority. Vahine is going to be happy just to let the clock tick down.
Yeah, she would be happy with it not coming in. But ultimately, I think this is an opportunity to get, you know, completely barreled too. So it's like, you're kind of like, well, okay, I want to win the heat, but ultimately, this is, you know, I've got the lineup to myself. I could get the barrel of my life.
And you can see right now that little more southwesterly element with those sneaker sets coming from the channel, Pete.
You know, again, like above 210, you know, 215, you start to really see it come directly out of the channel. That's like, you know, occasionally we've actually seen a right being ridden out here, and that's when you start to get into that lane. You look at a, you know, a 360-degree clock. That's a, you know, where you're looking at what that number means. 215 is more west, right? And then as you move down into the 200, down all the way to directly to 180, which is straight up and down south. You'll see that this swell is going to fill in today, and then it'll just go to that more southerly angle as the swell moves by underneath Tahiti.
Yeah. So when you think about swell angles, you're thinking about straight south being at 180, straight north being 0. East would be a 90-degree swell, and then when we look at straight west swell, that's 270 degrees. So all of those degrees are really how we define swell direction.
That's right, and every you know, surf spot will have different looks with different angles as well, also with different interval. You know, you get the longer interval is going to be a different style wave than when it's shorter interval. I mean, you think back to the probably one of the best years that we have ever had here at Teahupo'o for an event was 2014, and we had a week's worth of swell, but all of it was in that kind of 15 to 16 second element, which is very approachable. That's why we saw some of the biggest and best barrels we've ever seen out here.
What's really on the line right now for Joanne Gaffey, she's currently number 2 in the rankings. She's clinched her spot in the Final Five, but her seed for that Rip Curl WSL Finals is at risk. She could drop down the seeding order with a loss right here because it's going to open up some opportunities. So we know she's going to be at lowers. When is she going to surf? That's dependent on the outcome of this final stop of the regular season of the championship tour, because it looks like Joanne Gaffey is going to take a loss in this elimination round.
Well, I will say that a positive element of that is that she has a pretty good gap between her and third position. So it's going to take those surfers to do really well in this event.
Horn has sounded, and it is official. Vahine Fierro is moving on into the quarterfinals. Joanne Gaffey eliminated from competition. Seeding could change at that final. We'll see how it plays out. We'll be back with more action here at the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. Welcome back to the Outerknown Tahiti Pro elimination round. Heat number 2 out in the water. Brisa Hennessey representing Costa Rica versus Gabriella Bryant from Kauai representing the Hawaiian flag. Big matchup and a lot at stake in this elimination round heat. I'm Kaipo, joined by Peter Mel. And Pete, this is a must-win for Brisa Hennessey if she really wants to solidify her position looking towards that final 5.
You could say that this is the biggest heat of Brisa's life, and even Gabriella for that matter. I mean, this is all going down. Gabriella has a hope to get into that final 5. Brisa is in that final 5. Again, going to compete right now at this moment. This is one of the biggest heats in their lives, and here at Teahupo'o, you know, first time competing at this event. This is huge for both these surfers.
Yeah, if Brisa Hennessey was to lose this heat, then both Steph Gilmore and Tatiana Weston Webb will have clinched spots in that final 5. They're gonna leapfrog and solidify their position looking towards that Rip Curl WSL final. Here's a look at our current WSL Final 5 and the spots available.
Yeah, all the way down to Isabella Nichols, who if she can take a win here and say Brisa were to lose out, she has a chance. But ultimately, I think the closest matchup in this too is obviously for Brisa and Lakey. You know, whoever finishes higher is going to fill into that number 5 spot. So this is a must-win situation for Brisa if she wants to go for a world title.
Looking at that graphic, you know what's even heavier is that Lakey Peterson and Tyler Wright are matched up in heat number 4 of this elimination round. So it's guaranteed one of those two in number 6 or 7 position is going to move on to the quarterfinals.
So true. It really is, you know, and again, like I said, you know, and with Brisa, you know, it's you know, whoever finishes higher. So it's a big heat for Brisa Hennessey.
Strider, what do you think about all this?
I just think it's incredible. Watching Brisa's road to the finals and watching her, you know, clinch a victory, have the yellow jersey on her back. Now it's all come down to, like you said, the biggest heat of her life right now to try to solidify a spot into the Final Five, into the Rip Curl Finals. It's just one of those things where you go through all these motions to try and get there, and you battled and had so many mental things. She had the injury. Remember, she cut her foot. She was, you know, the back of her heel was rough on her. She was trying to, you know, battle through that pain, and now she's out here, and it's all coming down to this heat right now as at the heaviest wave that they've surfed all year. So you can imagine the impact mentally.
Yeah, that is so true. A glorious return for the women after 16 years to compete against here at Teahupo'o. And Brisa Hennessey, she did have that injury. She's all healed up, but she cut her heel pretty bad in El Salvador. So, you know, she's got the mental fortitude, but still, both surfers patiently waiting for the opening set to arrive. While we're waiting for that set, let's check in with the last heat winner. The wild card from Tahiti, Vahine Fierro, is on to the quarterfinals.
Vahine, you're into the quarterfinals. Very slow start to the morning. You did what you had to do to get through that one.
Yes, the waves are definitely here, but it's still, I feel like it's in between 2 sizes, and it's quite hard to figure out, you know, which ones are the good ones. There was good ones like down below, and then behind is like a bigger set. So yeah, I chose to kind of surf safe, and I got a mini barrel and I made it through the heat, and yeah, I'm just happy to make it through this heat.
And you're into the quarterfinals now. It's a huge result already, and I'm sure everyone on in this ocean is just psyching to watch you surf. So are you looking forward to getting some better waves in the forecast later on?
Yeah, quarterfinals is always you know, it's another like part of the competition, and it's always fun to like just make heats. And yeah, I'm excited. Like, I've been like surfing a bunch of boards, and I know which ones are the good ones, and I'm excited to see like what the forecast is gonna be. So yeah, and just get barreled as much as I can.
And you're up against Carissa. How's that gonna go down?
Well, I was expecting to just be against like the best ones since I'm the wild card. So it's, you know, where you learn the most against the best. So I will take it.
Everyone's gonna have their eyes on that heat. Good luck in the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
All right, well, congratulations, but her work is far from done. I think Vahine Fierro can go all the way to the podium here, Pete.
Yeah, we could see what we saw from Moana Jones-Wong when she won the Pipeline Pro. It's a perfect opportunity. You know, the wild cards have nothing to lose. Well, and even Carissa, for that matter, has already clinched the #1 spot. So even for her, it's pretty low pressure. Ultimately, it's about gaining a huge amount of experience at a wave that experience is you know, none the other. You have to have time in the water here to start to feel comfortable.
Yeah, wildcards have done it before. We can look on the men's side back to 2008, where Bruno Santos took out a win here over Manoa Drolet. Both of those finalists that year were wildcards, and they surfed all the way to the podium.
So cool, you know, and I think this is the type of wave that the wildcards are probably the most experienced. You know, you've got a ton of surfers who spend their life surfing this wave, you know, and then that experience easily can translate into competition. You're going to find the best waves, and all of a sudden you could find yourself with a big win.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a specialist wave, but it does require a special skill set as a surfer. There's some of the world's best surfers, but have still yet to master this particular wave, because it is a unique skill set that you need to be able to make the drop, wave selection, pull in, and just the courage that it takes.
Yeah, it does take a bit of courage. I mean, that's the biggest part of this wave is commitment. You talk about paddling down the face of a wave that looks like it's unmakeable. You know, you look to what has been seen this season and even last season. Paddle in limit has been broken. What the kids are doing out here now is incredible. It didn't seem possible. You know, I remember the year that we saw Kobe Alberton win here. That was the first time I ever saw waves be ridden like that. But now it's at a whole different level. You know, CJ Hobgood, the Hobgood brothers were ones that really started paddling into the biggest ones and showed that it was possible, and it's just getting lifted each and every time now. You think about this like, oh, there's a certain realm that's, you know, that only can toe surf it, but, you know, the kids now, man, they're trying to push that envelope in a big way. I am seeing a little bit of a breeze here kind of kicking up. You know, there was some forecasts of some like more northwest direction, which is actually going to come from the right of your screen, you know, and it's not supposed to last too long. Ultimately, though, you don't want it to get too strong because it's kind of that devil wind. It's blowing up the face.
Let's hear more about the Makani, the wind. Strider, what do you got?
Yeah, we do have that little bit of northwest wind blowing across us right now. So there's some big, you know, rain clouds out the back there. So up in front of that, you're going to have that little bit of wind, but I think it's going to stay contestable. A little wind up the face, but I don't think it's going to affect the lip line. Here we go. We got Gabby dropping into this one, grabbing the wall, looking like she's trying to get behind it, maybe pushing through that, but no, a lot of power in the lip out here. Trying to push through those waves is hard.
Thank you, Strider, and good intent by Gabriella Bryant. Just the wave clamping on the end, setting up for that barrel. Her first score is going to be locked in. It's going to be probably about a 1-point ride, but priority is set, and the clock ticks down.
So we have two mountains, right? We got the Tahiti Nui, which is the big part of the island, and then we're here in Tahiti, which is the small part of the island, and then there's a big gap between the two, right? It's they're connected just by a little strip of land. That's where that wind's kind of funneling through and then pulling from the left of your screen here as we look in. That's actually just the Tahiti, which is the small part of the island. You know, hopefully what happens is the north angle will move, you know, behind the mountain range, which is what I'm talking about, and it'll kind of lighten up. But you can see here, that is definitely northwest wind, and that's what it was forecast to be. Again, not very strong. And as Strider mentioned, I don't believe it to affect the lineup too much, but it is definitely a factor.
Yeah. Here we go. Gabby Bryan, wave number 2. She's going to go to turns. Nice hook on the backhand for Gabby. Up again, carves through that turn as it just shelves out on the inside. So I like the quick decisions from Gabriella Bryant to get another number on the board.
Apply pressure. You know, again, just ride waves. And it's going to ease your own nerves, but also apply pressure to your competitor. So now Brisa is going to feel that. She knows that she has priority at this point. But, I mean, for me, Brisa, I think to just get into rhythm, start catching waves. It doesn't have to be a perfect wave right at this point in time. Just get some turns in. Good technique here from Gabriella, just not a hollow enough wave. You know, she tried to force it into the barrel there. And then this one picks up a little bit deeper on the reef, so she's going to get those turns done. She gets 2 nice snaps. It's going to be her best number so far. Again, nerves are gone. Able to get through that, get a little score.
Yeah, Gabrielle Bryan, the youngest surfer on the women's tour, just 20 years old, and also, Pete, she's already clinched that Rookie of the Year award for 2022.
You think about where she's from, obviously growing up in Kauai, but also spending a ton of time on the North Shore. So she's got a ton of experience in some heavy water. She understands the power that and you know, the commitment that it takes to ride waves like this. And even at 20 years old, you would have to say that she's, you know, from that experience that she's growing up on the North Shore and spending all that time there, it's going to help her in this situation.
Yeah, we would have in our region of Hawaii and Tahiti Nui for the qualifying series, we used to have a pro junior and qualifying series event at Pike for the women. And I've seen Gabby Bryant get legitimate, excellent rides at backdoor. So I've seen the history of this youngster, and I know that she charges. So I think if the wave presents itself, Gabby's going to put on a show.
Obviously has the technique down. You know, you see that style of backside tube riding, getting low to your board, grabbing that rail. You know, that stance. I mean, when I was a Grom, we used to call it the Marvin, because that's who I saw doing it was Marvin Foster. The late Marvin Foster was a hero of mine growing up, and that style of tube riding was something that I tried to emulate, and it's been used to expertise now by guys like John Florence, Kelly Slater. You know, there's the Irons brothers, you know, and perfected it.
Yeah, previous to that kind of breakthrough with the lay forward or the grab rail or the pig dog, whatever you want to call it, backside tube riding primarily was done in kind of a layback position, which was not as functional. Surfers couldn't get as deep, but it was just a way of stalling.
That'd be kind of cool to see someone throw down a layback, though.
right?
It is kind of a retro as you see this, that wind affecting the lineup just a little bit. Again, it's coming cross face, but ultimately this wave, you know, it's not the wind that really creates the barrel, it's the reef. So if we get a little bit bigger waves, I mean, you see now too, it looks a little darker on the screen, so we may have some little rain. There was a 9 a.m. like squall supposed to kind of run through here, and you know, it could be a bit of rain and a little bit of wind through that period of time. And you know, if you're in a heat, you just got to fight it. You know what? You got to adapt to it. You know, the only way that it really would ever get shut completely down is if it just got blew completely out. But you're going to have to deal with these little, you know, differences in weather, because this is an island, you know, and you're going to get these moments that are going to change in your heat. You know, tidal change. There's going to be those lulls where water's moving in and out of the passes. And you just got to understand that, hey, you got 35 minutes. You got to do everything you can to get through the heat.
Yeah, positioning is really important, isn't it, Strider?
Yeah, I'm just watching, you know, the different swells in the water and where you can sit on the reef to actually find your waves. And so we have this like short period west that keeps pushing these waves in, and it's kind of a mental fooling point where you think that you have to be over here on this corner, but I have seen a dozen waves in the back corner of the true spot where you could be sitting underneath it and getting little tubes and actually coming out of the barrel before that west even comes into it. So I feel like they need to reestablish their position out here and kind of get away from this west peak that's just kind of pushing on and not hollow, and get back there on that other peak when they come and get those like hollow or double ups that they could do some damage on, get some tubes and get into the lip line along the way, and kind of leave this west peak alone, because it's not big enough for this west peak to really stand up and get these big barrels that we want to see, and those deeper ones do have great scoring potential. So they might readjust and start to look at that in this heat and beyond.
Hey, Tatiana and Isabella are coming up in the next heat. You got eyes on them in the channel. Are they going to be able to see and notice a bit of a, you know, what you're talking about?
I think so. I think everybody sees it, but the game of actually going out there and executing, because once you get in the lineup, everything changes, right? Your nerves are setting in, your opponent's in a different place, your understanding of, oh, you see a wave over there and you want to go, you know, get it, but those waves, you know, in your mind, are those scoreable? But then deeper along up the reef, you'll see those ones that are just barreling along the ledge and getting a good hollow section. So it's a commitment, and when the bigger ones come, you might get caught inside, but I think, like I said, you got to pay to play a little today and get back there, get deep, get barreled.
Thank you so much, Strider. And we got eyes right now on Isabella Nichols as she prepares for her matchup against probably the favorite as we came into this competition, Tatiana Weston-Webb.
A lot of experience from Tatiana. Obviously is fearless, loves left-hand barrel.
And Eua has arrived. The rain has arrived. And you can see that effect on the lineup. Tatiana Weston-Webb getting her muscles activated, preheat warm-up for Weston-Webb. 17 minutes and 55 seconds for the heat in the water. Just a couple of scores in for Gabriella Bryant. A 1 and a 2.9 gives her the early advantage over Brisa Hennessey. Hennessey paddling into this one. Easy drop for Brisa. She's going to go to turns on this. A couple of slices on the backhand, and then the wave hits the deep water channel.
Well, those nerves are gone now. She finally got a wave. Again, conditions are going to change here with this squall. You're going to see the west wind kind of blow. It's going to make a little bit of a ruffle on the face, and almost got to go. You got to change maybe your strategy. Maybe go to turns, knowing full well that we haven't seen a lot of barrels. All of a sudden, if a wave comes and it's a barrel, cool. But otherwise, you know, don't focus too much on it right now. Go to the turns. I feel like that's a bit of a strategy change.
And I like Strider's insight as far as lineups right now. Perhaps it's better to go further up the reef to that more southerly peak. That wave, that position up there, Peter, is in Teahupo'o standards, is a more user-friendly peak.
It is, and it also is going to give you, I mean, if you go into turns, it's going to be more critical sections because you're going to be surfing it for a longer period of time. You may get 3 turns if you catch a wave kind of a little deeper on the reef. But it's also going to be shallower, so it's going to be a little more steeper sections, which is what you want to have. If you're going to do maneuvers, you got to do them in those critical sections. That's what the judges have been asking.
Well, we got some lines coming up right here as the squall runs through. Last wave for Brisa Hennessey, a 1.93. She trails Gabriella Bryant, but not by much. Just a 1.98 will take the lead off of Gabriella. And as you were saying, Pete, certainly the squall affecting the conditions out there.
Yeah, you can see it for sure. I mean, it's what's happened. So you get a little, system rolls through. We see it happen a lot. Luckily the visibility is still pretty good. It's just a light rain. But ultimately, you think about it. Okay, cool. What do I need to get through this heat in 15 minutes? Maybe turns is the way to go about it. Although I say Brisa did 2 nice turns and he only gets a 1.93.
Love this wide shot here. The illustration of the shallow reef and the lagoon and the little channel right there on the bottom of your screen. That's actually like the highway, if you would, here at the end of the road, because the road stops. And that little inside passage is how a lot of residents actually commute. A boat is more valuable than a car here.
It sure is, especially at this point at the end of the road. The end of the road is literally what it is, and there's a lot of homes that are run all the way down to the southeast here. What a place. I mean, really, truly a special place on the earth. We love coming back here each and every time as a surfer.
It's water world. We've been so fortunate to have our little dinghy here, Pete. That's been invaluable on just getting around here.
That's so true. Lorenzo's stoking us out with the opportunity to have that boat. I mean, it's a necessity. It really is. If you're going to be a surfer here, it's a definite necessity because of the fact that you've got the conditions change a lot. You got to be able to get to these outer reefs. I mean, if you're going to go for a paddle, it's going to take you 15 minutes to get out from the shoreline here, and then other passes may even take longer.
This is true. Well, right now, it's Gabriella Bryan with the lead over Brisa Hennessey. Can she hang on to that lead? We'll find out when we return back to the Outerknown Tahiti Pro.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't want to win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
The beach goes out to Louisville. The scene has erupted at Lower Trestles.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Who is your favourite surfer? Slater. Kelly Slater. Kelly Slater.
Kelly's results go all the way back to 1992.
So tap. The flag came out. It's the one with the flag.
Simba!
I don't want to get too much photo.
Rangiroa, one of the many islands of French Polynesia to explore. Beautiful scene sets, crystal clear water, and Peter, a couple of waves there too.
Yeah, it's sure true. I mean, I've had the pleasure of actually doing a tour all through the Tuamotus, and what an experience. I mean, just teeming with life, fresh reef, keeping that part of the world as majestic as it is. Oh man, I mean, it's super beautiful, and I love what's been happening, especially with what you're doing with all the environmental work, but and the WSL. It's just special. You got to keep it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honored. Thank you to WSL Pure and the We Are One Ocean initiative, and where every place we go, really our goal is to leave it better than when we came. And the World Surf Leagues has been doing a tremendous job at every single stop. We did some restoration here with coral gardeners and the reef, and you were part of it, Pete. It was a great day, great happening. Here we go, Gabriella Bryant. She's our heat leader, looking for the barrel. Gets under the hood just for a sec, but great control for Gabriella. Why not combo it up with a couple of turns as well? So Gabriella Bryant is going to increase her lead over Brisa Hennessey.
You know, outside of priority there. Good technique, again, dropping in, grabbing that rail. You know, been using that style. That's what you need to do as a backhander out here. Would say, though, that she probably didn't get as tubed as she would have liked. So, again, that's going to keep that score relatively low. But at this point, yeah, Brisa realizing that there's 10.5 minutes. Again, just getting more reps, getting a bit more active. As we watch this again, the technique, grabs the rail off the drop. She actually grabbed it through kind of as she dropped in, which is kind of cool. And then the hooking snap to see if she actually gets underneath it. Doesn't look like it there. So just more of a positioning. And this turn is where the points will come.
Yeah, 2.43 for Gabriella Bryant. So she's applying more pressure to Brisa Hennessey again to put everything on the line. In context, Brisa, if she loses in this heat, that's going to be good news for Steph Gilmore and Tatiana Weston Webb, because both of those surfers will clinch their position in the Final Five, looking at that Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Which leaves one more spot
yeah.
left, which again, you know, Lakey in that next heat with Tyler Wright, both surfers still have the ability to find their way into that last spot. Lakey, she gets through, then that means we have all 5 surfers, right?
I'm pretty sure we got to double check those numbers. I want to crunch those numbers. But while we're crunching the numbers, I want to go to Strata Wazalewski and some observations from the channel.
Well, yeah, we had Gabby on that last wave. You know, positioning on the wave, you know, body structure and technique was perfect. The positioning on the wave where she took off, she was a little too far on the shoulder, and she paddling back out, she vocally displayed the frustration in the fact that she wasn't deep enough. She wants to get behind it, and I think every wave is a learning experience, but I love, you know, the self-intent, the mental thing where she's going through it on her own and giving herself a hard time about not being in that barrel and not being deeper. So she wants to get a little deeper on that wall and get a little deeper in the barrel, which is a good sign.
Thank you, Strider. We just saw a replay of that ride. Great technique, but yeah, the positioning, Pete, she could have been a little deeper, and that score would have been elevated.
No better critic than yourself, right? You know, you got to look yourself in the mirror and, you know, make adjustments and understand it. Be, you know, pure to yourself. So true. Just, you know, this is a great learning experience for every surfer competing in this event. Being able to surf out here with just, you know, one other surfer or 2 other surfers as we hit into the men's opening round. It's all learning. It's great, you know, because you having to line it to yourself. You know, there's an element there where you really have to know what the reef is, know your lineups, know what the swell's doing.
Yeah, I feel like this break as well as Pipeline are the 2 breaks in which some surfers surf the crowd and use the crowd as a lineup, but then if you put them out by themselves without the crowd to line up off of, it's very difficult. If you haven't done your homework and have those
lineups
online, on land markers, or just even, you know, little boils or deep spots and shallow spots in the reef that you can look down on. Yeah,
all of it. There's colors of the reef, right? You can, if there's a hole in the reef, you know, we know that the boils at Pipeline are a great lineup, you know, where you're at in the lineup. But I mean, with here, you know, the takeoff spot can move out onto the reef a little bit and move in. Like Strider had mentioned that a lot of those waves kind of slipping in, and even Vahina was saying in her post-heat interview how there's an in and out element because you've got these 2 swells running.
Wave coming through here, speaking of in and out, and these ones are going to be out. So both surfers caught a little bit inside on this set that's coming through, and it looks like we got some bigger ones in the back.
Yeah, it's that cat and mouse game. You know, and you can't really, you know, see it to be able to get out to it. You know, you don't have any of those indicators or, you know, showcase. You can see these lumps. This looks like sets right here for sure. So you ultimately, when you start to see these little like bumps in the lineup, you better be paddling out further. You know, you talk about the dark ones out here, and what happens is as a wave breaks further into the reef, out in that 100-foot water, they turn black, and those are the scary ones.
It is an intimidating lineup. It's a lineup in which at any size, Peter, you don't feel relaxed. You know, you don't ever want to be daydreaming out here at Teahupo'o, right? It's not like there's so many waves that you can kind of sit outside and be daydreaming in your thoughts and stuff. I think this particular wave requires you to be focused the whole time you're out there.
You know what I was going to say is that actually to me is the most exciting surfs, are places that you have to be completely in the moment at all times, right? Little wedges are waves that do that to you. We're always reading the lineup, seeing which of those little connections at. This is another place that you're always focusing on the reef, looking out everywhere you need to be to your lineups. You're checking that. Okay, look at the reef up the way. Oh, is there a set coming? Looking out to the horizon. There's their bumps, and you're again in the moment, engaged the entire time you're in the water. Those are the best surfs for me.
That's the best for you. It's a little spooky for me.
But you know, it's just that. I mean, if your whole life you want to sit in the moment, right? I mean, that's the whole idea. Those are the most peaceful people, the ones that are in the moment for 24/7, right? Not easy to do. But I know that surfing is something that brings you into that element, and I think that's the biggest appeal that brings all the masses to it, is that moment that you get, being in the moment.
And being in the moment's key for Brisa Hennessey, because what's at stake here is a Final Five spot. And here is the current picture. We can see Brisa Hennessey, number 5, is on the line. And so this is an ultra important heat for her. Tatiana Weston-Webb, Stephanie Gilmore. It's going to work to their advantage if Brisa loses here, because that will clinch their position in the Final Five. So it's go time right now for Brisa Hennessey, and I'm sure she's aware of the gravity of the moment, how much pressure that she's under right now, and the opportunity is presenting itself. And here we go, Brisa Hennessey. Big wave coming through here. Chance for pull into the barrel. Pulls into the barrel. Comes to that section. And Brisa Hennessey answering the call, kicking out in the channel. That's just what she needed to do.
100%, Kaipo. And I hope she wasn't actually aware of the situation that you were talking about. Because if she's sitting in that situation, she's not in the moment. She's not focusing on what's in front of her. That wave right there was so cool, because that's going to help a lot.
Strider.
That was impressive. Brisa really stepping up to the game right there. That wall presented itself. It was a big, long, drawn-out wall that had a lot of meat on it. So beautiful work for her. Here we go. We got Gabby pulling into one right now, trying to stall behind it, but the wave not presenting itself the way that, you know, the way that Brisa's did. Brisa just had this long, insane line to it. It was a true Teahupo'o wave. Beautiful work by Brisa.
Beautiful work by Brisa, and a bit of a error, priority error for Gabriella Bryant, in that she caught that wave and then is behind Brisa. But let's take another look at this wave, Pete.
That's the one, the westerly angle. It was able to give her the nice easy drop into it and set it up. And again, taking a line that she knows she has to make it. Had that chandelier right in front, guts through it, no worries. She's gonna get the lead here, pretty much no worries. And then gaining priority, which is a huge moment. That's everything, because she's gonna be able to control the lineup. Gotta love this. I mean, that is something where she's behind it, she's barreled. This is gonna be a good number.
Giant moment and a big score, 7-point ride for Brisa Hennessey. She takes the lead over Gabriella Bryant with this ride, and just as importantly, she has priority in this final 2 minutes 45 seconds.
Think about the pressure that has just been relieved. That just everything just popped out of Brisa Hennessey, and it just went over to Lakey Peterson, who is sitting in the channel in this next heat. Crazy. That's this competition, you know, and this is what makes this event, this Outerknown Tahiti Pro, so exciting. I mean, I'm losing it in here. And it's because there's, you know, you think about all of what's happening here. Okay, whoa, we got here.
Maybe the answer back from Gabby Bryan. Not really a barrel on offer on this wave, surfing under priority, so the clock's going to continue to tick down. Brisa Hennessey with the big number, a 7-point ride for the backhand barrel. Biggest wave we've seen ridden by the women so far today in competition, and well rewarded for the execution of that barrel. Brisa now sitting with priority and happy to play a little bit of defense at this point.
So true, and right now Gabriella has actually got that one on the head. So she's inside now. Luckily, she's going to get herself back into position. Maybe.
Yeah, you can see the difficulty right here. Very shallow in there. Brisa, she's going to continue to surf through here. Not as hollow of a wave, so she's going to go for a couple of turns. She's going to recognize Gabriella's position as she kicks out. And we're down to just 1 minute 20 seconds. So Brisa just looking for a backup. May have improved upon that 1.93, but that big important score was a 7-point barrel ride and a clutch performance by Brisa Hennessey.
It's so cool. Again, starting out the season as well as she has, to be able to get this moment right here and have, like I said, the biggest heat of her life, and to have that wave come to her and to execute it the way she did, it's amazing.
With that being said, Tatiana Weston-Webb and Stephanie Gilmore not safe yet. Nothing's being clinched at this point, and that race to the final 5 continues. Tati's going to be in the next heat against Isabella Nichols, and I'm sure Tatiana, she's a well-studied competitor, realizes the gravity of this situation.
Yeah, she doesn't want to lose here in the elimination round and give everyone else that opportunity. She is sitting at 3, so she's going to need 3 surfers to pass her. But ultimately, I mean, she knows that she's probably, I would say, the most confident coming into this situation right here at Teahupo'o. But that doesn't mean anything. You got to go out there and execute.
And execute is exactly what Brisa Hennessey did, answering the call. And she's going to surf her way into the quarterfinals, just taking this one into the channel.
Really cool. Congratulations, Brisa. That was a pressure-filled moment, and she answered it.
Mai Ta'iroa, well done for Brisa Hennessey. We'll be back with more from Tahiti, the Outerknown Tahiti Pro.
Before this, I really wouldn't talk about it, but I think mentally as athletes, we really go through recovery periods, and I didn't realize that I was in a big recovery period. Last year was a lot of pressure for me, and I've never been under that sort of pressure before, and it was really hard for me to lose the title. At the moment, I'm just trying to give myself grace and giving myself the time to, I don't know, set up other goals. My goal is the top 5, and once I get to the top 5, I'm sure at that point in my year, I will be ramped up enough to have the title as my goal. But at the moment, I just want to take things slowly.
Good morning. You're watching the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, the final stop of the regular season on the World Surf League Championship Tour. And what a morning it's been already. 2 heats completed already in the elimination round as Heat 3 is just getting started with Isabella Nichols and Tatiana Weston-Webb. Outerknown, a legend from the tour, 7 seasons against the best in the world and a big wave charger. Laura Enever, I think you've had goosebumps a few times throughout the morning. Your biggest highlight, got to go to Brisa's wave.
For sure, Brisa's wave, wow. I definitely had goosebumps. I was just so stoked to see her take off and, you know, commit. And there's nothing like seeing that big, dark, you know, ledge coming towards you, and you know, for her to commit and go in such a pressure field situation, needing to make that heat, you know, clinch her spot in the final 5 and solidify that spot of hers, it was just very special. And I think, you know, just what she needed to, you know, go into, you know, get the nerves off and go into the rest of the event now.
Now an exciting heat. Tatiana Weston-Webb expected to dominate in conditions like this. World number 3 taking on Isabella Nichols, who's number 9 in the world. Elimination round heat for Isabella Nichols. If she loses here, her season's over. For Tatiana, she still has that spot in the final 5 picture. Still waiting to make it official to potentially clinch throughout this event. Lakey Peterson, Tyler Wright coming up in the next heat as well. And then we'll be right into the men's competition, anticipating a massive day here at the end of the road. During the break, we got started with Isabella Nichols going to turns with a lot of open face there.
Yeah, Bella Nichols just getting started with turns and, you know, just getting the nerves off. And here, Tati, we knew that she would go straight up the point into the spot. She has got the most, you know, the most knowledge here of this lineup out of these 2 girls, I would say. And, you know, she's been probably rubbing her hands together, watching the last few heats unfold and, you know, knows her spot, wants to go straight up to the top of the point there and get tubed.
It was really cool looking at whales this morning, right on cue in this heat. The ocean feels so alive, it's so beautiful, the reef is alive, and there's been a lot of whale activity. Usually every year we're here, but especially in this last week or so. There's been a lot of rain, and the whales have given us a lot of good feelings heading into game day. As we see a hollow section grabbing the rail, Isabella Nichols takes the lip on the head, and she'll go down, but nice attempt there to try to get pitted against Tatiana.
Yeah, stoked to see Bella just have a go there, and she's identified that, you know, there's some smaller ones coming. We know that there's, you know, with this size of the swell, as Vahine mentioned, there's the bigger waves coming on the outer ledge, and then there's still the smaller ones coming on the inside ledge. So, you know, Bella, they're just identifying that she could maybe try and get a score on a smaller one, and, you know, great technique there, and unfortunately just didn't go high enough to make that.
We're just coming off the highlight of the morning. World number 5, Brisa Hennessey, is on the boat with Dimity.
Brisa, absolutely incredible barrel, and under pressure, you're sitting in that 5th spot. How'd that feel?
I felt like I should have been deeper, actually. I know Lorenzo and all the locals have been telling me, like, you have to go on a closeout. Like, it's gonna feel like wrong in a way, but gosh, they're right. I need to be like taking off on more closeouts, but yeah, I'm super stoked.
Well, you were definitely rewarded, and we haven't seen many barrels like that open up, so it was good that you found that one. What's the plan moving into the quarterfinals now?
Yeah, it's first of all, I'm honored to be at this event. I feel like yeah, it's a long time coming, and you know, the girls that came here 16 years ago, they really paved the way, and it's really, really inspiring. So yeah, I hope to make yeah, get other girls inspired, you know, to get out there and yeah, just get to stay in the moment, really harness the energy of beautiful Tahiti, and yeah, just be grateful and present.
And more big barrels like that, hopefully. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you, Dimity. Brisa Hennessey, a very crucial barrel there to keep herself involved in the WSL Final Five, as we'll enjoy the rhythm of the ocean with the whales out the back. But it was definitely incredibly clutch. Gabrielle Bryan winning that heat until that moment where Brisa identified what looked to be a closeout from her angle, and taking the advice from the locals incredibly well, put her head down and went to give us the wave of the morning.
Yeah, I love what Brisa was saying then. You know, the ones that you think, it feels so wrong, but they're so right, you know, that they are closeouts. They are these big walls bending in, and you know, that's what you have to get used to sort of going. And for Brisa to finally have that moment, you know, what a relief, but just elation for her to just get that feeling and now know what it looks like to go on a really good wave here at Chopes.
As we've seen, conditions this morning provide a little bit more activity, heat by heat. Strider, what are you seeing right now?
Well, last night we were you know, all over the internet trying to figure out what was going on with the swell, the waves, the weather, the wind, and Surfline predicting that longer period, the 15, 16 second interval, would arrive here at around 9 o'clock. So what we saw was that first pulse coming in with Brisa's wave. It had that long line on it. It was moving faster. There was more energy hitting the reef. So I feel like Surfline nailing it with the timing of this swell arriving. So I think we're going to see a lot more of those waves as the day progresses, because those waves are beautiful. You can see them stretching out across the reef. We saw even, you know, Isabella's smaller wave lining up all the way through. can't wait. Things are just getting better.
Thank you, Strider. Strider, where was Brisa sitting when she took off on that wave?
She was basically in between the two of the west balls that we've seen all morning and the deep peaks that we've seen, so in a completely different place, noting that that is a brand new swell and a new line and more energy hitting the reef.
Good man, Waz. 26 minutes on the clock here for heat number 3 of the elimination round. And Jonathan Warren from Surfline telling us this long period energy of the new swell steadily building through the day, really all day today, peaking tonight. So anticipating better waves improving as this day continues. Priority with Tati. Bella looking the most interested here. And she will come in. Drop straight down to the bottom. Swinging that bottom turn and attacking the lip line with a backhand hack. Quick redirect. She's going to run out of water on the inside and step off. So Bella actively going to turns. 2.67 was her opener. And that'll be her second scoring ride. Tati holding priority. Laura, it's an interesting decision going to turns when you know a swell is building. What would your approach be out here? Would you want to wait it out and try to get nice and barreled, or do you think this is a good decision?
Yeah, I think for Bella, you know, just getting the nerves off and just, you know, getting the ball rolling, not just sitting there stagnant, because sometimes if you sit there and wait for too long and don't catch a wave, the nerves can build up. And so I think for Bella, you know, just getting a nice turn in here, she'll get a pretty nice score just for a one turn, but you know, the judges know that the barrels are out there now, and all the girls, you know, are going to be able to go and charge and get tubes. So, you know, they're going to be looking for that. But for Bella, I think just to get going and just keep the ball moving, I think is smart.
As we see Bella's finish there, champion of Margaret River, right on the mid-season cut that saved her spot for the entire season this year, as she shared that final with Gabrielle Bryan. The first half of the season was really stellar for Bella, and she's learning a lot in a short period of time. Still so fresh to the tour, enjoying her second season against the best in the world. Now, we bring up fear a lot, Laura, and I'm sure a lot of people apply this to you after you featured your movie. They just would think that you're fearless because you take off on a lot of crazy waves around the world that most people would not sign up for. Is fear a good thing in any way, or feeling nerves, or how do you deal with that so you can perform at a high level?
It is, you know, the fear is, you know, it's always there, and I think any big wave surfer will say that they still feel fear when they're out in the lineup. You know, no one is not scared of, you know, the consequences and, you know, just how dangerous big waves can be, and especially here, the reef, it's so dangerous, and, you know, it's getting over that fear, you know, pushing yourself bit by bit, knowing your limits, but knowing just what your goals are in that area and in that arena, and, you know, just, I guess, to your capability, and just to keep pushing and pushing, and, you know, get yourself out of the comfort zone. And, you know, just if you have a good safety team around you, these girls are out here at this event with the best water safety in the world. You know, even seeing Bella, she's the first one wearing a helmet out there this morning. I know Tati, I've seen her wear helmets before, and, you know, just as soon as you break down those hurdles and feel more comfortable in these areas, then you can just start feeling it out and pushing yourself harder.
Laura, you've had a few trips just on your own just to come here to feel the energy at the end of the road. What would your advice be if you're paddling out, you haven't had a wave yet, and you're feeling that nervous energy? What would you do?
Breath work for sure. You know, for all these girls and the men that are going to compete today, they'll really be going to breath work, keeping that, you know, that heart rate down. That is so important in big waves, to make sure that you're just really in your body and, you know, not in your mind too much. Obviously, knowing your lineups and feeling comfortable where you're sitting. You know, actually that big code red swell that came through, I was speaking to some of the locals. There's a buoy out in the water that got washed out of the lineup. So, you know, and they said for the next few weeks when that buoy wasn't there, they were struggling with their positioning in the lineup because they were so used to having that. But, you know, there's cracks in the reef that you can stick to. And, you know, I think for these girls, it's just going to be just sticking to their guns and what they identify as a really good scoring wave, which might be different for both Tati and Isabella in this heat.
Tatiana Weston-Webb is happy to have a few trips behind her coming to Tahiti. She had one in about 2013 or 2014 where she gave a lot of credit to Anthony Walsh for really guiding her on this shallow reef and being just intimidated at first, but also falling in love with the beauty of the place. She broke a lot of boards, but realized she enjoyed the energy. She said she got sent over the falls just duck diving. And there's some people you think, oh, maybe never come back. But for her, she's like actually loved feeling that energy and the ocean's power. was so intimidating yet so addicting at the same time. And Tati kind of started there, and then great waves came in the future where she really built her confidence up by taking those early wipeouts.
Yeah, I think you'd speak to anyone that's come here to Tahiti or any big wave of consequence in the world, and you know, it's pretty rare that you'll go to the wave and your first trip there you'll get the wave of your life. You know, you have to pay your dues, you have to come time and time again, and every time you come you're working out something different from the wave. You know, I always found it so, you know, incredible to, you know, team up with someone that's had a lot of, you know, knowledge and experience at a lineup. Someone like Anthony Walsh, he's so amazing at, you know, giving away some knowledge and his experiences. And so, you know, just drawing from them and watching the boys that have been doing it, watching the locals, watching the bodyboarders, exactly what they're doing, their technique, their lines. I always found that to be the most, you know, inspiring thing, even if I hadn't caught a wave, just to try visualize what those guys would be doing on the wave. So, you know, it's the only way you just have to, you're not going to know till you try, but sometimes you got to just jump over the falls once and get it out of the way.
It's interesting with every surfer having their own unique personality, but there's something consistent with a lot of charging athletes out here at the end of the road. When you think about their demeanor, just thinking of Anthony Walsh or a Laurie Towner, they're pretty even-keeled. And even when they get maybe what would be the wave of the decade, they're not just over revving their engines and screaming. They're just in this calm idle where they can make decisions on the fly. It feels very natural for them to be in an environment like that.
Yeah, it's a flow state, and that's something that Russell Bjerke from Australia, he brought out a movie called Flow, and it was him surfing here in Tahiti, and it was just all about that state that you can get into. And I know Peter and Kaipo touched on it in the last heat, and it's, you know, when you're out in the lineup out here, it's this place that you go to, and you know, there's so much going on in the ocean that you have no other time to think about what's for dinner or what you're doing tomorrow. You are literally in the moment, and you know, it's a, you know, life or death sort of situation. So you have to be onto it, and that's a moment that's quite special. You can't reenact it in any other situation, really.
Tatiana Weston-Webb, what a position that she's in now for the second time in a row to fight for a world title. When we opened up this seat, there's that piece of her talking about basically the turn she fell on that would have made the difference of her winning her first world title last season. Remember, we're right on the edge of heading down to Southern California for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. I'll start September 8th. Right now, Tati number 3 in the world. But she actually talked about kind of this post-grieving process, if you will, of losing a title by that close of a margin and needing to remind herself that she can take care of herself and kind of disappear for a little bit and make sure she's healing. When you give this much as an athlete and how much Tati gives to her job, there's definitely going to feel that big loss when you come that close to your goal. Now she's come back even stronger, the only surfer on tour with multiple wins heading into top 10.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for Tati, you know, I loved watching Make or Break that final episode, because I watched the finals unfold on my computer back home in Oz, and it was so exciting. And you know, coming down to that last turn where, yeah, it did look like Tati could have, you know, taken the title and stolen it from Carissa, but, you know, seeing, you know, the devastation and, yeah, how much she felt that, you know, I was surprised, but then I wasn't, because, you know, Tati had a breakthrough year, and, you know, after Carissa had such an incredible year and very dominant, winning the Olympics, it just looked like it was going to go Carissa's way. So, but for Tati, you know, she came so close in that fight. You know, obviously that's going to be something that she's going to grieve a bit, but yeah, she just needs to obviously give herself the time to decompress and really work out what she's learned from that experience. And you know, if she makes it to the Final Five this year, how she can try to switch that up again and steal it.
So cool how much she's learned in a short period of time, from the highs and lows of pro surfing, from losing early at Cloudbreak when she wanted to win so bad, then to winning the US Open in the following event, learning how to pick herself up to compete to be a true world title threat. 18 minutes on the clock, 2 surfers battling to the horizon. Priority with Tatiana Weston-Webb, who's positioning for this left at chopes. That one's going to go right underneath. She had a 1.23 for an attempt in the tube earlier, and with her not going on that wave, they're quick to switch priority.
Yeah, she got sucked over the falls a little bit there, but luckily not all the way. She snuck out through the back, but I think just a bit out of position for that one, but it did seem like one of those waves with a bit too much south and maybe a bit pinchy, so probably, you know, a good idea not to go, but unfortunately she's lost priority there. So, you know, 4.9, not a lot needed by Tati, and, you know, maybe thinking, would it have been a, oh, let's have a look here. Yeah, it looked like it might have had a good west bowl, but it was just a bit too far down the line there. So I think that was actually, you know, had a nice open wall, but she was just a bit too deep. Yeah, that opened up nicely there.
You can see that last-minute decision, and what we've noticed sort of in waves like Pipeline or the Box and West Oz, kind of more slabbing waves, it's hard to hang on to priority when you take a look that close. They're usually quick to switch that. There isn't really a bit of gray area, maybe at a softer venue, where they go, okay, they didn't really make a move, but she was over the ledge there, and she'll lose priority. We'll see how Bella handles that now. Isabella looking like she could be going to turns again. Set up carve, the wall really stands up over the shallow reef, attacks it off the lip, and she'll get out of there. Looking to better a 2.67 going to turns. As we have a few surfers now entering the quarterfinals. When we showed up here at the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, Bella had an outside shot to potentially go all the way to qualify for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. She's now out of that picture, with Brisa moving through to the quarters, with Stephanie already up there as well. So now she's just going to focus on her last event of the season, right here at the end of the road.
Yeah, and this will be, you know, huge, so much to take away from this year for Bella. She has done so amazing, you know, winning that event at Margaret River, what a highlight for her there. And then, you know, just showing that she can overcome so much, you know, so much mentally. And I think this is another challenge for Bella. And, you know, I think she's doing the right thing right now. She's sitting up deep. She's knowing that she wants to catch those medium waves, and hoping that, you know, one like Vahine got in her first heat could actually, you know, throw over that west bowl. So I like the plan that she's sticking to right now, and she is in the lead. So, you know, Tati obviously knows that she wants to sit here and wait for a big, nice, round beast. But yeah, I like Bella's plan right now.
Strider Wazalewski, what are you noticing about the surfers' movements right now?
Well, just a little movement myself, getting out of the way of that little west peak. Sorry about that. You know, movement is cat and mouse still. It's just in and out of that situation, because we still have that I think it's a short period west that keeps pumping those little waves up out of the corner and the peripheral of your mental and your visual. So you're seeing these waves, but those waves are just not really the exact ones you want. Those deeper ones, those ones that have that barrel on them, are still inside and running underneath them. And I keep seeing these waves just like I'm having FOMO. I'm seeing barrels spitting at me every you know, couple sets that come through. You see 2 or 3 of them, definite, like some of the higher scores that you could be scoring today are on these little double ups, and it's just, you know, daunting. Get, you know, settled in my heat, or do I sit out here and wait for that one wave like Brisa did? So there's a big game going in the mental capacity out there.
Strider, how you going out there? It looks nice and warm.
You know what? I'm actually really comfortable. The water's warm. The air's a little chilly, as we've had, but we have this new swell coming in, and it's really got my energy. You know, you can feel it in the water, and you can see it as the waves arrive, and they're right on top of each other. So we're seeing a lot of that new energy arrive as we speak.
And what do you think about, you know, Isabella, her plan right now? Obviously having, looks like you're chasing a set.
Catch up with Strider in a bit, 13.5 to go. Bella 3.5 and a 2.67. Her last wave where she went to turns didn't factor in. So Tati still needs a 4.94 with priority. When you think of Goofy Foot Chargers that grew up surfing on the island of Kauai, you think of Keala Kennelly as well, who's won this event 3 times in the past and has turned in maybe one of the best waves ridden when it came through in the big wave awards. What a special athlete. KK definitely watching and probably really proud of what Tati's done, setting the bar and tube riding, especially on shallow lefts.
Yeah, wow, I've just always admired and looked up to KK. That seeing that toe wave that she got out here years back was just absolutely amazing. And then hearing the story behind it, that she actually came here alone and got a canoe and paddled out in her canoe and waited all day to see if, you know, someone would give her the opportunity to tow her in at the end of the day. She got that opportunity and just towed into an absolute beast. And, you know, I've always just admired that courage and fearlessness from her. And, you know, yeah, Tati from Kauai as well, just following in those footsteps, really. We know Tati is just you know, fearless. We see her doing elevator drops out of the lip here at Pipe, you know, at Fiji, G-Land, she was a standout. So, you know, the thing with Tati is, you know, some of these waves that we expect to see her just getting stand-up barrels at, sometimes she's just been found out of rhythm, or, you know, sitting and waiting for the too perfect wave. And it's that, I guess, that thing that probably plays on her mind a little bit. I've got to compete while I'm out here and make sure I'm doing the right thing. 11 minutes to go. The time is dwindling down, but yeah.
Yeah, it's such a different mindset, isn't it? Free surfing, going for the wave of the day, but also just winning the heat, playing the game and finding that balance. And she's worked on that quite a bit with her coach, Ross Williams, over the last couple of years. Tati's still holding priority, and she's world number 3. Remember, we did lose number 2 in the world at the start of the morning to a wild card named Vahine Fierro. So a big opportunity for Tati to potentially move her seed up for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. 2-time world champ Tyler Wright coming up next.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, it should probably be like,
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
The beach goes absolutely wild. The seed has erupted at lower trestles.
my job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
The Outerknown Tahiti Pro is brought to you by Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League. And by Hydro Flask. Every adventure starts with two simple words. Let's go! A special morning for surfing history as we watch Tatiana Weston-Webb stretch this one out, keeping a nice high line section going down in front of her. She might have to go to turns here. There's a big frontside wrap. Getting now incredibly shallow. She attacks it, hangs on for a moment, and then lays down. It is so incredibly shallow in there. Hopefully she landed flat enough. Almost impossible not to bounce off the reef when you're committed to turns. Solid overhead section for Bella Nichols up and out, as she will look to regain first priority. But what a wild effort for Tatiana Weston-Webb. We know she's on the tube hunt, no doubt about that. But that wave, the way it's set up, forced her to throw down that big frontside hook, and it is a great turn. But will she get credit for that finish when she ended up a little bit out of control?
How was that commitment? That was absolutely amazing there by Tati. But you know, she just blows me away. She's not scared of that sharp reef at all. You can tell she's grown up probably making friends with the reef everywhere around the world. And yeah, it's pretty wild to see.
And it's always cool to hear Tati just give credit to her brother Troy for helping her charge, even when she didn't want to. He was always encouraging her to push her own limits in bigger surf. Troy was saying how much the Groms love Tati at home, but he's like, maybe Tati might get even more excited than the Groms do. She loves connecting with the next generation when she gets to go home, her friends and family. And when you travel year long, it just feels extra special when you return to your little slice of paradise and you get to tell all the young kids your story and they're cheering you on to a world title. That's where she really feeds off that and definitely propels her to big performances when she gets back on the road.
For sure. You can tell that Tahiti had a very competitive brother-sister combo growing up, and they just pushed themselves in bigger waves, and that's where I think she would have, you know, found that, you know, that guts and fight and fearlessness.
7 minutes on the clock. Strider, we saw Tahiti go for broke on that final turn. Can't help but think she might have bounced off the reef.
Oh, she's going
before we get
again.
to Waz here. Watch this, Strider. We've got her off the wind-up. Big hammer there. Nice turn. Driving into the open face. Frontside wrap once again. And she completes 2 clean forehand hooks. As it looks like now, Strider, she's adapting, going to a couple of big turns.
Yeah, you know what? She paddled by Greg Browning, and he said, just ride the waves that are out there. Don't, you know, look for something that may not appear. And so she's kind of clicked into that performance mode. You know, the way that she attacked that lip line on the wave before, on the inside, over that reef, the reef is crazy shallow and just all just radical and ready to just chew you into pieces, and it will just grab in there. So Tahiti just going for the lip line. I love the way that she's actually just no fear and just adapting to the situation, listening to Greg. You always have to, you know, have another voice of reason, and that's Greg Browning at the moment in the water with her.
Thank you so much, Strider. Strider touching on that reef and how shallow it really is. It's almost impossible to avoid a visit to the reef at some point of your visit here to the end of the road. For Tahiti, she knows finishing moves are huge for points, especially when it's going turn for turn, and she's definitely not going to hold back as world number 3.
I would say of all the women on tour, Tahiti definitely has the most reef scars for sure. You know, she's no stranger to rubbing lime in those cuts, but you know, this was big for Tahiti. She knew she had to get the ball rolling with 5.5 minutes left to go to some big solid turns in critical situations and big moments there, throwing so much buckets of spray. That was yeah, Tahiti had to get that going.
So cool to see her on her forehand in a performance type section. She has such a lethal backhand as well, and we really got to know it well, especially when Snapper was on tour, Bells, but now going left a few times this year. She absolutely loved G-land on her forehand. Had some big waves there before the event started. As we get back into rhythm with Tahiti, wanted to pull in straight on the takeoff, just quickly up and out, as her strategy has completely changed. She's a lot more active. You could probably think that she saw Brisa's wave in the heat before, and that's exactly what she wanted to open up with. But when the ocean changes gears, so does she. And now she's got the lead.
Yeah, you have to adapt to those situations, and you can tell Tahiti waited so long in this heat to try get something like what she saw Brisa get in the heat before, hoping that something like that would come for her, and you know, having to adapt and change up the plan now. You could tell that, you know, things were starting to get a bit shaky there for her, but, you know, obviously speaking to her mentor and friend Greg, she's just switched things up and just wants to get through this heat.
Greg Browning, a legend in surfing himself from that South Bay part of California, absolute shredder. And he's been close friends with Tahiti for a long time now. Great supporter, great filmer. The drive-through series, one of my favorites that I watched back in the day. He used to have these big movie premieres in Hermosa Beach, and he'd have lines down the street to get in. Still absolutely rips. And cool to have someone just as cool, calm, and collected as Greg sitting in the channel, just giving little reminders to Tahiti on how she can get through this heat.
Yeah, I love their dynamic when they're traveling together. I actually saw them the other day. They're going to go surf a little wave down the coast, and Tahiti was just saying, she's like, I love Greg, but I'm always waiting for him. It takes so long. I'm like, usually the girl's the one that takes longer to get ready, but apparently the boys, Greg and Brent, take a bit longer to get ready and get their stuff together. But I mean, they do have like 1,000 lenses and a lot of camera gear, but so give them a break, Tahiti.
Yeah, totally. They've got a great crew. It's really cool. And it just reminded me of a strike mission that Tahiti did here a couple of years ago. Her husband, famous Jesse Mendez, Triple Crown champ, was on the CT for a few years. Tahiti retold the story with Dave Proden on the lineup, episode 24, and he's like, yeah, come on with me, come get barreled. And she said it was the best trip of her life. But now 2:40 on the clock. Tahiti doesn't have priority. Bella Nichols just chasing a 2.85. So really extremely close when you think about it. World number 3, definitely not safe at this stage of the heat.
Extremely close. This is, you know, nervous moments here for both of these women. Tati is nowhere near in a position that she wants to be in the lead. And, you know, for Bella, 2.85, that's, you know, she's had a 3.5 already on turns, so she can get there on turns. So, I mean, this is going to be an exciting, exciting finish. But look at this, the sun's come out. It's looking gorgeous out there. The wind's backed off. Just hoping to see those beautiful waves come to the ledge and for these girls to get some big scores.
You imagine the stress and the pressure Tati might be feeling. Obviously an event favorite for what she's capable of. World number 3, still working out the seeding for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Member Joanne Gaffey, number 2 in the world, out this morning. That's the opportunity for Tati, but it's so incredibly close. It's been about turns in this matchup, and Bella's got a lethal backhand attack. Her best score, a 3.5 at the moment. Needs a 2.85 here. Pulling in, Bella changes gears and gets lipped and goes straight down. That was her opportunity to take the lead. Priority to Tatiana, minute 20 to go.
Oh, I thought she had that then, Bella, on a broken board. That is so unfortunate. I feel like she had the right line. If she just held it, I think she thought it was going to crumble, but I feel like if she just committed to that, she could have maybe punched through that, and it's going to be a bit of a mistake there for Bella. With a minute to go, that might...
Scooped quickly by the Tahitian Water Patrol, absolutely trying to pack this section. What happened here, Laura?
Yeah, she had the line from the get-go. I think if she just went a bit higher there and tucked under, just gave it a shot, you know, out here at Chopes, you're better off falling in the barrel than getting the lip on the head. So I think for her, you know, she'll watch this back and realize if she pulled up under and opened up her shoulders, she could have just got into this barrel and held her line and made that.
So a tough fall for there and a broken board for Isabella Nichols. Chasing a 2.85 at the end of this matchup, as her incredible season might have just come to a close. A champion at Margaret River, surviving the mid-season cut. Tatiana Weston Webb now just stepping off on a big closeout section. Is now looking safe for the quarterfinals. Probably just a little bit too close for Tatiana Weston Webb. Bella, the warrior she is, she'll be disappointed falling on that last opportunity, knowing how close she was to upsetting one of the favorites in this event.
Yeah, Tati, the favorite, she just snuck through the skin of her teeth. What is that saying? But, you know, a very, very nice win for Tati there to get through and try and get some barrels in the next round.
Tatiana moving on to the quarters. Up next, Lakey Peterson takes on Tyler Wright. We'll be right back.
I guess I've let go a lot in a way. I want to stress that doesn't mean like I don't have the goal of winning a world title or winning events, but maybe my perspective has just changed. You get close to world titles and winning, and that sometimes can force you to hold on a little bit too tight. I think the closer you are to it, the more challenging that becomes, just to still be able to relax and enjoy what you're doing. I just had everything on winning or losing, and that's just not a healthy way to live. So for me this year, I'm so content in my life that it feels really good. It just feels, yeah, settling.
You're watching the last elimination round matchup for the women here at the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. Number 6 in the world, Lakey Peterson, taking on number 7 in the world, two-time world champ Tyler Wright. A very critical heat. These two surfers wanting a piece of the WSL Final Five, and it's all coming down to this. Joe Turpel with Laura Enever. Enjoyed 7 seasons on the championship tour. Laura, an absolute charger. It's been a fun morning so far. We saw Tatiana just get really smart, adapting to turns in the lineup to just get past Isabella Nichols. Lakey versus Tyler, who's the favorite in your mind?
Wow, I'd have to say Tyler at the moment, just seeing what she's been able to do, you know, over the years in big left-hand barrels. I'll never forget the wave that Tyler got at Fiji, a huge no-hand barrel, you know, a solid 8-footer just draining down the reef. And, you know, I think that she has that gutsy, you know, charging feel. And, you know, but Lakey, I cannot count her out. She's done a lot of hard work coming here a lot of times in the off-season to get some good waves as well.
Tyler Wright getting this heat started. Top turn, setting up a deep bottom turn, and nice spray coming off the tail of that board. And just finishes it up with a little wrapping turn once again. So this heat starting off, going to turns once again. Tyler taking the lead off Lakey Peterson to kick things off. Pretty interesting year for Tyler, who's missed some events. Returned to J Bay just to put herself with a fighting shot for the WSL Final Five. Ended up in the final in pumping conditions, and you never can count out Tyler. She's so vocal in post-heat interviews. She doesn't mind letting you into her headspace, recovering from illnesses. The champion's given us so much entertainment as well along the way.
She really has, you know, the adversity that Tyler's faced over the years, and, you know, even this year coming back from, you know, illness again to come into J-Bay. And, you know, we saw this different Tyler Wright at Bells Beach this year that was fierce. You know, she was a title contender, and you know, to have that slip away with, you know, an unfortunate illness and then be able to come back to J-Bay and just show that grit again. You know, she didn't put too much pressure on herself, but she also, you know, was vocal about saying it was a do or die situation and that she still really wants to be in that Final Five situation. So yeah, she still wants a piece of the pie, and she's got a fighting chance.
Dave Proden called up Tyler Wright, Tatiana Weston-Webb, and Caroline Marks for that episode on the lineup years ago in anticipation of this event, where Tyler told us some great stories. Lakey quickly up and out. But Tyler remembered that first trip she came here with her brother Owen. She realized none of her boards were really suiting the conditions. It was 8 to 12 feet, the scariest thing she'd ever seen. She broke all of her brother's boards. Probably had some of the worst wipeouts of her life, and she realized how different this place can be when it reaches a certain size. Laura, how different the wave can feel from a 4-foot day to then when you get to that 6 to 8 foot day, and how differently the wave reacts off the shelf.
Yeah, it's two different waves, honestly. It's, yeah, two different shelves, two different ledges. You know, from 4 to 6 foot, you can get these, you know, perfect, purling, beautiful barreling waves, and then it just shows another face when it gets, you know, 7 to 8 feet. That is just so steep. You know, you have to have the commitment. You have to have, you know, knowledge and experience with really late drops. You are looking over like a half pipe with, you know, a razor sharp reef at the bottom and a thick lip above you. So, yeah, it's no joke.
Tyler put her head down, looking to get a vision, just a little out in front. Picks up her rail. Top turn wrap, and she'll have to get out of there. No water left on the inside shelf. 2.5 was her opener. And just staying active under Lakey's priority. But interesting in that catch-up, she also talked about the physicality with a paddle in 0 to 3 seconds. Just identifying how quickly a wave can surprise you, going from a flat ocean just to a bomb. As we see Lakey Peterson, similar start, just 2 quick kickouts with still plenty of time to go. What do you think about that physicality that you need to get yourself down the face of this wave in that kind of 0 to 3 second push to get barreled out here.
Yeah, this wave is so interesting because, you know, most waves you'll go to, you'll be able to see, say for instance, Pipeline, you'll be able to see at third reef the sets coming through, and you know that you've got about 30 seconds, as we see Tyler here on an inside one, just getting nice technique, draining, spat out there, but just in front of it. So, you know, Tyler just getting the ball rolling, just making sure she's just, you know, just sussing out this lineup, wants to be able to put some sort of score on the board, but, you know, her boards are looking nice. She's looking very switched on, compressed, her technique's looking amazing, and not shaky at all.
So Tyler Wright and Lakey Peterson neck and neck on the rankings. It's all about the WSL Final Five, and these two surfers just outside of that picture. Whoever wins this heat keeps themselves in the hunt to be a part of that exciting day in pro surfing, where one day we crown our world champions. Peterson and Wright want to feel it for the first time. Peterson dealing with her back injury last season. Tyler Wright struggled with some results after starting off as world #1 last year. So if Tyler can stay in there, she'll fight for a third world title. If Lakey stays in there, maybe she'll fight for that first title, being back home in Southern California.
Wow, this is so exciting, so critical. You know, what these girls must be feeling mentally right now. I think, you know, probably less pressure for Tyler Wright here, you know, just with the way her year's gone. She's probably, you know, maybe just not put too much expectation on being in the Final Five. But for Lakey, she's been in this picture for, you know, most of the year, since Pipe, since she got third at Pipe. So she wants that spot. So we're going to see her, I think, push herself more than ever right now.
As we see the surfers just paddling through that wave, Lakey holding priority, needing a 3.8. Tyler Wright a 2.5 and a 1.93. Just adapting to a couple of maneuvers there. Winner this heat moves on to the quarterfinals, which is reseeded again. Let's catch up to another quarterfinalist, world #3, Tatiana Weston-Webb with Dimity Stoyle.
Tatiana, you're always one of the favorites to watch in a heavy lineup like this, but played it smart, adapting to turns to make it through that one.
Yeah, that was a really weird heat for me. Like, I really wanted to get started quickly, and then I just felt like I just couldn't get like a turn wave going. I felt like I was in between two zones on the reef. And then at the end there, I just was like, okay, I need to do some turns to make this heat, and fell on the first two-turner, and I think if I made that, I would have got the score, but obviously had to go back out and get another wave, and really grateful that I made that heat because, yeah, it was a tight one.
And into the quarterfinals now, heavy matchup against Caroline Marks, two goofy footers. It's going to be a showdown. What's the plan?
Yeah, it's so funny. I've been having like the best trip with Carol. She's staying at Teahupo'o homestay too, and we've just been getting along a lot. So yeah, really excited.
Well, we're so excited to watch that one. Good luck in the next one.
Thank you, Dimity. Tatiana Weston-Webb, happy to survive that one. Had to change your game plan. It worked out really well. If Lakey Peterson doesn't make it through this heat, then Tati would officially clinch her spot in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. This one's still just getting started. If Lakey wins, we still have to wait to officially clinch Tatiana Weston-Webb, as we have a very special call coming through. A world champion, a champion here at the end of the road, Sofia Milanovic. So great to see you, and thanks so much for calling in.
Hi Joe, hi Laura, thank you so much. Super excited to be with you guys today and watch the girls rip.
So great, Sofia. First of all, obviously this event disappeared for many years, 16 years, and finally coming back. What was your emotional reaction to hearing that the WSL was bringing the women back to Teahupo'o?
I think it's so amazing for women surfing, you know. It's a contest where you can really see like you know, this like nature, you know, how the waves develop, and you know, this, you know, crazy force of nature. And I think it's just beautiful, you know, to get it back in the schedule and see the girls riding these amazing waves. So I think everybody is really stoked to see this, and it's a beautiful show for everyone.
Well, Sofia, it kind of makes sense. I mean, any left that you're going to put you on, you're always going to be a favorite, right, to win. I remember when you won this event, you won in Fiji, but I'm sure there was more to the story of that. Can you tell us about coming to this place for the first time, as you were part of those early trips back in the day? I'm sure there was a lot of emotion involved when you saw this place get pretty big.
Yes, of course. You know, when I first heard that we were gonna go to Tahiti, I was like, oh my God. it's gonna be scary, you know, because it's such an intimidating wave, you know. But I think having Fiji in the schedule too was really good for us because it was right before Tahiti, so it was really good, like kind of like preparation, you know, and training. So yes, we were lucky to have that contest and then come to Teahupo'o feeling a little bit more like confident about surfing those kinds of waves with consequences, you know. So I'm just so happy that I got the opportunity, you know, to surf in those kinds of waves. And yeah, when it was not that big, you know. When it was too big, then I would just watch. Watch Laura too.
Hi, Soph. We miss you. You've been
Laura.
Yeah, killing it. You were posters on my wall when I was a kid. But talk about maybe when you were, you know, like first came to Tahiti to compete, and then obviously coming back year after year. How did that feel? Obviously, these girls here for the first year. How did that develop over the years with the confidence and feeling like you would come back and just, you know more and feel more comfortable in the lineup?
Yes, well, that last wave of Lakey was amazing, huh? That was crazy. Well done, Lakey. Yes, you know, like I think the more we would surf these kind of waves, we would feel more confident. I remember doing a lot of like, you know, Indonesian trips and like surfing these kinds of waves, and that would make me really feel more prepared, you know. But you're never prepared enough, you know, for these kinds of waves because you're always scared, you're always like a little bit intimidated by them, but you have to be at the same time confident, you know, because you cannot really hesitate because that's when, you know, like problems occur. So yeah, I'm just so lucky that I got to come on trips too with Roxy and with my sponsors before contests like this, you know.
Oh, that's so cool, Sophia, and it's kind of your topic of getting comfortable. Tyler Wright was just recently speaking about this, kind of like an apprenticeship where you're a first year, a second year, and there's so much you can build on before you get your license in any sort of trade, but also especially here at a wave like this, where the more reps the women get in, we're going to see that performance level lift over the next few years, Sophia.
Yes, of course, you know, the more practice you have in these kinds of waves, like, you know, you have to be ready for everything, you know, wipeouts. I remember I actually got wipeout of the year here at Teahupo'o at Surfer Bowl. So, yeah, you have to be ready for everything because that's the only way you will get better. So, yeah, I think it's so great that this contest is back in the schedule, you know, because I think the girls are going to start really putting time, you know, in waves like this, and it's going to be amazing, you know, because the level of women's surfing right now is crazy good, you know, so I think they're going to be riding some waves that people are going to talk about for sure.
Sophia, maybe give everyone a little history lesson of your era. Obviously, you're a champ out here at the end of the road, but who are some of the best women that you got to compete against that maybe you remember some of the best barrels that you witnessed back when you were on tour?
Yes, of course. In my time, there was girls that were so good at it, you know, they would put a lot of time in waves like this. And you know, Rochelle Ballard was one of my favorite for sure. Like, she was so good at the barrel, like, especially backside, I think. She just had a really good technique, you know, and then also Kiala, you know. Kiala was ready for everything, you know. And so, like, you know, Gatsy, you know, she would just go for the waves that, you know, were good, you know, and I really admire her, you know, and her guts, honestly. Like, she's amazing. And Chelsea Hedges, like, oh my God, she's so talented. Like, she would just take off and be so like natural, you know, in waves like this, and get the biggest barrels, and it just looked like it was nothing for her, you know. So, and there's more girls, you know, that used to do really good in these conditions, but those three I think are my top girls.
And so cool bringing it now to modern day times. I know you're probably so thrilled to see the highlight clips from that local Vahine Fierro, obviously a wild card who was successful this morning in taking out Joanne Gaffey. I feel like you might be able to relate a little bit to the feeling she's going through, kind of representing Tahiti at the moment and this beautiful wave, because I remember you were kind of representing all of Latin America and Peru, and events started popping up. Vahine's getting a lot of great attention now. She's in the right place at the right time of her career.
Yes, of course. Vahine is such an amazing surfer. I remember I saw her like surfing a few years ago, and I was really impressed. You know, she has a lot of flow in her surfing. She's powerful. She's really, really beautiful to watch. You know, and yes, she's at home. You know, I think this wave is the kind of wave you really wanna be at home. You know, because you need to spend time at it and start to know it and get confident, you know, because I think hesitation is the thing you cannot do here. But if you've surfed it a lot, hesitation is not, you know, it's not as common, you know. So, yeah, I think she's gonna do good. Like, she's already doing good. So, congrats.
And so, if any memorable sessions out here or any memorable waves that you could tell us about, and maybe like a story.
Yeah, I remember surfing there when the waves were not that big and having a lot of fun, and then always watching the guys surf, you know, when the waves were like super, super big, and Kiala would go out there too. And I just remember Andy and Bruce and all those guys getting such bombs. I couldn't even believe it, you know. And yeah, I love Tahiti, you know, the waves, the people, the food. I remember when I used to go there, I would eat poisson croup for like 3 weeks straight. Like every lunch I would have poisson croup.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, I love that food.
Oh, it's the absolute best.
Yeah, exactly. Like, honestly, like every time.
It's interesting. WSL is the Rising Tides program that goes all around the world, and it was so cool to see these young girls out there getting some great waves. And it just kind of made me think, Sophia, when you were here, did you see any local girls in the lineup back then?
I don't really remember. I mean, we were not there for too long, you know. It was probably like 15 days, like a year, you know. So I was not really, you know, maybe not at the time where the girls were surfing. But yeah, I don't really remember there were that many girls out there at that time. But I think now there's a lot more girls surfing it, which is so good, you know. Yeah, so good to watch.
Still enjoying our time with the world champ Sofia Milanovic as we see a big backside hack from Tyler Wright, controlling maybe one of her better waves. Now with 17 minutes to go. Lakey did get the 4.83 on that backhand tube, so Tyler needed that wave to take the lead as she's paddling back out into the channel, not afraid to dry dock these finishing moves. Laura, let's have another look.
Yeah, Tyler here just going to turns, smaller wave, but just wanting to get some work done. I think she identified that wasn't going to be a barreling section, but wow, that's commitment on the inside there. It just goes so shallow and so dry, but yeah, just wanting to get that board up and comes down and compresses and makes that.
Sophia, what is the challenge of riding out of a finishing move here in Tahiti when that shallow reef is approaching really quickly?
Yes, there's so many consequences, but honestly, when you're in a heat like this, you know, in this level, you don't even think about the reef, you know. You know, you always give it your all, and yeah, and then the reef is right there.
You mentioned the Wipeout of the Year clip. Can you tell us that story? What was the wave like, and what happened on your wipeout back in the day?
Yes, I was in a contest, actually, surfing a contest, and I tried to pit dog, you know, and I did like you know, my pit dog, I like grabbed too hard the rail, and I got like a full-on like bodyboard rolo, you know.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, it looked super funny, and I got actually Wipeout of the Year at Surfer Bowl for that, like, you know, competing against the guys and everything. So it was really funny. I'm not gonna forget that.
So classic looking back, Sophia. I'm sure you're thrilled for a lot of things in pro surfing right now. The first ever year where we've had men and women events from start to finish, from Pipeline all the way through to Tahiti here in the regular season. How does that make you feel for all of you've done for pro surfing and where we are today?
It feels so good, you know, to watch the girls rip in any kind of condition, you know, and be so consistent and be so professional. And they are such amazing athletes. I am their biggest fan, you know. So all of them, you know, they all have special talent, you know, and a special thing. And I think now the finals, you know, that are coming up are going to be extremely exciting. So.
What a legend. Sophia, we miss you. Thank you so much for calling us. Enjoy watching this event, and please call us anytime.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Laura. Have a great day, and let's keep watching this amazing show. Thank you.
Special. Sophia Milanovic, what a legend of the sport, a world champ, a champ here at the end of the road, did so much for pro surfing globally, more specifically Latin America as well, as she'll be enjoying the rest of the day with us because it is a big one. Tyler Wright just got a 3.67 to take the lead on the two-turn combination. Lakey has priority, chasing just a 1.34. Lakey, 6th in the world. Tyler, 7th, fighting for a spot in the WSL Final Five. Right back with more from the Outerknown Tahiti Pro right after this.
Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be alright. Kila kitu kitakuwa sawa. Usitie shaka.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, it should probably be like, oh.
What a great place to be in the channel here at the end of the road at Teahupo'o. And there's so many great islands nearby that you just saw that you can check out when you come to the islands of Tahiti and meet all these great people, great culture, great food. What an experience just spending your days on this beautiful ocean. During the break, we saw Lakey Peterson open up with a backside hack right in the pocket and just step off quickly. Was chasing a one-ranger score, a 1.73, has Lakey in the lead with now 11 minutes to go.
Yeah, Lakey in the lead. I think, that'll be good to feel good for her to just get back, in that #1 spot. But, with 11 minutes to go, it's going to come down to this backup wave. Obviously, Lakey with the 4.83, that's the highest score as we see some lines coming through.
Can see Tyler Wright deepest there. She'll try to push through under that wall of whitewater. No matter what the size of the wave here, it is so incredibly powerful. And Tyler happy to have her big brother Owen Wright in the channel, walking her through strategy, where to sit, just giving her that confidence to help her push for a big performance. Owen Wright winning this event in 2019 over Gabriel Medina, and appearing in back-to-back finals from 2018 to 2019. Finaled back in the day as well in 2011. That was the Code Red Swell, where he finished runner-up to Kelly Slater that season.
Not a bad coach to have in your corner. But yeah, I've heard, Owens has such amazing knowledge, and what he's been able to tell Tyler, and then even a few of the other girls in the lineup in the weeks prior to this event, everyone's, been able to feed off that, just the experience and his stories and just everything he's been able to tell a lot of the crew.
And he's got that big wingspan, bigger than Michael Phelps, where he can paddle so quickly. He almost looks like he's no paddling into the West Bowl, and an absolute magician when it comes to competing at the end of the road.
And that would be so, when we talk back to Tyler coming here with Owen years ago, she would have watched her big brother just with the longest arms in the world, paddling in, looking like it was the easiest thing in the world. And then, he can paddle faster than anyone. But yeah, he makes it look easy, that's for sure.
Lakey Peterson, #6 in the world, taking on Tyler Wright, #7 in the world. The winner of this heat stays in the hunt for a spot in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And whoever goes down in this heat, their season is over after this matchup. 9 minutes remaining. You think that's entering their mind, Laura, thinking, hey, do I want my season to end right now? And maybe that will just motivate you to take off on anything to compete today.
Yeah, these final 8 minutes are going to be critical, and the girls are going to have to make some big, hard decisions here. But you know, it looks like there's a little bit of that wind huffing up on the outside there. So maybe that'll come into their mind, and they might just go to turns just to try capitalize on any scoring potential. But you know, if one of these girls can get barreled again, obviously that's going to be the highest score.
Lakey getting barreled for the 4.83, and her turn wave 1.73. Another incredibly close matchup. Heat before, both surfers had a combined total in the 6 range, where Isabella Nichols went down. Vahine got past Joanne Gaffey, and the incredible effort of Brisa Hennessey, still probably getting the wave of the day so far, packing a huge section right when she needed the most, as she is world number 5, keeping herself in contention to be in the title race in September.
Yeah, that wave from Brisa, what an amazing wave under so much pressure and stress there. But I think today's been a bit tricky, as you know, as Vahine mentioned. You know, it's 2 swells in between sizes. You know, playing that cat and mouse, and really these girls trying to find their place in the lineup and those exact waves that they want to go. And you know, the west bowls coming in wide and darting across to try get under those. So there's a lot that goes into surfing a heat out here. And you know, you'll see highlights from a day, you know, here at Teahupo'o, and you know, it just looks like someone's been out there for like an hour and caught 8 amazing waves. But you know, these guys sit out there for hours and hours, and you know, just waiting for these bombs to come through.
Such a different thing, no matter where you're competing, when a free surf and then going into a matchup where it's one-on-one and you've got to win at the right time. Matthew McGillivray from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, preparing for a world champ, Italo Ferreira and Iago Dora. Maddie's actually been spending a lot of time with the Brazilians, playing some soccer on the lay days, enjoying his time here in paradise. And remember, for Maddie, I mean, last year he was on tour, but Tahiti got canceled at the last minute. So he's been waiting for this moment for a long time now, Laura.
Oh, wow, he must be so excited, and we know that he charges hard. But yeah, he's been caught playing out there, playing soccer and speaking Portuguese. He's got a few lines under his belt now.
So fun to look forward to. The men kicking off in the next heat for the opening round of competition. Looking to max out the day, and it should just gradually build with our swell and even get our conditions more groomed as we head into the afternoon. And a lot of scenarios to unfold for the WSL Final Five as well, but this is the last heat for the women today in the elimination round. Tyler Wright holding priority, needing a 2.9 to advance. Remember, she has 15 championship tour victories behind her. Also 2 world titles. And a year where she started off looking very solid, had to deal with missing some events. As we look at live action, Lakey Peterson looking to extend her lead. Backside hacking complete, she goes down. So just a little misread of the backhand turn. Her coach Mike Parsons trying to get as close as he can to Lakey quickly here as we approach the 5-minute warning.
Yeah, I'd love to know the intel from Snips right now. Looks like maybe a board change. Maybe they're identifying that there's a bit of wind on the face, and she should just try do some more critical turns. But yeah, 5 minutes to go, and that's a pretty late board change in the scheme of things, so they must have a bit of a plan there.
Snips, what a charger, has ridden some of the biggest waves ever ridden in surfing history. Spent a lot of time competing on the championship tour. He's a manager, he's worn hats for sponsors. I think he's done almost everything you can do in the world of surfing. And Lakey and Mike have such a great relationship, and we've seen how much she's grown in waves of consequence. She was able to admit that at a young part of her career. Big days at Margaret River, big days at Cloud Break, where she said, I've got some work to do. And her and Mike have been on some great missions. When you've got a coach who's a big wave legend, that's definitely a perfect place for him to work on that skill set. And Lakey certainly has improved quite a bit in that area.
Yeah, I have so much respect for Lakey in that sense that she was able to, you know, be vocal and be like, yeah, I'm uncomfortable out here, but, you know, working with Snips, one of the best big wave surfers in the world, he's pushed her, and, you know, she came out of the gates flying this year at Pipe and got third in an event that she probably didn't think that it would be, be a counting result at the end of her year. But, both actually, Tyler and Lakey had thirds at Pipe. So, this is it's been a long year, but to be here and be fighting for a spot, pretty wild stuff.
Pretty wild day. 3:50 on the clock. Let's catch up with Isabella Nichols with Divity Stoyle.
Isabella, really tough finish to that heat. Got a lip to the head. You looked a little bit rattled, but you fought to the death.
Yeah, I mean, coming here, I knew that backhand barrel riding wasn't exactly my strong point, and the best way to learn is to be thrown in the deep end. And on that last one, I knew I needed a score, and I just put my head down and went. And obviously, now I know what I have to work on in the off season. Now that we have like Pipe, Tahiti, I'm guessing will probably stay on the calendar because, I mean, look at this. But props to Taddy, she's so good under pressure, and I learned a lot this contest, and I'm excited to go home and work on some backhand barrel riding.
Amazing. I was just going to say, great campaign for the full year. What are your plans for next year? Obviously, backhand barrel riding is going to be one of them, but what else?
I think just growing as a surfer, there's a few areas that I've identified that I need to improve, and I think consistency for me is the main one. I mean, I clung on with the tip of my toes at Margaret River, and I just don't really want to be put in that position again because I think it took everything out of me mentally for this back half of the year. So yeah, consistency, and I want to go back to having fun because I feel like this year I felt a bit of pressure, it got to me, and I mean, we just got to realise that we have such a cool job, and I mean, yeah, what a way to end the year.
What a way to end the year. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Should be very proud of her season. The win at Margaret River was huge. It allowed her to complete in this entire year from Pipeline right here to Tahiti. As we know, she'll be coming out blazing next season in 2023. Down to 2:10 on the clock. The battle to stay in contention for the WSL Final Five continues with Lakey Peterson and Tyler Wright. Mentioned how many wins that Tyler had, her world titles, but Lakey's seen improvement with more wins more recently, dealing with her back injury off and on, but something changed a few years ago, and she got to enjoy kind of a season to have a rival like Steph Gilmore. She's been now named a world title contender like she deserves, so this heat is far from over. Tyler just needs a 2-9 with priority, and Lakey just out in front.
Oh, a minute and a half to go, Joe. I'm at the edge of my seat. This is as tight as they get.
And knowing that you could potentially compete for a world title, and there's 90 seconds on the line. I mean, Tyler is so good at keeping her composure no matter where she is in a season. As she's making a move now with priority, needs a 2.9 to stay in contention, changes her mind at the last minute.
That wave just going under. I'd love to know whether Lakey got on a different board, but with a minute to go, it might not even matter. Tyler only needing that 2.9, so she's going to have to make a move, and maybe it might just be turns.
Tyler just playing the game well, just hanging on to priority. Lakey will lock into this one to see if she can better her 1.73. She goes down, no improvement there. Now Tyler with the lineup to herself, chasing a 2.9.
Wow, 40 seconds go. Looks like a paddle for Tyler.
Tyler looking for the win here, right into a bottom turn, needs a hack right there in the pocket, rides away, winds up for a second maneuver over the reef. She's trying to hang in there, and she will get gobbled up.
Wow.
As that reef is really showing itself dry. But knowing that her whole season was on the line, there's no way Tyler was kicking out. She did complete the first turn, chasing just a 2.9, Laura. Was that enough?
Wow, absolute dry reef there from Tyler. But yeah, even that drop, I think she'll get a chunk of points from that drop. Just couldn't scoop under the barrel. It did have a little barrel there at the start, but Tyler just fighting till the death, doing everything she could on that wave. It'll be interesting. I'm actually not sure what they're going to go with that score, but it could be there.
2.9 was what Tyler was chasing. A little out of control in her finish. Might come down to that opening maneuver. They have had a couple of backside turns to make those comparisons with. Will Tyler or Lakey continue for a shot at the WSL Final Five? One of them will have their season end right now here in the elimination round. Doesn't get much closer than that, Laura.
Yeah, it really doesn't. And unfortunately for Lakey, it just looked like that new board, maybe it was a bit small, but just skipped out on the face there, and she couldn't capitalize or better that 1.73. So that'll hurt Lakey if Tyler gets the score here. But yeah, the judges will be going back and looking at all those turns that happened throughout the heat to see, yeah, that first turn of Tyler's was pretty critical. So
scores coming in now for Tyler Wright, chasing a 2.9. It's going to be incredibly close.
Wow.
5 judges on the paddle. They drop the high and the low. Scores in for Tyler. Needs a 2.9. It comes in at a 2.7. Not enough. Tyler Wright eliminated in the elimination round, and Lakey Peterson stays in contention for the WSL Final Five.
Wow. Wow. That, yeah, it doesn't get much closer, but Lakey Peterson keeping the dream alive. What a moment for her. She's just waiting to hear the news right now. It's going to be absolute elation as we see some boards flying through the air, but you know, that's going to hurt for Tyler Wright. We knew that she, you know, charges so hard out here and was probably expecting more from that heat, but Lakey Peterson.
And what an effort for Tyler, missing events this season, finaling at J-Bay to give herself a shot, but it comes down to one maneuver. Riding out of that last one for Tyler would have made the difference. Lakey stays in contention as she moves on into the quarterfinals. We'll take a quick break. We'll bring in Kaipo and Peter Mel right after this.
Having this vision, I've been having this vision. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags, I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my wish, back in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I bring it down, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I never change. That's in my blood, I never change. That's in my blood, I never change.
Welcome back to the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, the final stop of the regular season on the World Surf League Championship Tour. And wow, what a spectacle Teahupo'o is. We look forward to it every single year. Yorana e Maeva, welcome. I'm Kaipo. This is the Hall of Famer Pete Mel joining me. And Pete, we saw the women's elimination round just completed. Some action.
Very end of those heats, man. It came down to it. Lakey just barely dodged one. She's still in contention for that final 5. That was a very close heat. We had some exciting finishes to those heats, which is exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, we also had Brisa Hennessey answering the call. She had to make that elimination round heat if she wants to really keep her name in the conversation in regards to that final 5 for the WSL Finals. That's happening at Lower Trestle, September 8th through 16th, and she answered the call. I think as so far the highest single wave score today, a 7-point ride for a back end barrel.
And what, I mean, to her, you know, credit, destiny, really. It felt like it was that wave was gifted to her, and she was able to execute. And in that moment, she must be, elated, obviously. Same thing for Lakey Peterson. I mean, she ended up getting that one barrel that really made the difference in that heat. You know, Tyler gave it a run all the way to the very end, but it's about the barrel. So I like that heat was really close, right? Only separated by 0.2. And with that, but the barrel getting a little bit of the edge, and so Lakey's back in it, and we still gotta unfold that final 5. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's still up in the air. Well, tremendous effort by Lakey Peterson. She's into the quarterfinal. Right now, she's on the boat with Dimity Stoyle.
Lakey Peterson, absolute pressure-filled moments. What's going through your head at the end of the heat when Tyler only needed a 2.9, and her score ended up coming through as a 2.7?
Yeah, yeah, I caught a break there, to be honest. The second half of this year's just felt so like an uphill battle for me, and I don't know, Tyler's just so capable. I was sure she was gonna get it. Even before she caught that wave, I was like, I have to better my score, just do anything. I switched boards to a board that turns better, but then I fell on the one before her last wave. So yeah, I'm just really stoked to make it. It's been a tough, few events for me, so I really want to make lowers, and I think I can do well out here, so yeah, really happy that one just rolled my way. I needed it.
It's good, you're still in it, and coming up in the quarterfinals, you got a huge matchup against Brisa. What's the plan?
Oh wow, sick. I guess it's just, it's kind of just make or break with that one. That's who I'm here to kind of beat at the moment, and she's been surfing great. She got a great wave today, this morning, and I love Brisa as a person and a surfer, but I want to make lowers, and I'm going to take no prisoners, that's for sure. That's really exciting. I think it'll be really cool. It's fun when you can just decide it's in your own hands, no one else, so it'll be a great heat.
Yeah, we're all so excited to watch that absolute showdown. Thanks, Lakey. Good luck.
Wow. So Lakey just getting the news because we reseed before the quarterfinals, so she's getting the news that it's going to be a grudge match. Quarterfinal number 4, Peter. Brisa Hennessey, Lakey Peterson, whoever comes out of that heat is on the way to that final 5.
It's so true. It literally is all about that heat. And talk about pressure for both of these surfers. I can't wait for that one to unfold, and I hope that it's going to be in beautiful barreling Teahupo'o, because that's what you want.
Spoiler alert, look at quarterfinal number 3. The wild card is going to come up against the #1 seed in 5-time world champ Carissa Moore. Vahine Ferrero could pull an upset there in quarterfinal 3.
Gotta love those matchups. All 4 of those heats are, the surfers that have been in form from the early rounds. Carissa's always going to come up. She knew she was going to come up against Vahine Ferrero, probably not only in the first heat, but at some point later in these rounds. That's a great matchup. The Stephanie-Courtney heat is always a good one, too. I think Courtney has a lot to prove out here, and Steph wants to keep that spot. Right now it feels like the final 5 is pretty much almost solidified, except for that bottom spot, that last spot.
Yeah, well, quarterfinal number 1, I like it. All goofy foot matchup between Tatiana Weston-Webb and Caroline Marks, especially if we see Teahupo'o really show its teeth and get a little bit bigger, and maybe those longer ones from the south connecting to the west bowl. That could be a historic heat.
It so could be, and again, the seeding still to be finalized, and I think it's important. Each spot you get above is a definite advantage heading into lowers.
Yeah, well, we know that Joanne Gaffey is going to be heading into lowers. She clinched her spot in that final 5, but she is out of competition here in Tahiti because of the dangerous wild card in the way of Vahine Ferrero.
Pretty dicey heat this morning. A lot of inside, outside trying to catch these waves. Basically a shocker for Joanne Gaffey. Had to go through the lagoon once. Her board went through twice. Leash coming off, caught behind. Just a basic shocker. I mean, yes, she's going to be competing at lowers in that final 5, but ultimately a bit of a bummer here at Teahupo'o.
Yeah, and Vahine just giving us a little glimpse of that tube riding ability, threading through that barrel, and so comfortable here at the end of the road.
Well, and it's just good for her to be able to get through those heats that just don't come easy, right? And she was able to get through it. You know, not a huge score there, 6.6. The 3.93 she had, just a quick little barrel on the inside. But again, just competing, you know, at a very high level. And she could be against the world's best, and she's proving that she can be here. She wants to be here.
Yeah, and deserves to be here as well. Remember, Vahine Fierro also competing on the Challenger Series. It wants a full-time role in that 2023 championship tour. So this is going to be a confidence builder in home waters. And like I said, she could really be the spoiler in this event.
Yeah, in this event specifically, and you talked about the Challenger Series, and ultimately that's where a lot of her focus is this season, because she needs to make it into that top 5 so she can get onto the championship tour. So she's got some work to do there. She's sitting, I think, at number 9. You'll confirm that for me. But yeah, still work to do. Still a lot of events to happen.
Yeah, well, Vahine Fierro was also a part giving back to the community. And when we do have stops on the World Surf League Championship Tour, the Rising Tides is a great activation that we do to empower young female surfers. And we did just that here at Teahupo'o. And Vahine Fierro was one of the contributors to that wonderful activation.
You asked us a few years ago if we would ever share a lineup at Teahupo'o with all of the girls. It wouldn't be something that I think would be possible, but here we are today.
Yeah, it was super important for me to be part of Rising Tides today. Just being here and sharing the lineup with them. I've been looking up to all those CT surfers my whole life. Some of them, it was their first time, and surrounded by the best in the world, I think nothing can get better than that.
All of them is like my favorite, so you can really choose. I just wanted to surf with all my heroes here, and it was just incredible to do that.
The women's are more and more present in the water, and it's really important for me to be able to share and maybe influence some girls to just get out there. I have never seen that many women in the water since I've been surfing here, and it was so amazing.
Just shows you how the future of women's surfing is progressing, and the future is really bright.
Rising Tides!
Rising Tides, wasn't that a great happening there over here in Tahiti? And just and you know what, we saw Kelia. We surfed with Kelia a couple days ago at Teava'ino, and
10 years old.
10 years old, and she was
it's amazing.
Absolutely ripping. It was quite a sight.
Yeah, and you saw all the numbers of the girls here, and that's just the ones that are here in Tahiti, right? So you think about the future and what this island beholds. We're going to see some chargers in the next 3 to 4 years, and this event being on the schedule, how much of an inspiration is it to these young women to be able to see this place be on the map, and what a drive it could probably give to one of these youngsters to be out there. And again, like we mentioned, the 10-year-old, oh man, she was the perfect style and just amazing. It was so fun.
It was so fun. Well, let's look into the future actually of competition today. We got a word from out on the channel with Will Hayden-Smith. He's with Dimity Stoyle.
Thanks, Kaipo. I'm with Will. Can you give us an update on the call?
Yeah, so we're going to be on hold till 10 o'clock local time. The last couple of heats were a bit slow and the wind's puffed up from the north, so we're just going to monitor it for the next 20 minutes or so. The good thing is, if we do see things improve, we can start back up at 10:05. We're all here ready to switch it back on.
Perfect. Hopefully the wind comes back around and it starts pumping.
Let's do it.
Well, there you go. Just a small break in the action. So
I did some digging on the winds going through here. So we've got several models that everyone, Surfline specifically, uses. There's the GFS, there's the Euro model, there's the German model. They all have been very don't know what's going to happen here. GFS said that there was going to be more westerly winds coming today, right? That was kind of something that we saw. And then I was kind of referring to the Euro model this morning, and that gave us more north angle. We want the north angle. Right now, we've got the west. So that's why we're going to wait it out. It's coming. It's just fluffing the top of the lineup. It's making for that little ruffle. It's going to be temporary. That's my call. I'm going to guarantee temporary. Hopefully, we can just get through this next 20 minutes and it starts to clean up.
Yeah, well, I mean, according to the models, we're on hold. So we're waiting for everything to turn around. But we'll be right back with more of the Hold Show right after this. Back at the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. This is the Hold Show. We are on hold until 10 o'clock local time, waiting for the winds to resume competition. Italo Ferreira is preparing himself. He'll be in heat number 1 of the opening round against Matthew McGillivray, as well as Iago Dora. That's what we have to come up, and that's a great way to start off that opening round. I'm Kaipo. This is the Hall of Famer Peter Mel.
Good morning, Yorana, as we like to say here in Tahiti, and yeah, that's a good matchup, that first one. Although I will say I'm thinking about memories of Teahupo'o, and I think we have some good ones coming up here in a second.
Well, we're looking towards the future when we resume competition, but it's always nice to take a look back, right? And so for that, we're going to take an Outerknown flashback back to 2014, where two of the best tube riders in the entire world met up in the semifinals.
You'd have to say this is one of the best heats of all time. You know, you've got the veteran, the GOAT, the greatest of all time in Kelly Slater. The man right now, one of the best tube riders in the world, John Florence, in perfect, gigantic Teahupo'o. These guys were able to push the boundaries of each other and their own, surfing against a wave that they love so much. And this was an incredible matchup. And they were matching basically 9, 10-point rides the entire heat.
Look at this thick west bowls here at Teahupo'o. And just, you can see when it reaches its potential, it is a thing of wonder, Peter.
It sure is. You know, on this swell, again, this perfect direction, the perfect size, the great energy level of it, around 15 seconds. And we refer to this event because it was like that for 4 days straight. I mean, it was incredible. The entire event was held in these massive barrels. And, you know, those are the type of events we like to reflect on. But we're here, and we're dealing with the elements right now. We got a little west wind blowing on it. But I ultimately think that that'll back off here soon. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, oh well. And our forecast, it looks fantabulous right now.
Fantabulous.
Yes.
That's a word?
It is. It is a hybrid word of fabulous and fantastic. Because take a look at this, Peter.
Yeah, that's the swell we're starting to see fill in right now. We have yet to see the real brunt of it. I think there's still another hour or two before we start to see that really truly fill in. We've been dealing with a local weather storm, and I was actually taking a look just during that break there. There's a lot of east wind underneath the island that is tearing up that swell coming through it. So it might take a little extra time, but Surfline has guaranteed us 6 to 10 feet, 8 to 12 feet, even 10 to 15 feet by tonight. So we're gonna see it jump up pretty darn quick going through the rest of the week. Got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Another pulse on Sunday. It's going to show up kind of late, so we have that kind of in our back pocket. But ultimately, tomorrow and the next day, and even this afternoon, I think we're going to be able to mow through some heats.
Oh, and could be epic Tahiti, epic Teahupo'o out here. And I'm just crossing my fingers. And but it's looking good.
Yeah, you think about surf forecasting and how far it's come. It's truly amazing. We keep sending satellites up there that are even more visually, crystal clear. You can see these storms and the winds and what they are. So I mean, the forecasting has been amazing. Gotta love NOAA for what they've been able to do, because it's important to understand what's going to happen in the future. Although we like to live in the moment, it's sometimes nice to know what's just happening a little bit in the future.
Well, the future right now is we're going to take a little bit of a breather, but we're going to be back with more. You don't want to go anywhere, because it's going to continue here in Tahiti. More of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro on the way right after this. Yorana, and welcome back to the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. And it is a glorious day here. We're on a bit of a hold until 10 o'clock local time, when we're planning to resume competition. The wind out of the west is blowing a little bit, but the wind's shifting around and should bring us back into highly contestable surf, and the high possibility of big barrels coming through this afternoon. I'm Kaipo along with Peter Mel as we survey the lineup. Pete.
Yeah, that little breeze blowing over the Red Bull Athlete Zone. How good is the floating Red Bull Athlete Zone? You just sit out in the channel and everything's there for you. Guaranteed a Red Bull is there if you need it. And again, that little breeze, fluffing across that's a westerly direction. If it turns, just starts to clock around. Again, that's what the forecast is. But we have these islands, and you have this gap in the islands that kind of feeds that wind through, and it gets a little bit, and it turns it. And that's why we have this little fluff on the top of the lip. As the energy picks up, with the swell, it's not going to affect the wave as much. But right now, since we don't have that swell totally filled in yet, and I don't like saying this, but I feel like just because of all that wind below the island ripping across, we're going to see that it's going to take a little moment for the swell to get through that.
Well, I mean, you alluded to that east swell coming on to the south-southwest swell. So it is actually, you have like swell trains marching into each other. So that east swell is doing is kind of like a little blocker, right?
Yeah.
Just slowing them down at the door. But, you know, that south-southwest swell is far too strong. It'll eventually break through.
As you look in at the, just like that last heat we watched, Kelly Slater, that was 2014, and here he is still at the top of his game competing. And you would have to say he's one of the favorites here. With all the experience and how good he is on the back end, he is truly the greatest. Kelly Slater.
That's why we call him the GOAT. You know, it's an acronym for greatest of all time. Every sport has its GOAT, but ours is Kelly Slater. So, yeah, it's good to see Kelly back here, and he would, like you said, be one of the favorites on paper coming into this year's competition. But, you know, we do more than just competition. Of course, that's our focus. But one thing that we do at the World Surf League is we want to leave every single stop that we come to better than how we found it. And we do that through an activation called We Are One Ocean in WSL Pure. And we do it at every single stop. And we had a great one over here.
You sure did. And you've been a big part of it. You know, you've been hosting a lot of that stuff. And again, each and every stop, we get to choose some activation that's happening. And the one that happened here is pretty cool.
Yeah, what we did was we planted coral with the coral gardeners, and we're keeping the coral reef alive because it's so important for our ecosystem, not just in the water, but on Earth. So let's take a look at what we did here with We Are One Ocean.
Coral is such a huge part of our life as surfers. It's what makes these amazing waves. We have to try and protect it at all costs.
We are in Tahiti doing a reef restoration project with coral gardeners and the Tahiti ET Surf Club.
All the coral fragments are in the water, and they will teach you how to make some ropes.
Adobe is partnering with the WSL's We Are One Ocean initiative in Tahiti to #CreateWaves, and we're challenging the surf community to use creativity to inspire the protection of our one ocean.
Can you guys do by yourself?
I think so.
Yeah. One day I went surfing and I saw that the coral reef were dying, and every day I saw it happening. If we lose it, we lose the surf, we lose the fish, the oxygen we breathe. We are on a mission to revolutionize ocean conservation and try to build a movement to help save coral reef ecosystems.
It's kind of a way of giving back to the ocean. We know how the corals are important for the ocean and for the planet Earth.
Is that jumping?
We invite all the kids from our club and the community to come to show the kids what is important and how to do the plantation. It's just very important because the kids are the future.
In 1 year's time, I can come back and look at how my coral reef grew and how I helped impact the environment in a really good way. Little differences can make really big differences in the end.
Just being aware of the things that you do can affect the ecosystems around you. It plays an important role for us as surfers, but not just surfers, fishermen, fish, sharks, all kinds of wildlife and marine wildlife. And it's one of our greatest ecosystems, and if we don't look after it, it could be extinct.
Through the Create Waves initiative, Adobe is asking creators everywhere to make the case for ocean protection. During the Tahiti Pro, we are posting what we can do to help, like the Coral Gardeners initiative, to show how our collective actions can make an impact.
Now it's your turn. Tell us what you're doing to protect and conserve our one ocean. Download the Adobe Express app, search for World Surf League to get our custom template.
Share your creations on social with #CreateWaves and #WeAreOneOcean, and tag Adobe and WSL for a chance for your post to be seen in the lead up to the WSL Finals in September.
We are one ocean!
We are one ocean, and remember, you can get involved too. #CreateWaves, We Are One Ocean, and remember to tag Adobe and WSL. Share with us what you're doing.
Well, you think about it, they are putting a little piece of coral on a rope, right? And then they're putting them out underneath the ocean to grow. And they do, they grow on this rope, and then all of a sudden you take it off and you stick it in a rock and you grow a reef. I mean, how amazing is that? Yeah, it takes some time, but it is working. It is unbelievable that these kids have done this and bringing it to the world.
Well, a lot of people don't realize that reef is a living organism, so you can do that in anywhere you have reef. Remember, tread lightly on it, because the reefs are basically little housings for the coral polyps. So those are their houses, and they live in there, and they keep on creating reef. So you don't want to damage it. So, you know, one thing just everybody in the world can be aware of is tread lightly on live coral.
I mean, you think it's actually you know, a plant, but it's not. It's an actual animal,
yes.
Right? And so it does, and it grows. And so obviously, you know, again, there's been the coral bleaching happening all over the planet. And so this is a way to kind of counteract that.
Yeah, it's beautiful, but it's dangerous too, because this is live reef under all of these surfers right now as we are in this hold show. So we're going to keep on holding, and but we'll take a break. E hoi mai, ma tau. It means we'll be right back in Tahitian. I'm saying it in English too. Stick around. Welcome back to the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. We're anticipating the start of the men's opening round here at the end of the road. And this has been the whole show, and I have an update for you. It's 10 o'clock right now, 10 a.m. local Tahiti time. We're going to make another call at 10:45 Tahiti time for an 11 o'clock start. So that's going to be our next update, and a possible start time will be 11 o'clock Tahiti time. But in the meantime, you can stick with us and enjoy some of the highlights from the last time we were here, 2019, and we had some epic surf here at the end of the road. Check it out.
Welcome to paradise. The channel is already fired up for one of the craziest left-handers in the world.
We are literally at the venue where some of the greatest rides in the history of our sport have taken place.
It's the heaviest, most critical wave in the world.
That was gnarly.
A place that defines what is rideable on a surfboard.
Oh!
This is the Tahiti Pro Chopu. The WSL Championship Tour, by definition, is the world's best surfers competing in the world's best waves. 11 unique events on 6 different continents to ultimately decide the world champions of the sport. 6 events on the WSL calendar are complete, and now we journey to the South Pacific island nation of French Polynesia, host to the Tahiti Pro Teahupo'o, presented by Hurley.
Coming to Tahiti and Teahupo'o is so unique because it's got this really cool French Polynesian culture. The beauty takes you over in the water. You can't stop just looking every direction, but you're very present here in Tahiti. It's all based on being on the ocean, whether it's surfing, fishing, snorkeling. It's absolute paradise.
As the WSL Championship Tour arrives in Tahiti, a massive South Pacific swell is producing monster waves at Teahupo'o.
The day before the trials was on, it was massive. Like, it was a towing day. There wasn't many people paddling just because like no one wanted to get hurt before the comp. That's how much challenging it is.
I got that big swell. That was intense, you know, like, I was so big, I was so scared. That was a crazy experience.
Very large surf is forecast for this event, and anticipation is high that this could be one of the best Tahiti Pro contests in recent years.
We see the lineup, some opting for the helmets, which is looking like a smart call.
The lead up, the anticipation is what it's all about. All these competitors, when they look at the forecast, if they see a purple blob, that's when their heart's in their throat.
Surfers will be tested. Guaranteed there's going to be some heavy wipeouts, but obviously there'll be some incredible barrel rides as well. It's basically what you hope for every time you come to Tahiti.
The Tahiti Pro takes place at the end of the road, on a shallow reef pass offshore from the town of Teahupo'o. South Pacific swells march in from extremely deep, dark water and abruptly slam into a very steep and shallow reef shelf. The result is the most powerful and dangerous surf break on tour.
It just gathers all this volume and just pitches so quick and fast. The dangerous nature of this wave is just how much power it has.
After like 6 foot, all the way to like 15, 20 foot, that's when everything gets, you know, serious. I broke my hand and my back.
Michelle Perez bails off the top.
You have to be comfortable with that energy, the danger of getting hurt. There is a reality that you could die out there. And there's just too much speed and energy. If nothing else, you could just chew your whole body up. It's a different animal for sure.
I don't know that anyone could have made that.
It's a wave on tour that brings that fear factor to the top 34.
I liken it to just a gladiator pit. You know, there's just, you're surrounded by boats, people, your fellow competitors. The waves pops up out of nowhere. It's just this little psycho arena.
It's a pretty picturesque kind of place too. The water's blue and the mountains are green. It's kind of got a double whammy effect.
The wave is perfect. You just gotta do your job.
11-time world champion Kelly Slater is the greatest Teahupo'o surfer of all time. Slater holds the record with 5 wins here at the end of the road, 7 10-point rides, and remarkably, 2 perfect 20-point heats.
Comes flying through. Oh my God!
There it is, another perfect heat for Kelly Slater.
If you look at a wave at Teahupo'o, there's only really a couple elements that you're dealing with. How late was your drop? How deep did you get in the barrel? And how clean did you make it out? The most important thing is that you're deep in the tube and you're almost being knocked off, but you're making it, you're in control. I think when I'm really in tune with things, I feel like I'm surfing a different spot than the other guy. I'm looking at different things.
Kelly going that little bit deeper on the reef than everyone else and looking for perhaps a different type of wave.
It's small details.
Kelly Slater was born and raised in Cocoa Beach, Florida, a coastline characterized by small, weak surfing conditions. But that has not stopped him from evolving into the best barrel riding surfer on the planet.
Barrel waves are a no-brainer. That's the kind of waves I love, and it's just ironic being from Florida that those waves suit me the best.
Kelly sets the benchmark for scary hollow waves. He is a lot better than 99.9% of the tour out here at Teahupo'o.
A mere mortal surfer would have no chance at that barrel, but Kelly Slater making it look easy.
He's won in smaller conditions. He's won in massive conditions. He's still relevant in the barrel as the guy to beat. It's something you can say very confidently that he has got a big chance to win this contest.
This is the moment a lot of us have been waiting for. Kelly Slater, the greatest of all time. He's ready to have a big dig here against Jack Freestone.
At 47 years old, Slater is on a quest to win a historic 12th world title. He currently sits 8th in the rankings, and to progress, he must beat Jack Freestone in a head-to-head elimination heat.
Here we go, scratching into this one. Slater comes through that, no problem. Jack Freestone's opening up his account against Kelly Slater. And he likes it as well.
No hands, pull straight in. That was a beautiful wave from Jack Freestone. Kelly Slater, oh my goodness. What was Kelly thinking? Jack Freestone on another one. Realized the second score will put a lot of pressure on Kelly Slater.
Jack Freestone has Kelly Slater up against the ropes. Slater now needs an 8.9.
You know who Slater is, and you know what he does out here, so we'll see if he can pull one out of the hat.
Oh, he's got one.
Comes out standing tall.
Scores coming through for Kelly.
7.7, not enough, and it is Jack Freestone disposing of Kelly Slater.
Absolutely an upset. Everyone pegged Kelly to do super well. You have these expectations for the GOAT.
I think there's not enough points out there for me to have a realistic look at getting myself in that world title hunt come pipeline. Looks like that he took my year out for me.
In a true upset, Slater is defeated by Freestone. Kelly's quest for a 12th world title has now just about ended. Up next, American Chloe Andino pulls on the yellow Jeep leader jersey for the first time. And later, could this be the first 10-point ride of the year?
Oh! We could see it, ladies and gentlemen.
The Tahiti Pro Teahupo'o continues. This is the Tahiti Pro Teahupo'o presented by Hurley.
We're here at that frightening, beautiful left-hander over the shallow reef called Teahupo'o.
As a WSL competitor, the Tahiti Pro is either your most anticipated contest or feared nightmare.
Skips out with the fins, and can he save himself? No, over the falls, onto the reef.
It's like being in the middle of a dynamite explosion.
Every surfer's nightmare.
The wave at Teahupo'o is beautiful, yet deadly. You can get the ride of your life or the worst wipeout of your career.
Beautiful and ferocious at the same time.
You actually see water getting sucked up because it's such an aggressive pull off that shallow water.
It demands a lot of courage. If an 8-foot slabby West Peak comes at you, it's one of the scariest things you can face as a competitor on tour.
With a building West Swell, the round of 32 was held in pumping conditions.
Oh, how deep was that?
Oh my goodness. In that cave with the helmet just spelunkering through there.
Great ride for Owen.
We saw jaw-dropping performances.
Go, son, go.
Wilson.
Oh, yes.
What a ride for Wilson, a 9.4.
A series of 9-point rides.
Michelle Perez threads through that section.
Just squeezed out of that one.
And Kyle comes through that section.
Oh, here's Griff. Oh, that's it right there. Oh, yeah. That was it.
And a massive buzzer-beater finish to highlight the day.
De Souza the comeback. Spits. De Souza's out.
He just had the heat of a lifetime.
The WSL Championship Tour is comprised of 11 unique events that ultimately decide the world champion of the sport. The Tahiti Pro is stop 7. And as we barrel into the back half of the season, American Chloe Andino sits at the top of the Jeep leaderboard.
And
And Kaloe Andino will move into that #1 position on the Jeep leaderboard.
You know, I want to finish #1 in the world. I think anyone that's in the top 10, I can do the same surfing as them. I'm just excited for the back half of the year, and hopefully I can get my first event win and finish out #1.
Kaloe Andino, it just feels like mentally he's in the best place he's ever been.
And he starts to celebrate. That is a big win.
Historically, this is the first time a Californian surfer has led the WSL rankings since Shane Beschen in 1996. Proudly, Andino pulls on the yellow jersey for the first time in his career.
Teahupo'o is definitely like a warrior's wave. Like, it requires you to be pretty gung-ho, and it tests everyone. Even when it's small, you just get slammed on the reef, get pounded, break your board, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's exciting, and you gotta own it.
As the top-ranked competitor, Kaloe Andino is matched against the lowest seed, that being young wildcard Callie Vast. Andino should be the favorite, but Vast is a hungry local who surfs this treacherous wave almost every day.
And now getting this opener to get things started, Kaloe Vast.
And that was sick, man. That was really nice and deep, well positioned.
Andino, meanwhile, puts himself in a great section to get blown out into the channel.
He upped the ante. You know, job well done there, 5.83.
Kaloe Andino in the barrel.
Backdoors that section, nice length of ride in the tube. Beautiful tube riding, nice and deep.
Kaloe Vast needs a 5.49 or better.
Talk about critical.
Let's come out, and he does. 7.83. Kaloe Vast takes the lead. World #1, Kaloe Andino, eliminated in this round of 32.
I was lucky because I got my last one at the end, and yeah, I got the score, and super lucky.
With Andino out, reigning world champion Gabrielle Medina is focused on winning heats and gaining ground on the Jeep leader. In recent years, Medina has become the man to beat in Tahiti.
Gabrielle Medina, our 2014 Billabong Pro Tahiti champion. A huge moment for the young Brazilian, just 20 years of age.
Since 2014, the Brazilian has made 4 out of 5 finals and celebrated 2 event wins.
How does he do it? Every wave is just so flawless for Gabrielle Medina.
Yeah, it feels amazing to be back in Tahiti. It's my favorite wave on tour. Teahupo'o is all about positioning, you know? You have to be in the right spot when it comes.
This is Medina taking off deep to backdoor the section.
I have on my mind always, I need to be deep. The wave is perfect. You just gotta do your job.
His control at riding in the barrel is incredible, and this allows him to stay in the tube until the natural force of the breaking wave literally spits him out.
Always adrenaline. Can be small, can be big. That makes me excited to go surf.
Medina is the defending event champion, and his quest for a 3rd Tahiti title begins with a matchup against Hawaiian Ezekiel Lau.
He really is, to me, the master.
And Medina on his opening ride.
Oh, the magician.
Right? Disappears, reappears, and likely to get a nice, weighty score.
Yeah, he's just getting his feet wet.
Oh.
Zeke, another one of those foamy waves. Like, if I see foam on the wave, I'm not going.
Medina standing high, finding an exit to back up his opening ride of a 6.33.
Lau's turn to pull into a pretty solid section. Needs an 8.9 to catch up to the defending event champ.
Oh, look at this.
Medina able to drive under a solid section.
He just makes it look easy, but there's so many little nuances going on with what Gabriel's doing.
Gabrielle Medina looking very dangerous, moving to the round of 16.
Yeah, I'm looking for a good result here. It's a special place for me. And yeah, I'll keep focused on that.
Coming up next, he's the local favorite with the biggest smile on the island. Right along with the Spartan. And witness what many are calling the heat of the year.
Late takeoff, slip to slide for Perez.
The Tahiti Pro Teahupo'o continues.
Locking in Michelle Perez.
Welcome back to paradise. This is the Tahiti Pro Teahupo'o, presented by Hurley. They call this place the end of the road. The pavement literally ends in Teahupo'o. From there, you walk across a small footbridge and the adventure begins. Wsl Perez is the only Tahitian surfer on the championship tour. For him, this is his Super Bowl. Representing France, Perez was born in French Polynesia and lives on Tahiti. Wsl knows firsthand that Teahupo'o is one of the most serious waves on tour.
I remember like that wave, that big one came, and I turned around and just started to paddle. I went up and boom. The wave took me and threw me straight on the reef, and I broke my hand. I broke a vertebra. I hit my head as well. And at first I thought it would be like pretty easy, you know, to come back and to surf at the same level, but still now, you know, I still have some damages.
The last couple of weeks, I've been like struggling for my neck problem, and I just want to get my mojo back. You know, it's pretty hard.
It took me 2 years to be back to 100%.
25 seconds on the clock. Wsl locks in, pulls in on the takeoff. Nice in the pocket. He'll come out.
Well, there you go. Wsl Perez takes out the Pipeline Masters in loving memory of Andy Irons. What a feeling.
He's won in Rio, he's won in Margaret River, but now he can call himself a pipe master.
That's the biggest event as a surfer to win, and I did it.
Your 2016 Billabong Pipe Master, Wsl Perez.
Yeah, so I've been on the tour for like 10 years now, and you know it's been unreal since the first year I got on tour until the person I become now. You know, it's so much different, and it's life gets different when you have a family. Once you have kids, yeah, like you cannot be selfish anymore. You know, so surfing is so like such a selfish sport. You know, like you wake up and you want to go surf, you go surf. There's a little right-hander that breaks here. I remember sitting here with my dad and looking at the guys like, you know, taking off and catching waves and stuff, and I was like, oh, this is sick. You know, this is what I want like to try. You know, like it looks fun. Next thing you know, I was standing up on a wave already. I remember like I wanted to go all the way to Teahupo'o. Like we can see the point from here, way far out. That's Teahupo'o. The first time I went to Teahupo'o, I was 14 years old, and I was so scared because it was so powerful and perfect as well. Like I didn't know how to get barrel. Tried to get in the barrel, boom, out, out. I didn't get one barrel. Now my real goal in life is to take care of my kids and to make them, you know, good people. Both of my kids are good kids. They love to play, they love to jump in the water, like they're just normal kids. But what makes them different than other kids is like they can travel. I want them to understand that like we are lucky to have what we have today, you know, so. Every time when I go home, like I know it's gonna be like epic, you know, because I love what's around me, like my family, I love my friends, I love my wife, I love my kids, and I love surfing most of all, and everything that I have here, that's because of surfing.
Wsl Perez has tasted victory 3 times on surfing's biggest stage, including a dramatic win at the famed Billabong Pipe Masters. But in his heart, the Tahiti Pro is the one contest he wants to conquer more than any other. Here in the round of 16, Perez will be challenged by Owen Wright for a spot in the quarterfinals.
Pulling in, Wsl Perez. He kicks out of a thick one.
Beautiful ride.
Owen Wright pulls in and celebrates the exit. Now a bigger set. Setting up for Owen Wright. This thing going inside out behind him. Owen has to celebrate.
Look at these waves right now. It is absolutely pulsing. Oh boy.
Late takeoff, slip to slide for Perez. Dealt with a huge wipeout. Now he's dealing with a big number to make a comeback here. A 9.83 to be a part of finals day and an event that he wants to win so badly. Locking in Wsl Perez. Wow. In the belly of the beast. Oh. And he's got to feel like a superhero after surviving that one. Owen's on the next one. Oh my God. As he is making another wave here at Teahupo'o. Numbers locked in for Wsl Perez, 9.43. He'll stay in that second spot, and Owen Wright will see himself into finals day.
Wsl Perez got the 9.43. That could have been a 10. I think a lot of people were thinking that it may have been a 10. So it was one of the rides of the day. Owen Wright, on the other hand, was just hacking massive barrels time after time and just got the nod over Wsl. But that really was one of the heats of the event and one of the heats of the year as well.
Owen considers this his favorite event on tour. And like Wsl, winning this contest would feel extra special. Up next, the Teahupo'o channel gets loud. And could this be the first perfect 10 wave of the 2019 Men's Championship Tour? Radical times at the Tahiti Pro Teahupo'o up next. Welcome back to the Tahiti Pro Teahupo'o, presented by Hurley. Two-time world champion Gabriel Medina knows surfing perfection. From his historic backflip in the Rio Beach break.
Backflip rotation and pulls it off.
To the impossible backdoor bomb at last year's Pipeline Masters, Medina has a total of 15 perfect 10 rides in his career. Gabriel's gem in Hawaii was the last perfect score on the Men's Championship Tour. Here at Teahupo'o, Medina has 2 10-point rides to date.
Oh my goodness, Gabriel Medina, how did he come out of that one?
And with epic conditions, he will be hunting the first perfect wave of the year.
On a swell like this, I think it's really hard to understand how scary it really is.
Buckle in, because we have excellent surfing, monstrous waves.
With a pumping 10-foot West Swell producing warehouse-sized barrels, Gabriel Medina takes on young Californian Griffin Colapinto.
Colapinto pulls on the hook and almost comes out, spins on top of the wave face, and a brutal wipeout for Griffin Colapinto.
More action times. Medina showing the control and experience.
He opened up BL with a 9.23.
Here we go. Pulls up into the tube. Great travel time. Grabs the rail to make sure he gets out of there cleanly. Some massive scores today. We haven't had a perfect ride yet.
Watch this BL.
Drops in late. Oh, just under the lip. Super late, super deep. Spins and he comes out way after the spin. We could see our first 10, ladies and gentlemen.
10, he says. I don't know. Maybe 10. What did you think about Gabby's ride, Strider?
That was a 10 all day. That was ridiculous.
Well, Strider, I'd like to report to you, it was 10s all the way across the board for Gabe Medina.
He was able to drive through it, multiple sections, ultra deep, coming out clean. He asked for the 10 on the way out, but we knew it was going to be one.
This is the first 10 for the men of the year, and Gabe Medina owns it.
Medina at Teahupo'o will go down in the history books as one of the greatest surfers to ever surf this wave.
I love this contest, and to have this kind of waves, it's amazing.
A historic day in surfing. Everyone pushing themselves over the ledge. Let's throw it to the channel with Strider Wazalewski. And Medina vaulting over Strider Wazalewski in the channel.
You know, we were just trying to get close to the action, Kipes, and you know how we like to be close to the action. Medina actually grabbed his board and pulled his leash up over the top of me. It was actually quite impressive.
The Tahiti Pro Teahupo'o takes place totally on the water. And the man with the best seat in the house is WSL analyst Strider Wazalewski.
I'm actually getting a little close. I'm going to paddle back. I'm in a position where I'm behind the jet skis and then the boats and their engines, and you realize you're literally in the back seat of a runaway train that doesn't crash. I'm like a barnacle on the reef. I'm just not going anywhere. Probably the coolest feeling in the world to have so much mayhem happening around you and so much that could go wrong, yet you feel completely safe. Oh, that was gnarly. Oh! Del Silva just ate. Oh, Michelle's going. Oh, it's a sick one. Oh! You know, Michel Perez was so elated that he had made one of the most intense waves I've ever seen him ride that he wasn't even looking when he came over the back of a wave and was looking at the beach, doing the Spartan climb, came flying over the top and landed right into the side of me. And, you know, you just get this rush of like intensity and energy and feeling that you are so in the moment, in the action, and if anything was any different, it would have been total disaster. Guys are getting tens, guys are blowing up all over the place. You're just like so psyched and hyped to be in the zone that you don't even want to move.
For this year, the WSL has changed the color of the Tahiti Pro jerseys to support Glowing, Glowing, Gone. This is a global campaign advocating for coral reef conservation by highlighting the danger signaled by fluorescing corals.
Coral reefs cover less than 1% of the bottom of the ocean, but they provide habitat for more than 25% of all marine species. So it's really important that we try to protect this habitat while we can.
To support Glowing, Glowing, Gone, Michel Perez journeyed to the nearby island of Moorea for a first-hand look at the work of a local group aptly named the Coral Gardeners.
For us, for our culture, like we're supposed to be like the, let's say the protectors of the nature. The reef like gives us everything. From us to surf on the reef, the food, the fishes. Without it, the waves will break like the whole island and we won't be here for sure, you know? It's just the pace of life pretty much.
Corals are stressed around the world because of climate change. Our ocean is warming and those ocean heat waves are essentially stressing the corals out, which causes them to bleach.
There's a way that we can bring them back to life.
5 meters in front of the boat, you will find 7 nursery tables. We have like maybe 2,000 coral waiting to be planted. So the first step is collecting bamboos. Then the second step is to collect some broken pieces of coral. We're gonna put them on the bamboo stem like this, and they're gonna stay 1 month on these nursery tables. And when the coral is enough stick to that bamboo stem, we're gonna plant our corals at the top.
To show me it's working and the result of it, that was exactly what I was looking for. To be able to watch that, yeah, there's hope, yeah.
Let's save the reef! It's on. We got some big caves coming in, really heavy, slabbing barrels.
Up next, more double digits dropped at Teahupo'o.
Owen's gonna get the best wave of the heat for sure.
Owen Wright finds paradise when the Tahiti Pro Teahupo'o continues. This is the Tahiti Pro Teahupo'o presented by Hurley. As the sun rises over the end of the road, the race to the lineup is on, and the flotilla readies for the start of finals day.
It's the morning of the finals, and it's picture perfect out here at Teahupo'o today. Incredible heat, still a ton of waves, maybe a touch more inconsistent from yesterday. It's game on. It's beautiful, and there's going to be a lot of big barrels today.
We're into the quarterfinals already. Got Jadson, Andre, and Owen right out in the water right now. Usually we just give the nod to Owen in the heat like that out here, but the reality of how well Jadson's been surfing, it's a toss-up, so it could go either way.
Quarterfinal number 1 features Jadson Andre taking on Owen Wright.
Right now, Jadson Andre, deep and steep.
Absolutely perfect positioning for the takeoff.
Beautiful ride right there from Jadson Andre.
Jadson Andre, 7.67. Next wave for Owen's gonna land on Jaddy's head. Deep in the pit and chokes. Owen Wright.
Well, Owen just got an equalizer right there on the foam ball. That water angle really shows it. That was just pedal to the metal.
9.07 and the lead for Owen Wright. Jadson's turn slides right into a bomb. Andre has some room to come free into the channel. A shootout between two talented goofy foots that qualified together in the same rookie class.
Look at Owens.
Free fall drop, standing tall.
Owen's gonna get the best wave of the heat for sure. Perfectly deep.
Unbelievable ride for Owen Wright.
One of those waves you just dream of.
A 10-point ride for a spot in the semifinals.
To get a 10, you have to be beyond what your brain thinks is doable, and then you make it and you get that elation. So it's good fun.
Jordy Smith has quietly advanced through the early rounds of the Tahiti Pro, and here in quarterfinal 2, he finds his best ride of the event.
As we see the spit, and coming from behind it is Jordy Smith. Starting to feel it now.
The judges award Smith a 9.23, and Jordy moves into the semifinals. Gabriel Medina's consistency at Teahupo'o is incredible. He has won 33 of a total 41 heats surfed in Tahiti to date.
Medina positioning himself with priority. Barreling section, spit out for Gabe Medina. Nice start for the two-time world champ.
Gabriel Medina, everything working out. He held his ground, waited for the best wave, and he got it.
It's going to be Medina on the inside, stalls for the barrel.
Medina takes down Jeremy Flores, and the Brazilian is into the semifinals, hunting his third Tahiti Pro win. Seth Moniz was a proven standout in the early rounds. The smiling 21-year-old Hawaiian is currently the leading rookie on tour, and rides like this are proving that this rookie will soon be a title contender.
Seth Moniz having a blast in these conditions today.
You know, Seth is he's the ambassador of Aloha, really, on tour right now. He has that Aloha spirit in him through his whole family. The jersey he got at number 7, you know, 7 of them.
I grew up in diapers in the water. Pretty much grew up in the sand. It was like surfing was like walking for me. This is a big influence too. Two-time world longboard champ, and I think it's just kind of in our blood.
We couldn't be more proud as a family unit to see the baby of our family just kind of shine.
He's got that high-risk element to his surfing. Definitely one of the favourites for the Rookie of the Year title.
This is the future of our sport right here, right now. Seth Moniz making it count in his rookie debut.
I'm 21 now. You know, maybe in a couple years I can work my way up. I'm gonna have to be coming out hard. I can't go 50% or take it easy. Definitely want to take full advantage. I'm on tour and I'm here to stay, so I'm gonna give it my all, train hard, and it's exciting, and I'm looking forward to it.
Seth is more comfortable than I've seen a lot of rookies in the past. He's gotten the confidence of winning early, and he's going to try to show the world he has what it takes.
Seth Moniz is looking for his best result of his rookie year. He is matched up against Brazilian Caio Abelli in the quarterfinals.
Seth is expected to rip in these conditions. He's got so much talent.
Big opportunity for both of these surfers. I'm calling a grudge match. Abelli with priority takes it, pulls up under the hood. Nice entrance, nice exit for Caio Abelli. Caio goes inside indeed, pulls into the barrel again, and he's gonna pay for it. Seth Moniz pulls into a barrel of his own.
Seth is ripping, he's surfing great. These guys are going blow for blow. Look at this, just late drop underneath it, slid. Oh, wow, Kaipo, hold the phone. Easily the best wave so far in his heat.
But 8.83, Abelli goes into the lead and puts the rookie on the ropes.
Wow, this is a good fight. Seth, he's capitalizing on these waves, and on top of that, he's in the better rhythm.
He retakes the lead over Coyote Belly, and Seth Moniz is going to find his way into semi-final number 2, where he will be faced up against Gabe Medina.
Yeah, I kind of played my cards right in that heat. Took waves that gave me the scores, didn't fall. I knew that was going to be a hard heat for me, so I'm stoked I made that one.
One year ago in the final of the Tahiti Pro, Gabrielle Medina defeated Owen Wright.
Medina's coming out of the pit behind him. Gabrielle Medina takes the win at the Tahiti Pro Teahupo'o.
Now Wright and Medina are one win away from a rematch final. Can Owen Wright claim redemption? Stay tuned. The Tahiti Pro Teahupo'o continues. Welcome back to the Tahiti Pro Teahupo'o, presented by Hurley. The Tahiti Pro is the 7th stop of the WSL Championship Tour.
Oh, how deep was that?
This South Pacific destination brings the challenge of big, scary waves of consequence.
They got the heaviest waves that they've seen in a few years. They put themselves on the line.
Oh my goodness gracious me.
It was a climactic moment for their skill and their heart.
Locking in Wsl Perez in the belly of the beast.
People were happy losing. They had the rides of their life, the rides of their year, and whether they won or lost wasn't insignificant, but the surf was the significant part of the day, and the world's best stood up.
40-minute semi-finals, best 2 waves.
As the semifinals begin, we have moved past the peak of the swell, and with diminishing wave size, the contest becomes a strategic chess match.
Semi-final number 1 with Owen Wright versus Jordy Smith.
That's a clean 8 for Owen. Solid score, excellent. He will take that.
Owen Wright's positioning on the wave is perfect. He finds the smaller, better-shaped waves and then positions himself to stay in the tube as long as possible.
Owen in rhythm and on fire, so Jordy's got his hands full.
Wright defeats Jordy Smith, and the Australian is into the Tahiti Pro Final.
Who would you prefer to match up against in the final?
I'd love to have Gabby rematch.
Gabrielle Medina is considered the toughest competitor in a heat at Teahupo'o and shows no mercy to rookie Seth Moniz in semifinal 2.
Now Medina slides in with some room.
The length of time he prolonged out of that ride was amazing.
A nice wide open barrel for Medina to celebrate another stellar performance.
We are set for a rematch. Gabrielle Medina and Owen Wright will surf in the Tahiti Pro Final for the 2nd straight year. In 2015, Owen Wright was at the peak of his career and locked in a heated world title race.
Welcome to the final stop at the Billabong Pipe Masters.
The world title race has come down to this event, and for the first time in history, we have 6 world title contenders.
I kind of set out this year not to be in a world title race, but I'm there. I'm sitting in 5th at the moment. I'll give it my best shot.
Days before the last event of the 2015 season, startling news broke that Wright would have to withdraw from competition.
Owen Wright, he suffered an injury yesterday, was hospitalised. He's got a severe concussion, a minor bleed on the brain.
With a life-threatening brain injury, Owen would miss the entire 2016 competitive year.
For a while, people started to speculate that Owen might never return to competition.
Wright returned to the jersey in 2017. At that time, his ability was unknown.
I went through a roller coaster. There's always blessings in disguise, and man, I feel more excited than ever to compete.
Miraculously, at the first event of the year, he completed the greatest comeback our sport has ever witnessed.
Everyone on their feet, the competitors there applauding. Owen Wright, your new world #1 and one of the best comeback stories we could ever imagine.
How is it that after 13, 14 months of hardly being able to surf, from what I hear, comes back and is surfing like this?
I'm not quite sure if anyone will ever understand how far he's come.
That emotional day in 2017 was the last time Owen Wright celebrated a victory.
You can't go past the head injury. I mean, that is frightening as it gets, but a lot of events that have gone by where he hasn't won another major.
Now, with a protective helmet on his head, Owen is focused on the Tahiti Pro Final and a rematch with Gabrielle Medina.
Last year after the final, I was like, I'll get you back next year, and it was like, you know, yeah, let's do it again next year.
We've never had a repeat final. It feels like it's meant to be.
We've got the rematch from last season. Gabrielle Medina will take on Owen Wright. Nice late takeoff for Owen Wright, staying wide open. To answer back right into the barrel, still traveling. Medina comes out standing tall, right into a quick paddle to get into position. It looks like Medina is interested again.
There he is, racing, pumping.
Last to Medina, 7.10. So Owen chasing an 8.76 for the lead. Owen wants payback from 2018.
Yeah!
A 9.17 for Owen Wright and the lead off Medina. Wow! Owen Wright, there's that amazing rhythm he has with Teahupo'o Tahiti. He'll celebrate another exit into the channel.
Look at him feel it.
Now forcing Medina to need a 9.24 as we are into the countdown.
Poetic retribution. Owen Wright snatched that title from Gabe Medina, just like Gabe did last year in 2018.
Can't be happier, mate. I was against the ropes, and Gabby was always going to be the toughest matchup, and geez, working hard. Stoked to win.
It's a massive win for Owen. He hasn't won since his first event back after the brain injury. This is the event you want to win. For everyone, this is the event you want to win.
Owen Wright, the surfer's surfer. Everyone on tour looks up to this guy for what he has achieved.
Owen Wright, your 2019 Tahiti Pro Teahupo'o champion.
Today, Owen celebrates a long-awaited victory in Tahiti, his 4th CT win of his career.
I haven't won since Snapper, and it's been so long. Been up and down and up and down, and yeah, I just finally have felt up and up and up in these last few months. So, you know, I've tried to win this event a lot of times, and it's been amazing to finally get that today.
With 7 of 11 stops on the Men's Championship Tour now complete, Felipe Toledo, with a 9th place result here, has made his way to the top of the Jeep leaderboard. Jordy Smith moves up to 2nd, and Gabrielle Medina continues his steady rise to 4th place overall. Next time on WSL Presents, it's a road trip to the Central Valley of California for surfing's Summer Showdown. The world's best surfers take on the world's best man-made wave at the Freshwater Pro. To check out more of the WSL, log on to worldsurfleague.com for insight and updates. We'll see you next time when the WSL Championship Tour continues.
Welcome to paradise. The channel is already fired up for one of the craziest left-handers in the world.
We are literally at the venue where some of the greatest rides in the history of our sport have taken place.
It's the heaviest, most critical wave in the world.
That was gnarly.
A place that defines what is rideable on a surfboard.
Oh!
This is the Tahiti Pro Teahupo'o. The WSL Championship Tour, by definition, is the world's best surfers competing in the world's best waves. 11 unique events on 6 different continents to ultimately decide the world champions of the sport. 6 events on the WSL calendar are complete. And now we journey to the South Pacific island nation of French Polynesia, host to the Tahiti Pro Teahupo'o, presented by Hurley.
Coming to Tahiti and Teahupo'o is so unique because it's got this really cool French Polynesian culture. The beauty takes you over in the water. You can't stop just looking every direction, but you're very present here in Tahiti. It's all based on being on the ocean, whether it's surfing, fishing, snorkeling. It's absolute paradise.
As the WSL Championship Tour arrives in Tahiti, a massive South Pacific swell is producing monster waves at Teahupo'o.
The day before the trials was on, it was massive. Like, it was a towing day. There wasn't many people paddling just because like no one wanted to get hurt before the comp. That's how much challenging it is.
Well, I got that big swell. That was intense, you know, like, it was so big, I was so scared. That was a crazy experience.
Very large surf is forecast for this event, and anticipation is high that this could be one of the best Tahiti Pro contests in recent years.
Which is
all these competitors, when they look at the forecast, if they see a purple blob, that's when their heart's in their throat.
surfers will be tested. Guarantee there's going to be some heavy wipeouts, but obviously there'll be some incredible barrel rides as well. It's basically what you hope for every time you come to Tahiti.
The Tahiti Pro takes place at the end of the road, on a shallow reef pass offshore from the town of Teahupo'o. South Pacific swells march in from extremely deep, dark water and abruptly slam into a very steep and shallow reef shelf. The result is the most powerful and dangerous surf break on tour.
It just gathers all this volume and just pitches so quick and fast. The dangerous nature of this wave is just how much power it has.
After like 6 foot all the way to like 15, 20 foot, that's when everything gets, serious. I broke my hand and my back.
Michelle Perez bails off the top.
You have to be comfortable with that energy, the danger of getting hurt. There is a reality that you could die out there. And there's just too much speed and energy. If nothing else, you could just chew your whole body up. It's a different animal for sure.
I don't know that anyone could have made that.
It's a wave on tour that brings that fear factor to the top 34.
I liken it to just a gladiator pit. There's just, you're surrounded by boats, people, your fellow competitors. The waves pops up out of nowhere. It's just this little psycho arena.
It's a pretty picturesque kind of place too. The water's blue and the mountains are green. It's kind of got a double whammy effect.
The wave is perfect. You just gotta do your job.
11-time world champion Kelly Slater is the greatest Teahupo'o surfer of all time. Slater holds the record with 5 wins here at the end of the road, 7 10-point rides, and remarkably, 2 perfect 20-point heats.
Comes flying through. Oh my God!
There it is, another perfect heat for Kelly Slater.
If you look at a wave at Teahupo'o, there's only really a couple elements that you're dealing with. How late was your drop, how deep did you get in the barrel, and how clean did you make it out. The most important thing is that you're deep in the tube and you're almost being knocked off, but you're making it and you're in control. I think when I'm really in tune with things, I feel like I'm surfing a different spot than the other guy. I'm looking at different things.
Kelly going that little bit deeper on the reef than everyone else and looking for perhaps a different type of wave.
It's small details.
Kelly Slater was born and raised in Cocoa Beach, Florida, a coastline characterized by small, weak surfing conditions. But that has not stopped him from evolving into the best barrel riding surfer on the planet.
Barrel waves are a no-brainer. That's the kind of waves I love, and it's just ironic being from Florida that those waves suit me the best.
Kelly sets the benchmark for scary hollow waves. He is a lot better than 99.9% of the tour out here at Teahupo'o.
A mere mortal surfer would have no chance at that barrel, but Kelly Slater making it look easy.
He's won in smaller conditions. He's won in massive conditions. He's still relevant in the barrel as the guy to be. It's something you can say very confidently that he's got a big chance to win this contest.
This is the moment a lot of us have been waiting for. Kelly Slater, the greatest of all time. He's ready to have a big dig here against Jack Freestone.
At 47 years old, Slater is on a quest to win a historic 12th world title. He currently sits 8th in the rankings, and to progress, he must beat Jack Freestone in a head-to-head elimination heat.
Here we go, scratching into this one, Slater. Comes through that, no problem. Jack Freestone's opening up his account against Kelly Slater. And he likes it as well.
No hands, pull straight in. That was a beautiful wave from Jack Freestone. Kelly Slater, oh my goodness. What was Kelly thinking? Jack Freestone on another one. Realised the second score will put a lot of pressure on Kelly Slater.
Jack Freestone has Kelly Slater up against the ropes. Slater now needs an 8.9.
You know who Slater is, and you know what he does out here, so we'll see if he can pull one out of the hat.
Oh, he's got one.
Comes up standing tall.
Scores coming through for Kelly.
7.7, not enough, and it is Jack Freestone disposing of Kelly Slater.
Absolutely an upset. Everyone pegged Kelly to do super well. You have these expectations for the GOAT.
I think there's not enough points out there for me to have a realistic look at getting myself in that world title hunt come pipeline. Looks like that he took my year out for me.
In a true upset, Slater is defeated by Freestone. Kelly's quest for a 12th world title has now just about ended. Up next, American Chloe Andino pulls on the yellow Jeep leader jersey for the first time. And later, could this be the first 10-point ride of the year?
Oh! We could see it, ladies and gentlemen.
The Tahiti Pro Teahupo'o continues. This is the Tahiti Pro Teahupo'o presented by Hurley.
We're here at that frightening, beautiful left-hander over the shallow reef called Teahupo'o.
As a WSL competitor, the Tahiti Pro is either your most anticipated contest or feared nightmare.
Skips out with the fins, and can he save himself? No, over the falls, onto the reef.
It's like being in the middle of a dynamite explosion.
Every surfer's nightmare.
The wave at Teahupo'o is beautiful, yet deadly. You can get the ride of your life or the worst wipeout of your career.
Beautiful and ferocious at the same time.
You actually see water getting sucked up because it's such an aggressive pull off that shallow water.
It demands a lot of courage. If an 8-foot slabby West Peak comes at you, it's one of the scariest things you can face as a competitor on tour.
With a building west swell, the round of 32 was held in pumping conditions.
Oh, how deep was that? Wow.
Oh my goodness. In that cave with the helmet, just spelunkering through there.
Great ride for Owen.
We saw jaw-dropping performances.
Go, son, go.
Wilson.
Oh, yes.
What a ride for Wilson, a 9.4.
A series of 9-point rides.
Michelle Perez threads through that section.
Just squeezed out of that one.
And Kyle comes through that section.
Oh, here's Griff. Oh, that's it right there. Oh, yeah. That was it.
And a massive buzzer-beater finish to highlight the day.
De Souza on the comeback. Spits. De Souza's out.
He just had the heat of a lifetime.
The WSL Championship Tour is comprised of 11 unique events that ultimately decide the world champion of the sport. The Tahiti Pro is stop 7. And as we barrel into the back half of the season, American Chloe Andino sits at the top of the Jeep leaderboard.
And Chloe Andino will move into that #1 position on the Jeep leaderboard.
You know, I want to finish #1 in the world. I think anyone that's in the top 10, I can do the same surfing as them. I'm just excited for the back half of the year, and hopefully I can get my first event win and finish out #1.
Below Andino, it just feels like mentally he's in the best place he's ever been. And he starts to celebrate. That is a big win.
Historically, this is the first time a Californian surfer has led the WSL rankings since Shane Beschen in 1996. Proudly, Andino pulls on the yellow jersey for the first time in his career.
Chopu is definitely like a warrior's wave. Like, it requires you to be pretty gun-ho, and it tests everyone. Even when it's small, you just get slammed on the reef, get pounded, break your board, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's exciting, and you gotta own it.
As the top-ranked competitor, Chloe Andino is matched against the lowest seed, that being young wildcard Callie Vast. Andino should be the favorite, but Vast is a hungry local who surfs this treacherous wave almost every day.
And now getting this opener to get things started, Kauli Vast.
That was sick. Now that was really nice and deep, well positioned.
Andino, meanwhile, puts himself in a great section to get blown out into the channel.
He upped the ante. You know, job well done there. 5.83.
Chloe Andino in the barrel.
Backdoors that section. Nice length of ride in the tube. Beautiful tube riding. Nice and deep.
Kauli Vast needs a 5.49 or better.
Talk about critical.
Let's come out. And he does. 7.83. Kauli Vast takes the lead. World #1, Chloe Andino, eliminated in this round of 32.
I was lucky because I got my last one at the end, and yeah, I get the score, and super lucky.
With Andino out, reigning world champion Gabriel Medina is focused on winning heats and gaining ground on the Jeep leader. In recent years, Medina has become the man to beat in Tahiti.
Gabriel Medina, our 2014 Billabong Pro Tahiti champion. A huge moment for the young Brazilian, just 20 years of age.
Since 2014, the Brazilian has made 4 out of 5 finals and celebrated 2 event wins.
How does he do it? Every wave is just so flawless for Gabriel Medina.
Yeah, it feels amazing to be back in Tahiti. It's my favorite wave on tour. Teahupo'o is all about positioning, you know? You have to be in the right spot when it comes.
This is Medina taking off deep to backdoor the section.
I have on my mind always, I need to be deep. The wave is perfect. You just gotta do your job.
His control at riding in the barrel is incredible, and this allows him to stay in the tube until the natural force of the breaking wave literally spits him out.
Always adrenaline. Can be small, can be big. That makes me excited to go surf.
Medina is the defending event champion, and his quest for a 3rd Tahiti title begins with a matchup against Hawaiian Ezekiel Lau.
He really...
Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags, I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my fish, back in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I'm great God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I never change. That's in my blood, I never change. That's in my blood, I never change.
Welcome back to the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, the final event of the regular season for the World Surf League Championship Tour. I'm Kaipo, joined by Peter Mel here. And Peter, I got some big news. Big news.
Bring it on.
Tatiana Weston-Webb and Steph Gilmore, by way of making it into the quarterfinals at this event, have clinched their spot in the Final Five.
Congratulations to both Steph and Tati. You know, job well done all the year through the year. Had to get it all the way to this moment, and they've clinched it.
That means 2 years in a row for both of these ladies. They're going to make it into that Rip Curl WSL Finals. But let's take a look at Tatiana Weston-Webb and her path to the Final Five.
I think a lot of people know me as a person that really likes to push my limits.
Incredible.
Last year was a lot of pressure for me.
She can't hang on.
Think about how long you have to wait to get redemption.
She times it perfectly straight up into the pocket.
Your male pro Portugal champion.
Let's hear it for your champion, Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Tatiana tucking in. Wow, find some cover.
That turn there was absolutely amazing.
Tatiana Weston-Webb, massive hammer.
Wow. Tatiana Weston-Webb, you've clinched your spot in the WSL Final Five.
Wow, Tatiana Weston-Webb. Remember, 2021, Peter, she was one turn away from a world title. Pretty exciting stuff. She's going to have another shot at lower trestles. Steph Gilmore.
A shot for number 2, right? I mean, she...
Well, and then we're going to get into seeding as well.
Okay, cool. Sorry.
And because well, since we're talking on the seeding scenario, Tatiana Weston-Webb, if she makes the finals here, she'll guarantee that number 2 seed. Steph Gilmore, she would have to win this event to guarantee that number 2 seed. So that number 2 seed, number 3 seed is still very fluid at the moment. Of course, 4 and 5, those 2 seeds are
kind of the same
in a way inconsequential because they're going to surf in that first matchup. But talking about Steph Gilmore, let's take a look at her path to this Final Five because she's going to be featured in the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Wild to think of Steph having not even made a final yet, let alone a win. Is she even going to get a win this year, or is Steph kind of just gone for this year?
You know her as La Reina. We know her as the queen.
Here comes Steph Gilmore.
Great stuff from Gilmore.
I love it. I love doing this. That's classic Steph right there.
Surf Chile El Salvador Women's Champion, Miss Stephanie Gilmore.
Gilmore, will she make it 8? She clinched a spot this September, the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Well, when we look at the Final Five, we have 4 spots clinched and only 1 more spot up for grab as we look forward to that Rip Curl WSL Finals happening September 8th through the 16th, the waiting period. And take a look at this in the hunt, Peter. Brisa Hennessey, Lakey Peterson, and it happens to be that both Brisa and Lakey are going to face off in quarterfinal number 4 here in Tahiti.
It's really a heat for the Final Five, but a heat for the world title. I mean, the chance for that world title, you can't get it unless you're in it. So big heat for both Brisa and Lakey. And, you know, what better way to decide it than a heat?
Then a heat out here at the end of the road, the heat at a consequential wave at Teahupo'o. It is going to be, wow, that is going to be added gravity to the women's quarterfinals.
That's what it's all about, the last event, you know, on the entire tour. I mean, there is a pathway to get there, but there's that last event to be able to gain those points. And of course, both of them knew the odds coming into this thing. They had to beat one another. Now they get a chance to exactly surf against each other in a heat. So it'll be decided in the water.
Yeah, and we still got some spots to be decided for the men here. Even the number 1 seed spot still mathematically up for grabs right now, and we haven't really started the men's competition yet. We've been waiting for the call on the opening round for men's, and we put on hold for a little bit, Pete, because we're monitoring the wind.
Yeah, there was a bit of that west wind, and then it created a little bit of wonk, you know, which is also part of the lineup now. You can see ocean, it's got a little bit of warble to it. But the wind is backed off, which is ultimately the best thing. And then also we have that forecast swell that's supposed to be arriving here about this time. But again, it's had to move its way through a pretty battered ocean. So fingers crossed that it starts to show up here very soon.
And as far as tide, I believe we've passed the low tide mark. Can you correct me
Elaborate on that? Yes, you're definitely, we're right past that low tide. And you know, that ebbing, once you start to see the fill in, right, see the water come over the top of the reef, that's what we hope that the swell will arrive with it.
Well, are we going to get going? One person can answer that. Dimity Stoyle, what's the answer?
Thanks, Kuiper. I'm here with Will. What's the update?
Yeah, today's a pretty tricky day to forecast, actually. There's a couple swells in the water and there's local wind and weather all around us. But we have been speaking with our local surf director, and Raymana even just came over not long ago saying at some point this afternoon it's going to start firing. So we're just kind of keeping us here ready to fire up when it does. And so we're just going to wait another 30 minutes and see what happens. I think we're close.
Perfect. Let's wait and see.
Wow, another 30 minutes. And you know what's one thing about our dynamic playing field that we have in surfing is it's always fluid, it's always moving, so we have to adjust to those conditions.
And again, we got this 10-day waiting period for the prime reason is to get the quality surf.
Ooh.
And with that, as you look in at Raimana.
It's the mayor. Well, not the official mayor, but in my book, the mayor.
Spent a lot of time on this reef, has spent his whole life at this reef as well as in Tahiti. So if you're going to understand what the weather patterns are going to do, you got to ask the locals.
Yeah, the Red Bull jet ski and Raimana Van Basselier keeping a vigilant eye on the break. We're going to take a break right now, but we're going to come back with more information for you. We're holding for the start of the opening round here at the Outerknown Tahiti Pro.
The Outerknown Tahiti Pro is brought to you by Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. By Tahiti Government, strategic partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. By Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. And by Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro.
Back in Tahiti for the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. And we've been given word that we're still in a waiting pattern. We're in a holding pattern, watching the winds as they develop in anticipation of a swell that should be arriving, better conditions, and our start for the opening round for the men's competition. We're already up to the quarterfinals for the women, and so we're just waiting to get the men's underway. I'm Kaipo, this is Peter, and you've been monitoring the winds. Pete, what do you think?
Again, it's one of those things. It's been a wild card. You know, we haven't been able to really nail it down, to be honest. It's been that dynamic low that came over the top of us. We've had the rain, all of those elements. And really, we wanted the wind to back off, but what happened is it got a little wonk in the ocean, too. So that's added a little bit to what this lineup is. And I like that the officiating is looking at it, monitoring it. We have a little bit of time. So let's wait for those good waves.
Yeah, and let's wait. But you know what? We're not going to leave you hanging. We are on hold for another 30 minutes. But with that, we're going to leave you with the Oi Rio Pro show. It was a show there in Saquarema. Check it out and check back in another 30 minutes for the next call. Aloha.
After a 3-year hiatus, the WSL Championship Tour returns to the beaches of Saquarema, Brazil. for stop number 8, the Oi Rio Pro.
Takes to the sky, falling from the clouds. It somehow comes out of nowhere.
This is an arena unlike any other in surfing. Passion, rhythm, and energy define Brazil. In the Coliseum of Saquarema, the crowd plays a crucial role. Some embrace it while others collapse under the pressure.
Hangs on, Carissa Moore.
Only 3 opportunities remain to punch a ticket to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Who will clinch their spot next? The fight for the WSL Final Five is rolling through the Oi Rio Pro. The world's best surfers return to the southern-facing beaches of Saquarema. The event is 73 kilometers from the center of Rio de Janeiro. The Saquarema surf zone features 2 waves, Barreirinha and Ituana.
Felipe Toledo gets the crowd on their feet.
This zone is a magnet for attracting swells from large storms rolling off South America.
Bom dia and welcome, surf fans. This is the Oi Rio Pro.
Our main site, Ituana, is a left. It has a right off of it. We also have a body of water behind us, so it steers the winds, gives us all these great conditions, and this is a swell magnet here in Saquarema. It points directly south, so all those storms moving underneath us are going to pump swell up here, so we're always going to have pumping surf. That's why we're here.
As Toledo goes to the air. A massive backside 540.
The electric atmosphere created by the Brazilian fans makes Rio one of the most exciting stops on tour.
50,000 fans strong, and the energy from the beach that radiates into the water is something tangible. It's something the surfers can feel, both positive and negative.
What sets this event apart is the massive, passionate Brazilian fans that create an arena-like atmosphere.
I think what makes them the most passionate crowd is the fact that they're Brazilian, you know? Brazilians, when they do something, it's always 110%.
The energy in the crowd, it's just another level, something that we do not have anywhere else in the world, and I just love it. It's fuel to the rocket, you know?
It's absolutely madness right here. You got all these people, and they're just going mad, and they love the action. So you got to give it up to the fans here. They're putting the pressure on the traveling surfers, and they're also lifting up all the locals here in Brazil.
Moving into the back half of the season, all eyes are on the WSL Final Five.
We started the year and everybody was talking about the mid-season cut. That line in the sand is way back there. The new line in the sand is right here, talking about the Rip Curl WSL Finals. For men and women, they're trying to get into that Final Five. If you're in the top 5 right now, well, you've got to be feeling a little bit good, even though there's a couple events left. If you're 6, 7, 8, it's a battle. This is going to be a slugfest to the very end.
Look at Toledo playing the game. This is somebody who wants a world title more than anybody.
You know, I feel like right now we're in the playoffs, and the World Series is coming.
The women's race for the Final Five is wide open. Most of the tour is still in contention to clinch a spot in the WSL Final Five.
Every single one of the women's events has had a different victor all the way through tour. So it's up for grabs, and it's going to be a race to the finish to see who can clinch their spot in the Final Five.
The reigning world champion Carissa Moore has an opportunity in Rio to clinch her spot in the Final Five.
7 events, I haven't won an event, and it's a bit frustrating. Right now, I'm just trying to have my sights set on Brazil and J-Bay and Tahiti, and I'd love to do really well in those events, and then we'll see what happens in the Final Five if I make it.
On the men's side, a young group of contenders is locked in a heated battle for the WSL Final Five. Felipe Toledo and Jack Robinson have a massive lead in the rankings. Griffin Colapinto, Kanoa Igarashi, and Ethan Ewing are fighting for the remaining spots.
When you think about Griffin Colapinto and Kanoa Igarashi and where they are in the rankings at the moment, you know, they're trying to clinch a top 5 spot. That pressure is there for sure.
American Griffin Colapinto and Japan's Kanoa Igarashi are currently in the top 5. If they slip up, Australian Ethan Ewing has to take advantage.
For Ewing, this is a huge opportunity to jump up the rankings.
It's a really interesting time for Ethan Ewing because this is his first season where he is a contender. This is pressure he's never felt before.
The yellow jersey belongs to Felipe Toledo. After a slow start, the Brazilian has been the most consistent competitor on the men's side.
It would be amazing to win 3 in a row in Saquarema. You know, so humbled to be here, be back in Brazil with the family, friends, being wearing the yellow jersey. It's pretty special.
The results here are really going to dictate the last 2 events, and you know that's where we're going to see the hunger, the urgency. But it starts right here. You know, Brazil is going to be the gateway to the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
As competition gets underway, the rankings leader faces wildcard Miguel Tudela.
Turn this up. All-star, all-star, all-star. Garments, I'm an all-star in every sport. Bases loaded.
Miguel Tudela got this wave right at the start of the heat.
Nice little bowl on the takeoff. Little tentative there, and pulls it off.
7.17. That's exactly how he needed to start against Toledo, who's almost unbeatable when it comes to competing here in Brazil. Crowd's going nuts for Toledo. He'll attack it. He's really looking at potentially clinching a spot early for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Catching up with Felipe.
Here we go. Quick hit up into the lip. Nice sweep on the corner. You can tell he's just setting it up for the inside. Beautiful. Disconnects for a second.
7.23 and a 6.33 back-to-back. Toledo moves on to the quarterfinals.
Felipe Toledo, congratulations. You just clinched your spot in the WSL Final Five. How are you feeling?
Oh, shoot. I don't know. It's crazy. You know, like after, you know, like all the events and all the results and everything, it's, you know, all the hard work and leaving family behind and you know, like all the things that we have to sacrifice. Yeah, man, over the moon, yeah.
Coming up next, the men's competition continues, and the WSL Final 5 spots are on the line.
Mateus Hurdy taking control of this heat.
Miguel Tudela takes out world number 3.
Goes one way, goes the other way. That's just surfing for you.
Welcome back to Brazil for the Oi Rio Pro.
Fasten your seatbelts, you're in for a wild ride. Some of the world's best surfers finding themselves in the elimination rounds.
Competition continues and the elimination round begins.
Griffin Colapinto, current world number 3.
Kanoa Igarashi, number 5 in the world.
Will they clinch a spot in the upcoming Rip Curl WSL Finals?
When you think about Griffin Colapinto and Kanoa Igarashi and where they are in the rankings at the moment, that pressure is there.
World number 3 Griffin Colapinto was the first to fall.
They either rise to the occasion or they crumble, and today Miguel rose to the occasion.
Heavy moment. Colapinto feels it.
Goes one way, goes the other way. Just got to ride the roller coaster.
Miguel Tudela takes out world number 3.
I'm on the other side of the shoe. I know how it feels now, and that's just surfing for you.
And Kanoa Igarashi couldn't match the progressive approach of wildcard Mateus Hurdy.
This event, specifically with all these wild cards, are gnarly. Mateus Hurdy went out there and literally stopped Kanoa in his tracks.
Mateus Hurdy taking control of this heat.
With the loss, Kanoa drops out of the top 5.
With Kanoa and Griffin going down into the elimination round, it's opened the door for a guy like Ethan Ewing, who's sitting there right at the cut line. He needs to find a way in to clinch that top 5 spot, and this is a golden opportunity for him.
The show rolls on. Ethan Ewing versus Zhao Chianca. Zhao got the wild card to be the hometown hero. This event in his backyard. Ethan Ewing right now ranked number 7 in the world. The surfers above him keep losing. So for Ewing, this is a huge opportunity to jump up the rankings.
João Chianca behind the curtain. Has to doggy-door his way out.
Now Ethan Ewing gets involved.
691 is the number that he's looking after. Big, long barrel, has to fight his way out of that.
It comes through a 7.0. 15 seconds left. João Chianca driving through somehow. Gets clipped at the very end. Ethan Ewing gets the win over João Chianca.
Good job.
João, who's the local kid here, he surfs so amazing and he should be on this tour. Yeah, just focus on the next heat and hopefully just, keep surfing a lot.
For world number 2 Jack Robinson, a strong finish in Rio could clinch his spot in the WSL Final Five.
Robinson looking incredibly strong against a wild card named Mateus Hurdy. And now a nice clean start for Mateus. Driving into the lip again with a solid connection. As we continue on with action, Robinson cracking it hard in the pocket.
Oh, that was a meaty section.
Backside snap complete for Mateus.
There we go.
Drives through a nice clean finishing move, 2 backhand hammers. 10 seconds to go. Jack Robinson needs a 7.07. Bottom turns, first connection solid for Robinson. He's gonna need some more. Big bowling section goes straight up and attacks the lip and rides away. Has he done it again? Scores coming in for Jack, and it is not enough. A 7-0 on the dot.
No, it's okay. Good job. Yes.
All your ways would be here.
Can't change it. We move on. Let's go. The next 2 events and just lock it. I was super happy I gave myself the chance. I went, okay, I did my job. And I'm confident, I'm surfing good, I feel good. And let's go to the next one.
Surfing Superheat. Ethan Ewing versus Iago Dora.
It's a really interesting time for Ethan Ewing because this is his first season where he is a contender. This is pressure he's never felt before. You know, Iago Dora is one of the most popular surfers here in Brazil, so he is going to definitely feel that crowd pressure.
The opener of Ethan Ewing bangs it off the top. No wasted movement. Gets back up in the lip. Perfectly times that wave.
And here we go, Iago Dora. More of a skateboarding style. Iago is going to have to match the consistency of Ethan Ewing. Let's see Iago Dora straight up into the left. Driving down the line, mixing up his maneuvers. Remember, the judges like to see a combination of major maneuvers. Gives the crowd something to cheer about. Here we go, Ethan Ewing surfing for a 5.93. Silence has washed over this crowd. And the wave does not give him the chance. Iago Dora gets the win.
I could even hear the crowd was silent during the last minutes of the heat because Ethan's not the kind of guy you want to leave needing a 5.9.
For rookie Samuel Pupo, the championship tour is a family affair.
My name is Samuel Pupo. I'm 21 years old, and I'm from Marzia, São Paulo.
Samuel Pupo is going to keep striking, pulls in, and comes flying out.
It's a dream come true for sure, especially with my brother on tour.
The kid is so talented, qualifying through the Challenger Series, but it means a whole lot because it means a lot for the Pupo family.
This year, I'm going to have my little brother with me. We're really happy. My dad's really proud, my mom too, so it's gonna be nice. I would say he's a way better version of me, you know, bigger and stronger.
Miguel's been on tour for a number of years, so Sammy's been around. He's been on the road with his brother, and just getting that experience, it gives him a little bit of an edge.
The brotherly love story that we're seeing on the Pupo brothers, destiny could be in the making here. Either way, them to be competing together, that is a huge gift for the family.
Just my biggest goal will probably be have a shot at the world title in my first year. It's a big goal, but no, you just gotta go for it.
An all-Brazilian matchup coming up next with Kaiwa Belly taking on Teahupo'o. The crowd, they are fired up for both competitors. Quick whip off the lip for Teahupo'o. Belts it. Nice and tight in the pocket, and he will stay on his feet. It's cool to see a rookie where he's feeling this energy for the first time, and he just couldn't help but connect with the crowd.
There you go. Look at Pupo. Pump that crowd up.
As he got a little chip into this section, backside, full rotation for Teahupo'o.
Watch out for this kid.
He blew the fans' minds on the beach. I think he just blew his own mind.
Yeah, no, I blew my mind. Good job.
We're going to close this one out with Teahupo'o taking out a huge win.
I knew he'd be dangerous, but I was just really confident. I really wanted to make this seed just to get over that round of 16. Haven't done that since Pipe, so it's been a while, and I'm happy to do that here.
Coming up next is reigning world champion Carissa Moore.
Carissa Moore, the struggle continues.
She's going to have to shake off this one.
The Hawaiian is chasing her first event win this season.
Carissa, if she's not winning, there's something wrong.
You look at these two words together and they don't make sense. Elimination Round and Carissa Moore. So this has huge ramifications.
Welcome back to the Oi Rio Pro. On the women's side, 7-time world champion Stephanie Gilmore is the first contender to be eliminated.
Isabella Nichols moving through, and we lose number 3 in the world in Stephanie Gilmore.
Having Steph beat me in that last contest in El Salvador, to have her again here kind of fired me up.
It's a big win for Australian Isabella Nichols, who is trying to climb up the rankings. And a matchup between two women currently ranked inside the top 5 goes to California's Lakey Peterson.
Two big names out of the Final 5 knocked out for the women as Lakey moves out to the quarterfinals.
If I really want it, I want the top 5 and the world title, and it's crunch time, so I'm just focused, and that's what I'm going for. Head held high, Brisa.
Earlier, in the opening round of competition, 5-time world champion Carissa Moore had one of the worst performances of her career.
Snap to fall as the struggle continues for Moore.
This is going to be a tough one for Carissa Moore to shake off right now, being number 1 in the world. Let's say this is a straight-up shocker for her.
Having maybe the worst combined heat total of her career at a 1.8. Even when you look at an opening round, she rarely gets third, ever.
Fortunately, the Hawaiian rebounded in the elimination round and earned a spot in the quarterfinals.
Pretty rough heat out there again today. I only had a total, I think, of 8 points, so.
Bet 7 more points than yesterday.
Yeah, it was just kind of like, hey, we'll take it. I'm gonna grind my way through and give it my best every heat, and as long as I'm making it, then yeah, great.
The competition moves into the quarterfinals, and Moore faces California's Caroline Marks.
Watching Carissa Moore battle for the start, unloads a backside hack with the tail falling out.
Having this vision, either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags, I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my vision, like in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I bring it down, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change.
Welcome
Welcome back to the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. We're anticipating the start of the men's opening round. The GOAT, Kelly Slater, in the channel and readying himself. He will be in heat number 4 of the opening round with Felipe Toledo and a dangerous wild card in the way of Nathan Hedge. So that's heat number 4. We're still waiting on the word. We've been on and off a hold, watching the win. I'm Kaipo with the Hall of Famer Peter Mel, and Pete, we've been watching the wind to get going again. Things are looking better.
It is looking better for sure. I mean, even just this last 20 minutes, it has settled down a little bit. You can see the ocean a lot smoother. We had that kind of bump coming in, and that not even added it because the wind was light, but the ocean was a little bit, wonky. Now, smoothing out ever so slightly, and I think as we move in the afternoon, again, fingers crossed, we're going to see that groom out and that new swell arrive, and so it looks to me like we're going to get a run.
Yeah, looks like we have our competitors all in their jerseys, anticipating the start for Italo Ferreira versus Matthew McGillivray. We can see Matthew, he's going to be in the black jersey, and also Iago Dora out there in the white jersey. Of course, opening round, a 3-surfer heat. Winner skips around into the round of 16. Second and third moving into that elimination round where we go to head-to-head.
I love where Matthew McGillivray has put himself in the lineup nice and deep. He's trying to get himself initiated there.
Well, let's make it official. With that, we'll throw it to the boat with Dimity Stoyle.
Thanks, Kaipo. Will, what's the latest update?
Yeah, thanks for tuning back in, everyone. It looks like we're getting back underway in about 5 minutes' time with Heat 1 of the men's opening round. And yeah, we're excited to get back underway.
Perfect, let's do this.
Let's do it. Swell still moving in, tide moving in. The wind looks favorable, Pete. I am just so ready to go.
Well, we had that. I mean, it's just, I mean, if it's tough for us sitting here, think about it as a competitor. You're trying to get yourself motivated to get into a heat, and this off and on kind of thing. We'll see who is the most resilient, as we see McGillivray conceding there to Italo now, as you see the position a little deeper. And this is where that cat and mouse starts before the heat. Deeper position with no priority is generally going to be and put you in that priority position, being that we're surfing the lefts. And Italo, we've watched him go way up and surf waves at that top point of the reef before. He is so quick that he can make it from that very deep portion of the reef.
I like it. Italo Ferreira taking a page out of Gabe Medina's book. We've seen Gabe Medina a number of times in the past paddle up to that south peak, and where he has the option of paddling back to the west or taking off up there, getting a head start heading into that west boat. Kelly Slater, I mean, if you got to talk about a favorite here, that would be Kelly Slater. 5 titles here in Tahiti.
Incredible barrel rider, as we have mentioned many, many times and throughout his career, and still at the top of his game.
So we're about a minute and a half till we blow the horn to get things going here in the opening round, heat number 1 for the men. Italo Ferreira, Matthew McGillivray, Iago Dora. I want your pick, Pete.
Well, I'd have to say right now the number 1 seed, Italo Ferreira, just with the way the conditions are. Again, a little bit wonky. We'll probably have a couple barrels on offer, but you got to be pretty on it. But I think maneuvers are going to be a big role. We saw it earlier in the women's round, where maneuvers did play a role in regards to getting scores and having them count in your top 2. So I would say that for me, Italo Ferreira is the man to beat. What about you, Kaipo?
I think when I look at this matchup with the 3 surfers, I think Italo Ferreira definitely is going to be a danger guy. But Iago Dora really having kind of a push through, since his return from that injury. So Iago's been on point. He's been executing well. He's had a couple semifinal finishes. He got a semifinal finish over there in at Rio, and then he followed up with another semifinal and stopped number 9 at J Bay. So I feel Iago Dora may have a bit of momentum going forward into Tahiti. So we'll see how that plays out.
And this zero pressure, really. I mean, this is just gaining experience. You look at what Italo sits in the rankings. He's at number 4 and wanting to clinch that final 5 spot. But, at number 4, that's, 2 surfers get on a heater behind you, and you might find yourself out of there. So this is important for Italo to build momentum here, even in the early rounds, even though no one loses.
There we go, Italo Ferreira deep in the barrel, and this one's going to run away from Ferreira.
That's the risk of going really deep in the lineup, is that you get behind it. And unfortunately, that one did not stay open for him.
Here we go, Matthew McGillivray. And also he's getting axed there, but is able to withstand that lip and fight his way out of a barrel. Now he's gonna go to turns. Patient off the bottom, hooks off the top, the bottom drops out, and he handles that to show complete control for the finish, and jumping off in just mere inches of water on the inside.
So it looks like all three competitors getting a quick wave there. Iago with an up and down, but see, between the two, you'd have to say McGillivray ultimately may have that advantage, but again, nothing really of any consequence there for all three surfers. But I like the quick start for all of them. I mean, I'd like to see a ton of action. We're back into three-person heats here, so we'll see less selective. We'll see more action, more rotation with priority.
Well, early advantage will go to Matthew McGillivray with when the number computes and shows up on our score screen, just because he got the most out of his ride. Iago Dora on the paddle back out, have to reposition himself, and we're going to see how priority is established once all the surfers make it out into the lineup.
Yeah, and you can see the ocean not as clean as this morning, you know. So again, just these local weather conditions playing a bit of havoc as we watch the replay here of Matthew McGillivray forcing his way through that section. You know, this one looked like a nice steep section to go for the turn, carves it into the foam and holds on, and then dives off. Look how shallow it is right there. The water does move off the reef at that point, so it kind of pushes you into a little bit deeper water, but you can see as it's pulling off the reef, you can see the little ribs. That means that there is shallow water reef right there.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to go in a shallow reef situation. You just want to go with the flow. You just want to go where the water's taking you, so you're kind of not fighting it. A lot of times when you fight that, that's exactly when you get dry docked.
Yeah, it's so true. And also, you saw how he actually dove off, kind of dove off with all his body flat. So it's a very shallow water dive.
Here we go, Ferreira stalls, doesn't find the barrel there. Second attempt, no barrel there. He kicks out, still searching.
Yeah, he knows how important it is to find the barrel here to get any real substantial score. But with conditions like this, you know, again, you know, we push really hard for the fact that the barrels are going to be the highest numbers, but ultimately maneuvers will count, especially if you do them in critical sections. And Italo, one of the best. We actually saw him go to the air earlier in some of his free surfs early this morning, so he understands that.
McGillivray, an up and out, so all of our surfers still searching. You were alluding to Italo Ferreira, Pete, coming into this event ranked number 4, but has yet to clinch his spot in the Final Five. For Italo Ferreira to do that, he would need a third-place finish, a semi-final finish here if he wants to make it into the Final Five, undoubtedly. He can do it with a quarterfinal finish, but that will depend upon how Kanoe Garashi and Griffin Colapinto finish in this competition. Now, mind you, Italo Ferreira, his best result in Tahiti has been only a quarterfinal finish. He got to those quarterfinals in 2015 and did it again in 2018.
Yeah, I mean, just he's really good in the tube. He's a pipe master, so you know he has the ability to do it. Obviously, heat wins and even event wins build that confidence. But just looking at the way he surfs this wave, he easily could take a win here. Just a matter of time and finding the waves, getting those heat wins.
Well, speaking of finding the waves, Matty McGillivray, this is his first time competing in Tahiti, so he's going to do some learning on the fly right now in this opening round.
Well, again, we touched on it, you know, all week long since we've been here. Hasn't been a ton of opportunity to train, to get those reps in out here with real Teahupo'o, because it's a whole different beast when it gets to about 6 feet. But this week, he'll get some training. Hopefully, if he can make a few heats here, he'll get that opportunity. And nothing better than doing it in a jersey.
Yeah, McGillivray, 25 years old, out of South Africa. He's earned his spot into the 2023 Championship Tour. He doesn't really have a chance of that Final Five, but we know he's going to be a part of the cast going into 2023 on the Championship Tour. He did that by a brilliant performance at the event right before that cut, made the semifinals at Margaret River.
And remember at the beginning of the season, he basically lost out. He wasn't going to be able to compete in the early years. He got a replacement spot by surfers above him in the rankings dropping out, and he utilized that to the point of getting himself on tour, earning a spot through the championship tour, so he'll be there next year.
We got some heats to look forward to. We're calling them the super heats. Check this out. Heat number 3, Jack Robinson, Nat Young, Michelle Borez. Heat number 4, I'm calling a super heat for sure. Felipe Toledo, Kelly Slater, and Nathan Hedge. And what about heat number 5, Pete?
Just to touch on heat 4 real quick. Almost 100 years of experience. If you think about all the numbers there, that's so great to have Hedgie in here in this event. There's also Slater, but then the bottom one that you think about, Griffin Colapinto and Kanoe Igarashi, those are 2 surfers that are really probably have the most pressure. So, you know, Griffin would love to get a heat win there and move on into that round of 16 just to kind of apply pressure to, you know, the competitor behind him, Kanoe Igarashi.
Yeah, as we look at that final 5, the basic story between Griffin Colapinto and Kanoe Igarashi, ranked number 5 and 6 respectively, is whoever finishes higher is going to get into that final 5.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a gap between Griffin and Italo. You know, 20 some odd 2,000 points, so it's almost 2 heats in regards to heat wins.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at our current WSL Final 5 picture. And to give you a visual of exactly what's going on, we got Felipe Toledo, Jack Robinson. They've already clinched their spot. Just 3 spots left. And you can see the cut line right there. Ethan Ewing, Italo Ferreira, Griffin Colapinto above the cut line. But Kanoe Igarashi, with an outstanding performance here, can bump one of those 3s out of that final 5 situation.
And then you throw those last 4 surfers all have a mathematical chance. So if things were to go sideways for any of those surfers above, they have a chance. So again, you know, if you're sitting here and you're in this thing and you have a mathematical chance, you're going to give it your all.
Ethan Ewing preparing for his matchup. We're going to see him in heat number 2 of this opening round with Baron Mamiya and a really dangerous wild card in Kauli Voss.
Good test for Ethan here. You know, being that number 1 seed and sitting inside that WSL Final 5 at the moment. You know, tough competitors in his heat, so let's see his resilience. You know, in those tough matchups, you got to be able to perform.
Ethan Ewing coming in as our number 3 seed, number 3 in the rankings, entering into Tahiti, our final event of the regular season. Still a quiet heat out in the water. That 3-point ride bearing some weight at this moment for Matthew McGillivray. Yago Dora has been very quiet. He's got first priority. He's out in the white jersey, and he's sitting deepest on the peak.
Yep, goofy footer. You know, again, I think he's comfortable in these types of conditions, you know, especially shallow reef breaks. He's been a performer in all types of conditions. I mean, he's won a U.S. Open, right, which is generally, you know, small beach break, you know, high performance type waves. And then also he's been able to do it in the big stuff and in the barrels, man. He has performed very, very well at places like Pipeline. I mean, you know, you think about championship tour caliber surfers, Dora has it all.
Yeah, and just an exciting surfer too. Very unpredictable on what he's going to do, but it is very predictable in this event on what the surfers are seeking. First and foremost, deep barrel rides.
Let's see what happens here. It looks like a little look, a little sniff.
Dora has to come around this first section. Little check turn behind the curtain and in the white room for just a sec before kicking out. Well done.
White room. It's true. That thing was filled with foam. It wasn't the green room on that one, but the timing was there. I mean, I loved how he was able to get himself underneath that. So that was technical. You think about technical tube riding. For a moment that was actually hollow, he was there for it. And that was the way he disappeared from view in the white room. And he got himself out of it. So this is a number, at, you know, 25 minutes in the heat. Let's watch it. You can see he fades it and then underneath stalls. That's a timing, it's a stalling technique that he did very, very well. We saw Carissa Moore do that actually earlier. To great report, and she was able to get herself a 7.67 ride. This was going to go quite that high, but ultimately I love the timing of it. And there's different ways to ride the barrel, and on your forehand, that's one of the techniques. We saw Tom Carroll do that at a place like Pipeline, where he just kick stalls.
Yeah, the kick stall snap to barrel ride, and the master of that, I got to shout out to one of my favorite surfers in the entire world, Michael Ho.
Yep.
He was doing those things on single fins back in the day.
Awesome. You know, and again, there's just different techniques that have all been molded and used and refined by, you know, the next generation. But thanks to Mike Ho, gosh, what a, you know, pops. Amazing. And you think about what he was able to do with backdoor at 65.
Yeah.
Oh, it's such inspiration.
Snap stalls, same thing. It's patented. So we're still waiting for that number for Yago Dora. A 3.03 will take him to the lead. I'm suspecting he'll get that and more. Here we go. Italo Ferreira disappears and just gets gobbled up.
Giant clamshell just swallowed him up. It is difficult, with this kind of lumpier, no wind. You need that higher energy wave to come in that's going to give a little more speed, a little more energy that actually going to open up. Right now, it's just little bits and pieces. It is what it is. You go out there and you got to compete in this kind of stuff and show that point of difference.
Well, 3.4 for Dora. That's enough to give him the lead for the moment. 24 minutes on the countdown, and just still small scores on the board between all three surfers.
Yeah, just that slight advantage for Iago. I mean, you think about Matthews in just comparison. Matt's wave was a bigger wave and not as clean a barrel. Just the quick pull in.
Yes, so much going on here. The positioning, Matthew McGillivray does have priority, and he's sitting out there in the black jersey. McGillivray needs to be very selective on using that priority. Meanwhile, under priority, here's Iago Dora. Long line in front of him, finds the bubble, comes out cleanly. A nice arcing turn off the top, and another stab in the lip. And the wave's running out of water, but Iago Dora belting off a nice barrel and comboed it up with 3 turns. There you go. And now Iago Dora really is going to take command of this heat.
Good read of the lineup there for Iago. One way to find a barrel is put yourself directly on the shallowest part of the reef. That's one of the things. If you don't have the energy in the wave, why not put yourself in a very shallow portion of the wave, which he did. That one was a great read up on top of the point. Strider mentioned earlier today about those types of waves that were coming in deeper on the reef, and that's an example of it, because he saw that this one was going to have that cleaner face. Again, nice clean barrel, disappeared from view, maximize the barrel time, and then why not rattle off? I would say rattle off. Drive through a couple of maneuvers here on the inside. So good work here for Iago. This is going to be a great score. Best of the heat, obviously. As you see, again, stalling technique and then speeds up. So the timing, technical barrel riding skills there on offer. And then goes to the rail. Beautiful snaps. This wave is really fun for turns because it has so much juice on it. Again, you see that stalling technique, and then there, pick up a little speed. Nose has disappeared there for a period of time. Comes out nice and clean, didn't get tapped by the water at all, just a little tap on the elbow there, and then the carves. So adding more points just by maneuvers. So again, a great mix here on a smaller wave, but maximize the scoring potential.
But really taking advantage of that more southerly swell angle as we look at this. So he gave himself a ton of opportunity because the longer wall enabled him to get the maneuvers after the barrel, as well as if it was more of those west peaks, he would have had a much shorter but more intense wave, but really smart positioning from Iago Dora under priority, by the way. Scores in as a 4.33 as we anticipated. So Iago's starting to build his lead over Matthew McGillivray as well as Italo Ferreira.
I expected a little more gap between the 3-4 and the 4-3.
Me too.
Personally. Again, size of the wave, I guess, pushed it, very far inside. So the judges going, hey, we want to see on set waves a little bit more critical section, but great surfing. I mean, one judge had it at a 5, a couple 4s in there. The average came out 4.33.
Surfers waiting for another set coming through here, and a little bit of a lovely condition as we are having a building swell. But when we talk about this wave and what makes it so special, Peter, is truly the bathymetry of this wave, and we see very deep water coming to a shallow reef, but also this deep pass. Ha-Ve is the name of the pass here, and this deep water pass or channel really affects the way that the wave is able to develop itself, because you have the sudden lurch of the reef, but then also the faster water moving right next to it in the channel.
Exactly right. It's the reason why this town is here as well. The passes are where you get out to the ocean to find the fish, and everything, right? This is where the end of the road stops, right at this pass. Obviously a river there that is developed this pass. Big, huge valley that leads up into the mountains of Tahiti. And here we go. Looks like another ride here for Iago Dora. But yeah, I mean, you think about passes in any island culture, it's a major part of, you know, food, travel, access, fresh water.
Yeah.
It's the life.
Especially the older islands of French Polynesia compared to the Hawaiian Islands, where a lot of these islands have barrier reefs or outer reefs, so that makes the passes even more important.
Yeah, that's
you know, in Hawaii we have more importance over bays because we don't have a lot of those outer reefs. These are older islands that have developed these outer reefs, so the pass being very, very important. Hawaii is the name of this pass, and then we have some other smaller passes on the way to Papaete, Te'avaino, Te'avaiti, Te'avaroa, in order as you make your way down.
Yeah, well, I mean, but if you think about actual passes that are used by the locals for far as boating, even the other ones there are small. Yeah, and they close out really easy as the waves come in, so they're very dangerous to use. But there is Big Pass, which actually is much bigger than even Teahupo'o. Yeah. Because once you come inside of this pass too, it's not a lot of places to go in bigger boats. You know, you got to be really careful. You got to understand exactly the pathway through the inside of these reefs. They're incredible. You need to be a local to know.
Yeah, and as you say about Big Pass in native Tahitian, the name for Big Pass is Te'avaroa.
Roa meaning big.
Yeah. That means yes. 18 minutes and 15 seconds, and some whistles are happening in the channel. Pete, that's an indicator of something happening.
I know one of the most vocal out in that lineup is Raimana Banvasieta. He's always one to hear. You can hear him hooting for set waves.
Yeah, up and down with Matthew McGillivray. So he utilizes priority air to McGillivray. No score on offer there, just went down on the takeoff. Priority now shifts to Italo Ferreira. Ferreira using his priority. Has to come around this first section. Stalls for the barrel, gets in the barrel, dragging an arm, spending more time. Little carve. This wave goes into deep water before Italo kicks out. So biggest barrel so far. Not as long as Iago Dora's, but it's going to be interesting to see the contrast in numbers between last of Iago Dora and last of Italo Ferreira.
That's true, because obviously Iago felt like longer barrel, a little bit more time behind the curtain. So he's a bit deeper because we didn't see the nose of his board there. So those are, you know, technical aspects of barrel riding. But the bigger wave, generally, you know, it shows a lot more commitment. As you can see, well overhead here. Good technique. Again, the little stall there, that little subtle down carve on the face, just as a timing element to use your ability to get underneath the hood. Right there, that little stall. See that little tweak? That slows the board down. That gets you the ability to get underneath the hook there.
And these two waves contrasting are showing two parts of the reef too. You can see Italo, as we see this in the slow motion replay, this is more of a west element, right? So not as long of a wall, more intense wave, but it runs out of wall real quick because it runs straight into the channel.
Yeah, and you did time this one well. He would have loved to have had it be a little bit deeper. You know, you see the nose of the board there. Again, great how he was able to read the fact that it was gonna tighten up, so he stays high in the barrel to come out of it. But this is going to, you know, add some pressure back onto Iago here. So we've got a good heat on our hands.
Here we go, Iago. One pump, working down the line. Has to skip this first section. He's not going to get anything out of this ride. He's just going to kick out in the channel.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's that wonkiness that's happening in the lineup right there that just unfortunately didn't stay open for him. It was a good read, though. He's looking at it, thinking it was going to barrel.
Last score for Italo Ferreira, a 3.57. Ferreira in second place, needs a 4.17 to take the lead off of Iago Dora. We'll find out if he can do that right after this break.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't want to win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
The beach goes absolutely wild. The scene has erupted at lower trestles.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
surfer?
Slayton. Kelly Slater. Kelly Slater.
Kelly's results go all the way back to 1992.
So tough. The flag came out. It's the one with the flag.
Simba!
I don't want to get too much photo.
All of the people smiling. We'll get over you, get over you, get over you someday.
Beautiful sights of Tahiti and Iti. A little bit of rain falling right now, and it's kind of a constant here in Teahupo'o in that's what makes it such a lush, vibrant place is we often have rain followed by sunny, beautiful days, but one thing that's constant is this reef out here that produces one of the world's best, most exciting, most dangerous waves, Peter.
And that's why that water is so important, because it carved that pass that has made this wave and created this wave. So rain is a necessity. And it's just part of when you come down here, yeah, you're going to have to deal with it. You pack an umbrella, and you can pack a nice little waterproof jacket, because you will be dealing with rain.
Italo taking a look here. This happened during the break, and that's not going to factor into his top two waves. Italo still trailing Iago Dora, needing a 4.17. Matthew McGillivray in the black jersey has first priority. McGillivray needing a 4.73 to take the lead off of Iago Dora. Again, winner of this opening round moves straight into the round of 16. Ferreira off the bottom, snaps right in the pocket. This wave's going to go straight into the channel, and you can see the fat water as the wave hits the channel. Maybe a little inside double up, very shallow water here. Ferreira,
why not?
Kicks off.
I love it.
Air reverse, and that is some unusual lines and progressive surfing applied to Teahupo'o.
And zero fear, because obviously you go and do something like that, you're putting yourself in a very delicate situation, as you can see.
Right. I mean, you got to watch your knuckles under the duck dive. Here we go. Iago Dora answering back, and just a short barrel for Dora before he kicks out.
That was awesome. I really like what Italo did there. It looked like to me kicking out was the best thing to do, and he was like, well, maybe there's a little double up in here, and he went for it, and sure enough, I mean, he added some points by doing that.
Talk about manufacturing a score. That is building a score.
That's true, and and it's very risky. Like I said, you're putting yourself right inside of that area there. It's very shallow, obviously. But he completed it with no worries, and he got himself back in the lineup. Nice carve snap into that section there. Again, manufactures this score. This wave, everyone let go. They didn't want it, and him being with that third priority says, yeah, you know what, I'll just see what happens. And sure enough, big lofty air, lands backwards. Again, that is just so shallow right there, and pulled it off clean.
Well, this is world champ stuff right here. When you can pull out moves unexpectedly and put them down. Having this in your back pocket is so valuable as a competitor. And Italo Ferreira just does it again.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys that he actually utilizes and does a lot of toe ats, and he's able to do that at his home break. Has a little area that he can just go high speed into doing lofty airs like that. So he's very comfortable doing airs in that type of situation with a ton of speed and a ton of amplitude and be able to land it.
Yeah, Italo Ferreira from the small fishing village of Baía Formosa. Great wave over there, and overall pretty one of the kind of warmer parts of Brazil as well. So yeah, and he's got really the pride of a country on his shoulders at this point.
Yeah, it is a kind of a region that doesn't have a lot of surf though. It's usually pretty small for the most part. It's in the top part of Brazil there. But yeah, ultimately that's what's created. You think about all of the world champions, Kelly Slater included. They come from areas that you got to work for your surfs, and it creates a drive that creates a world champion.
Numbers are trickling in for Ferreira. Remember, 4.17 will give him the lead. Looks like he's going to take the lead. We need one more judge to come through, and we'll finish off the average, throwing out the high and the low. And there you go, 4.57, just enough for Italo Ferreira to take the lead off of Yago Dora.
Pretty funny there that you see an error like that come in at a 3.9. You know, but it showcases what the judges are looking for at a place like this in this Tahiti. The errors aren't necessarily going to be, you know, the innovation progression element of it isn't really going to be focused on here. It's about finding the barrels on this nice shallow reef.
Well, with a two-wave total of 8.14 in the lead, Italo Ferreira, this is still anyone's game because that can be trumped easily with just one good wave or for sure with an excellent score. So open for both Matthew as well as Yago to take off the lead, and everyone wants to skip that elimination round that we may be having this afternoon, at least a couple heats of it.
And Matt, with that priority, he's been a little bit more picky, obviously putting himself further outside, waiting for, you know, one of those, you know, 17-second interval little sets to start coming in, because that's what we're expecting here. And ultimately, if you can get that type of wave out here, you're going to see a big separation between the 4, 5, 7 of Italo Ferreira. You know, you get words upwards into the, you know, 6s and 7s, all of a sudden you've got a distinct advantage.
With that 17-second interval coming through, Pete, is that going to affect the consistency of the waves? Are we going to expect longer lulls with that longer period swell?
Yeah, I mean, when you start to see any swell that shows up for the, you know, for its first few sets, it is definitely long waits. You know, those 20-second interval, not necessarily happen here a lot, although during Code Red, when you get that last big swell we had, there was some 20-second interval that was involved in that. And it was, you look at some of the waves that were trying to be ridden that day, almost unrideable because there was so much energy there. It was just folding on itself. But
yeah, I mean, and with that Code Red swell, we've seen the impact that it has had on land here.
Oh, it battered this coastline. Yeah, there was rocks and reef all up onto the shoreline, walls broken down. Yeah, it was definitely, it made an impact here. It came over the top of that reef pretty easily. I mean, that's storm surge. That's part of what happens when you have big swells, and that's the risk that happens when you live on a coastline like this, that the ocean is going to come up every once in a while and knock at your door.
And it was kind of almost one of those perfect storms in a way that you had this giant 20-second interval swell, and then you also had king tides coinciding with that Code Red swell.
Yeah, the moon has a lot to do with how swells show up. I mean, you go to Indo, they're all about the full moon. You know, literally you go, oh, I'm just going to go here during this period of time, during this month, and it's going to be guaranteed surf because the tides have such a influence on swell arrivals in that area. I mean, it does it pretty much everywhere because you're going to get that distinct pull, and coefficient is going to be larger during those fuller moons. So I mean, you learn all this stuff as you know, and certain regions obviously are more influenced than others.
So is that part of the anatomy of that Code Red swell? Was not just the size of the swell and the period, but it was also the big king tides?
I would say, yeah. I mean, it has all of those elements coming together. Yeah, this is kind of the perfect storm.
Yeah, and it's amazing with surf forecasting and what's happening these days, and surfers are able to recognize those traits just days ahead, hop on planes and make sure they're here. It was a tricky game here with that Code Red swell in July. I think it was July 14th, because all the harbors were closed, so you had to just use those jet
That's why it's called Code Red. They shut it down.
Here we go. Let's take a look and talk us through our virtual eye, Pete.
Well, we talk about Tahiti and almost two islands, but they are connected. So it's one island. Ultimately, we're on Tahiti, which is the bottom of the islands here. It's the end of the road. That's where the road stops, right at that river there. We can see the reef has been carved out by that big valley of water coming out, and it feeds out there. It carves its way in there over the millions of years. And of course, then we have this deep channel that rushes in and very, very, very quickly goes to shallow water. And that's why this wave is like no other that we have on this planet. It is literally a steep cliff, and that water comes up and it forces itself over the top of that, and it folds itself. There's no back on this wave. It feels like the ocean is coming over and folding on itself, and then it's only 6 feet deep over sharp coral reef. Sharp live coral reef too, in contrast to another, you know, dangerous wave, beautiful wave pipeline, which is over basically a coral kind of lava reef. That's an old ancient reef that's not as alive. The reef over here, alive and growing. Yeah, and of course, when you get cut, it hurts you. You know, it fillets a little bit deeper and can cause some pain. That's why a lot of the locals here use lime as a way to get through and not get infection. But man, you know, you think about lime in your cuts. Talk about torture. And that's the reef that we're looking at right now underwater. A live coral reef, and we want to keep that reef healthy, so that's why we pay attention to all the coral growth.
Let's check out a heat recap starting with Iago Dora. This was a 4.33.
Yeah, and he just found this one on the reef. He went up there just kind of hunting, and this became one of his top two. You know, at this point, he took the lead, and it was one of the better little barrels we've seen. Just a little bit too small. Got the carves done. Came out with a 4.33 for that one, but then Italo finds himself a little cover. This one came in a much bigger wave, but only came in as a 3.57, and then really manufactured a score out of this one. Not really any barrel, just carves. But watch this as he gets to the inside. Literally says, hey, there's a little double up in here. Let's see what we can do with it. Shallow reef, I don't care. Let's do a big air over it. Gotta love Italo and his spontaneity.
And just the confidence to know that he had to put that down, because that is just inches of water where he finished.
Dry reef, literally.
Ferreira live action. Up, out. Just surfing under priority. Iago holding to second priority. And the South African, Matthew McGillivray, has been patiently waiting out the back for a magic wave.
I like what he's doing here. I mean, he's got the three already. Probably a little bit more challenging for him on the back end to be able to manufacture a score similar to what we see Italo and Iago do. You can take those smaller little waves and kind of zip through a couple little barrels and do an air like that. A little more difficult for Matthew McGillivray. He needs to have himself a nice solid set wave. He's had priority all through that time period, so he's not going to really, force himself to go inside, give up priority for, a 4. He needs himself a 5.14, which means he needs to have a solid wave. So right here, his strategy is good. You just got to wait it out and hopes that the wave gods send him an opportunity.
I like it. Yeah, to your point, Peter, it's he's committed now.
Yeah.
And there's no use in him trying to move around. He just has to, give it up to the ocean and hope a set wave comes through.
Again, I love this drone view. It gives you a little more read on exactly what the ocean's doing. And see, it feels like to me, again, still that wonk there, but the glassiness is definitely there. We just need now to Swell to plow through the easterly little gale that's below us and get here. Hurry up.
I love it. Swell calling as we see the paddle and a positioning between our three surfers. Distinct positioning. You can see Matthew McGillivray with priority. He's out the back. He's in the pole position. Iago Dora's inside of him, so he can watch what Matty's up to, and he's second in line. Now, Italo Ferreira, however, on the inside has to just scour the inside because he's last in line. And he's just going to take any kind of scrap coming through to see if he can build upon his score line. Italo looking to better his low of a 3.57 and increase his lead over the field. Here comes the set.
Yeah, a little corner here, and this might actually go into Iago's corner if you're looking too deep. So maybe even Italo, all of them too deep. So again, the swell that we're going to see start to show up is going to be coming in a bit more west than what we've seen, especially the swell that we saw this morning, that started to taper off. So it'll come to that part of the reef. It'll move to that channel side. Occasionally you'll see some waves come in that direction, that 205 range, 210 maybe even from the beginning of the swell.
Yeah, so to orientate our viewers, the west would be to the right-hand side of your screen. That is where we're going to see things start livening up. And we're talking about the West Bowl. That is where it's located on your screen. The south piece of the reef on the left-hand side of your screen, where the deeper, kind of more, not tapered waves, but longer walled waves would be.
Yeah, I mean, we're spacing basically west-southwest, as you look straight out towards the horizon. South is to our left. As we see now, Iago trying to get an opportunity with a minute to go.
Talking about the south piece of the reef, tucks under the lip there, needs a little bit more to get the score. Big snap to airdrop, and he kicks out the back. A 3.82 is all that he needs to turn this heat. I want your initial reaction, Peter Mel.
It's one of those things again, man. It's right there. Great comparisons. The 3.57 of which is a bigger set wave. Here's Matt
McGillivray on the backhand. Needs more than just a turn because he needs a 5.14. One carve off the top. This wave gets a little sleepy into the channel, maybe hoping for a double up that we saw Italo get, and the answer is no for Matty McGillivray.
3.4 from Iago Dora is another comparison you could throw out too. Was it better than that? Feels like it to me. Yeah, I mean, it feels like right there 4. I don't know. We'll see what the judges think. They have the best angle of it. They're right there in that tower looking over it.
Is Iago Dora going to steal this heat off of Italo Ferreira? That's the question, and we are waiting for those scores.
Think about this section here. Okay, so smaller wave, right? You know, even smaller than his 4.33. Definitely not as deep here, but this snap, that was a critical section. That was kind of a cool section. Again, very shallow underneath him. Carried a lot of speed through that maneuver. But, you know, now that I watch it, I think maybe even just a tinge shy, but we'll see. I mean, it's literally right there. It could be yes and no. You see me just kilter there? I was like, yes, up, oh, no. But it looks like it's going to come in. It's going to be enough.
Slowly populating the numbers, and Italo does it with a 4.
No, Iago did it.
I mean, I'm sorry, Iago does it
and that's
with
why.
a 4.33, and that's because of this maneuver for Iago Dora. So he steals this heat off of Italo Ferreira. Now remember, Italo Ferreira has not clinched his position in the final 5 yet, and Italo Ferreira is heading towards the elimination round.
Crazy.
We are heading towards a break, but you want to stick around because we got much more when we come back. Ethan Ewing, Baron Mamiya, and Kauli Voss will be in the water. Beautiful Tahiti here at the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. Heat number 2 of the opening round, and Baron Mamiya up and riding.
Just a quick one for Baron there. I expect Baron to be pretty comfortable at this place, considering how well he does at Pipeline. You'd say that his odds are pretty good here.
Yeah, Ethan Ewing out there in the red jersey. He's our top seed coming into Tahiti, number 3 on the rankings. Baron Mamiya is going to be out there in black. And the danger man, the youngster, 20-year-old Kauli Voss, right here from Teahupo'o, is our wild card, and he's out there in the white.
Yeah, and he's been on fire this season. If you saw his edit that he dropped, some of the best waves ever ridden out here, but some of the biggest waves.
Oh my goodness.
Crazy, right? So Kauli is one to watch here on this reef.
Yeah, Kauli Voss, just really impressive at all sizes out here at his home break. Iago Dora, he stole the heat off of Italo Ferreira with that final wave. He's into the round of 16, and he's with Dimity Stoyle.
Thanks, Kaipo. Iago stole the win on that very last wave. It looked like you guys were trying to stay busy, find scores.
Yeah, it's really tricky out there today. It's kind of that in-between size. It's neither on the inside ledge and not on the outside ledge as well. So you had to stay active, and that's what at least me and Italo was trying to stay active. Matt was trying to wait for a bigger one, I felt like. And yeah, I guess I was just lucky to get that last little wave, and the barrel was nothing special, but I was able to do a nice turn afterwards, and I think that's what gave me the score, the turn.
Yeah, so good. And you're coming off 2 third place in a row, so you're on a bit of a roll. And hopefully tomorrow we got some pumping waves. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm very excited about tomorrow. I was a bit stressed about today because it's really tricky to surf, and I didn't want it to go to that elimination round. And I'm really excited about tomorrow. Can't wait to surf again and score this as good as it gets.
Can't wait to watch. Good luck in the next round.
All right, well, comfortable as he's going to. Yago Dora will skip the next round. He'll be in the 3rd round, the round of 16. And that is a decided advantage when you look at progressing through a championship tour. Not to say that you can't win an event even through that elimination round. It's quite possible. But for the heat in the water right now, Baron Mamiya wants to avoid that elimination round. Mamiya on another small score right there with the incomplete. During that interview, we saw Kauli Voss with a 2.17, splitting a quick tube. And here we go with Ethan Ewing, just a quick up and out for the young man out of North Stradbroke Island.
Just to put into perspective, you know, we're in day 6, right, of the waiting period, and of basically, what, 10 days? So we're running out of time. You got to start running heats. I mean, we've gone through a very small period, absolutely no real days to be able to compete. This is the first day with overhead surf. You know, and we got to get it done. Yeah, it's a little bit wonky, but you know, non-elimination at least as far as the opening round is concerned. So, and this, you know, with the forecast being that we're going to have some swell back off too. You want to get the best done right here in the biggest part of the waves. We see the replay here at Cowley, just a quick one in and out. You know, again, he saw what was happening in that previous heat. Find a little barrel, you know, he can sniff them out pretty easily. Again, very, very comfortable. He is young, so he doesn't have a ton of experience, but lately, the guy has been putting on a show out here.
Yeah, Kauli Voss, his 2nd appearance as a wild card here at the Tahiti Pro. And, you know, it is a hotly contested contest within a contest for that wild card. The local trials, they only take the winner. And that is Teahupo'o's best surfers. All the Tahitian surfers, the best of the best here in Tahiti, compete just for that one spot every year.
Yeah, it's so true. You know, and there's some really good surfers coming up out of this region. I mean, Matahi Drole is another one who has been very, very good this season. He came in 2nd at the trials. You know, yeah, it's just, there's endless. I mean, we can just keep going. There's a ton of great surfers that come from this region that surf this reef very, very well, and they're specialists at Teahupo'o. So it's like this wave, you know, as a wild card, you're coming into it like with a great chance to take a win,
especially with no pressure. We saw Kauli do that in 2019 when he took out a big upset. He took out Kolohe Andino, and at that time, 2019, coming into this event, Kolohe Andino had that yellow leader's jersey on his back, and so that was a big disappointment for Kolohe, and a big name building, reputation building for the young Tahitian.
Yeah, he's and he's just, I mean, to me, the edit that he had put out this season, you know, from the last few swells here, and it's been a great season. So Kauli, man, he definitely whips it underneath the hood on those big days. And you know, as I mentioned earlier, what we've seen from the surfers that surf this reef, it's incredible what they've been able to achieve in some big Teahupo'o.
Jack Robinson readying himself, and it's going to be quite a clash. Robinson's going to be coming up against Nat Young and Michelle Perez when we get to heat number 3 of this opening round. Yago Dora in his corner. Yago's already been successful with a heat win and giving some advice to Jack Robo. Ewing stalling, finds the barrel. Can he find an exit? And he just gets eaten up by the foam ball, unfortunately, for Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, sometimes the wave will spit you out, but that time he was just too yummy. Just swallowed him up. Sorry, Ethan. Yeah, that was great technique, though. I love how he was able to get underneath it there. That's stalling technique. It takes off underneath the lip. And then watch this. This little snap slows it down, drags his bum real quick. Had it going on, but then the little drift there just
yeah, it looked like the fins disengaged as we look into the barrel from that water angle, and got caught a little too high.
Yeah, he did.
Now remember, Ewing has yet to clinch his spot in the Final Five. He needs a quarter-final finish here if he wants to clinch that spot and make his way to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Again, that's happening September 8th through the 16th. That's our waiting period for a one-day event, and it's going to be the biggest day in surfing in 2022.
Yeah, in his mind, that's what he, you know, obviously the goal is to get himself into the quarterfinals. You know, earn your spot.
Yeah, there's other ways he can do it, but that depends upon what other surfers do, right? So he wants to be a master of his own destiny, right,
Yeah,
Pete?
and it's great confidence to be able to do it, earn your spot by winning heats. He's had an incredible season, been a standout surfer to watch all season long. You know, got his first win. So Ethan Ewing has been, you know, kind of growing on tour, and now is a title contender. You know, we touted him as such early in his career, but now he's earning those stripes and earning that confidence.
Now, if Ethan wins this heat and gets into the round of 16, he can clinch in that round of 16, Ethan Ewing, but that depends on the performance of Kanoa Igarashi, Griffin Colapinto, and Italo Ferreira.
Yeah, a lot has to happen. Again, in his mind, he's got his eyes on that quarterfinal bid.
Baron Mamiya up and out for the Hawaiian, and he's just going to give up priority. Kauli Voss, the local, sitting with priority, the deepest on the reef in the white jersey, and he knows his spots out here.
He sure does. And I'll say that the trials were run in kind of lackluster Teahupo'o as well. So he had to, you know, kind of work his way, compete his way through that trials. It wasn't just nice, big, clean barrels. Sometimes, you know, the competition happens, and it's in, you know, it's basically a very small window of opportunity to run these trials. But he worked his way through there and took out Matahi Drole.
Yeah, Ethan Ewing enjoying his best year on the championship tour so far in his young career. He's already won a junior world title, and he wants more. Kauli Voss, however, utilizes priority and expert utilization of that priority. Great wave selection, and I expect the biggest number so far in this heat.
Yeah, and of this men's round, I would say, because that was it was subterranean. It looked like that's what happens is this wave almost sometimes disappears behind the reef because it sucks itself down low. And that was the type of, that's the energy you're starting to see. We see that happening with that 17-second interval. It's just going to pull it down, and then it's just going to fold over on itself. And such a great read. I mean, he knows how to paddle down the face. Look at this as he takes off deep, drags his arm, but then pumps through this corner. Nicely done there for Kauli. Just great technical tube riding here, especially when you're picking up that extra speed to make sure that you're going to find the exit. No maneuvers for him. He's just going to kick on out and get himself back into position. But again, drags his arm, slows it down, and then at this point, he realizes, okay, there's another section coming. Let's get that rail engaged. Pumps through it. There's that little squirt. Gets the water moving through the concaves.
Live action with Ethan Ewing, stalling, looking for the barrel. Another kick stall, gets high on this one, drags the body, and just a little pit ride for Ethan Ewing. So we'll be waiting for scores for Ewing, and probably the highest score of this heat so far for Kauli Voss. No sign of yet of the number for Kauli, but I expect it to be a good score. There it is, a 5.67 drops in for Voss.
Pair of sixes, 3.55s, the average out to a 5.67.
There you go, all the judges. Again, as Peter said, we drop off the high and the low. We average out the remaining three, and that 5.67 puts the young Tahitian in a strong position in this heat with 22 minutes on the countdown.
That's you know, virtue of a lot of things happening correctly for Kauli with that priority. He's able to get himself in position, and sure enough, when you surf this reef enough, the wave gods send you little gifts here and there, and that was definitely a nice one. That was only one wave set for Kauli, and he was on the spot, got the wave done, and surfed it well.
On the paddle still our competitors, and it looks like we're not having anyone go on that wave, so I'm going to throw it out to the channel with Strada Wazalewski. Strada, do you see Kauli's wave?
I did. It was beautiful, and you know, the patience paid off, and just sitting there waiting for the, you know, and hoping for one of those sets to come through. It's not a guarantee that you're going to get one of those waves, you know, during these time periods. So for him to sit there and wait that long, had a lot of faith in the spot and Mother Nature, and the whole channel just lit up. It was a beautiful thing. The first time I really felt the energy of the channel today, where everybody got involved and everybody could feel everybody just lifting and excited for Kaoli's wave.
What was the vibe like during all of that hold period? I know you were out in the water and in the channel, the free surf's going down. How was it hanging out there for that time?
I'm gonna be honest, there was a lot of tension going on. Here we go, Kaoli from deep behind it. Look at this thing, perfect execution, flying through the barrel, right over the foam ball. I'm talking money right there. That was some clean, beautiful surfing and finding those nuggets back on the reef. Let me tell you, the vibe was low, now it's high. Kaoli's bringing it.
There you go. Yeah, Strider, that was money. Kaoli Voss printing it. So we're going to be waiting for that number. Already with a 5.67 in his scoreline. Kaoli Voss is going to pull ahead of Ethan Ewing and Baron Mamiya.
That's the example of the smaller 17-second interval. It's literally the extra energy there that folds on itself on the reef, and just such a good read for Kaoli. I mean, he was third priority at that point. Look, he went deep on the reef, and then this thing just cornices off here and just finds the way, ton of speed through this one. Feels like it's going to be better than the 5.67 because how deep he is. Look, first section, and then pumps right through it, right over the foam ball. With all that speed, that's the thing that's so impressive about forehanders, is they're able to glide over the top of it because they can extra speed to go through those sections. I mean, it's like they're like potholes in a road. You want to fly over, you go a little faster over potholes, and it feels a little less, and you get over it pretty easily. But again, just understanding this reef so well. That extra pump right there, he glides over the top of the foam, no worries. And a nice exit there, and now he's got 2 solid numbers.
Yeah, the goofy foot using the stance to his advantage. We're still waiting for that second score for Kaoli. Live action, Baron Mamiya stalls, rides the foam ball, and busts through for the exit here. So Baron gets in the barrel and out, kicking out in the channel. So more scores owed to us by the judges. Kaoli Voss again, long wall in front of Kaoli, and he comes through that foam ball again. How is he doing it? He's able to pick off the waves. He's in rhythm right now.
That's so in rhythm. It literally, he just clicked in, and also the swell is clicked in, because that is a whole different look than what we've seen all morning long. So good to see, finally starting to see that energy starting to hit the reef here, because that is a distinct difference in the way that the wave looks. A lot more energy.
Got excited for that one, Pete.
I did.
6.43 for Kaoli Voss on his previous ride. Compare that with a 5.67, and he is in the lead. He may be improving upon that scoreline. We're still waiting for one more score for Kaoli Voss. Here's a replay of that last ride.
Yeah, water angle here, much bigger wave. Again, look at that. He sets it up. He had to actually stall, realizing that he was going too fast, and he had to slow it down. But much bigger wave, and again, the corner, seeing the corner, you see how the wave almost grew as he dropped in. It sets bigger down the line, and that's that westerly angle that comes in there. Such a great read, so deep on the reef too. And you see where he was paddling. He was underneath Ethan Ewing. He actually went a little bit deeper, and that wave didn't look that good to Ethan. And sure enough, Kaoli with the forehand able to get that extra speed to make that one.
That's just knowing the reef and being very comfortable at this break. And the comfort is evident when you're able to sit inside that ledge and negotiate those just knifey drops straight into the barrel. So we're still waiting for that score.
That's the LK, right? The local knowledge in tricky kind of conditions like it is right now. Just such a great read from Kaoli. Also just tapping into, the mana of the region, man. He loves this place.
Mana. Yeah, I agree. Mana, the spirit of that you can feel all over this land and in the water.
Kaipa's been hitting the vortex over at our home.
We have some energy where we're staying, and I appreciate the energy a lot. It is tangible to me of what I feel here, because it feels like Hawaii, hundreds of years ago. So there is that amount of connection that I have here in Tahiti. Hey, 6.43. Kaoli may have just improved upon a score. We're still waiting for that score. What did you think about that last ride, Strider?
I mean, it was super impressive. No priority. The last 2 waves he's had, he does not priority. And for him just to almost like head fake these waves, because he sees something in a wave that his competitors are not seeing. And it's a certain line down low where you have to literally look at the bottom of the wave to find the part of the wave that's going to make the wave double up and be hollow. And that's what he sees in these waves, and he's finding those moments, gliding through the barrel, coming through it with speed, and really understanding the lineup. And I want to say he did all of that, I think his 3 waves in 5 minutes or less than. just to go back and check the time on that would be incredible. Tahiti, Teahupo'o, one of those waves where you can actually turn a heat within just a few minutes because the paddle back out is so close. You can literally catch a wave and be back out on the peak within a minute and a half.
Well, that last score, Strider, for Kauli Vas, a 7.17, and he is starting to make a big distance between Baron Mamiya and Ethan Ewing. As we're looking at the one, he's put both Baron and Ethan into a combination position in this heat. So both Baron and Ethan need 2 waves of 13.6 or better if they want to take that lead. We're halfway through this heat right now, 15 minutes and 30 seconds. Kauli Vas on a heater, the local showing that local knowledge. We'll have more right after this.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, it should probably be like, oh.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
The beach goes absolutely wild. The scene has erupted at lower trestles.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Outerknown Tahiti Pro and Kauli Vas taking off switch foot, switches into the barrel, threads that barrel. Now it's showtime for the young Tahitian out here at Teahupo'o.
By the way, he's done that on like 6 to 8 foot waves as well. Incredible talent. I love that he went switch there because I believe that's the future. I do solely believe that you're gonna be able to do it just like skate and snowboard, all of those things. The switch element is a big part of it.
It's going to be interesting to see the judges digest that, because that was technical, that was unique, that was creative. Let's see it again.
Again, drops in goofy foot and then switches to his regular foot, and then the thing just opens up. I mean, that was incredible. What a read once again. Look at those guys were like, go ahead. Yeah. They had a higher priority than him.
Drops in regular foot, then turns goofy foot. And that was some quick feet and very talented for Kauli Vas.
I've actually seen him do that and go into the barrel, goofy foot, and come out. Or sorry, go in regular foot, come out goofy foot. So incredible. I really, truly believe that if we can push that envelope a bit more, I mean, and you know, it takes the judges to kind of recognize the situation as well. I mean, he did just drop in, but he didn't actually barrel ride, you know, regular foot.
Here we go. Ethan Ewing taking off there. And just gets chomped up. I'm sorry, that was Baron Mamiya in the black jersey getting chomped up. Strider, you saw Kauli's wave. That was very, very creative.
Yeah, well, we've seen a lot of that. We've seen it in edits and clips and stuff that he's done. And he was paddling back out, and he said, you know, I wanted to stay in it on the switch, but he realized how deep he was, and he knew he was going to need the pump, so he went back around to the normal stance to pump through that last section that just throwed it through the inside. And then we saw Raymond look over at him, because you could see how how hyped he was and pumped up he was paddling back out. He said, calm down, relax, you got this. It was great. And then he literally, his shoulders went down and everything got easy. It was bad.
All right, well, let's let Strider duck dive a 6.23. It was creative, but it did not add to Kauli Voss's overall score line. But he's still in the lead, a big lead. He has both Baron Mamiya and Ethan Ewing comboed at this point. Let's take another look, though, at this creative ride from Kauli Voss.
Again, the drop's nice here. It's not super steep, but I've seen him do it on big steep ones before. It's a little bit, again, he saw that. I love that he saw that it was going to run, and so he says, you know what, I need the extra speed, and goes back to the goofy foot. And he probably wouldn't have made that wave if he had stayed in that regular foot position. So good and so creative. I love it. He's putting on a show. Also, the fact that he's like, hey, chill, cool it, save some. You know, I think that's Romana's kind of going, hey, you know, you've got this heat one. But again, I think Kauli's a showman. He wants to put on a show.
He's got a long way to go, but he's looking good, and he wants to add his name to some goofy foots here in Tahiti who have taken out a win. Owen Wright, Gabe Medina, Ace Buchan, Bobby Martinez, Bruno Santos, both Hopgood brothers. Both Damien and CJ have won out here. And Corey Lopez, and of course, everyone's favorite goofy foot, Mark Occhilupo. He won here back in 1999.
It is, I mean, especially when it's not always perfect, Chopo. You know, and you think about the other surfers that have won out here, Andy, Kelly, John. You know, those regular footers are some of the best backhand tube riders in the world. It definitely feels to me like the advantage will go to a goofy foot in those trickier conditions.
I like the goofy foots, yeah. And this is one of the tour stops where it's very evenly paced. We have 10 regular foot wins here and 11 goofy foot wins here. And I would think that's the most evenly divided between regular foots and goofy foots out of any stop on tour.
I would agree.
Well, 9 minutes remaining, and Baron Mamiya and Ethan Ewing really got some work cut out for them. Ethan Ewing does have first priority, needs to start chipping away at the combination that he has been put in via the local wild card.
Yeah, it's tough when you see everything going his way. I mean, literally, he's ridden 4 waves now that any other surfer in this heat would have loved to have had as a score. You know, and Kauli's just having his way. I mean, it doesn't matter if he has priority or not. And it all started with the 5.67 when he had priority, and then it went bam, bam, bam. 3 waves back to back. Matter of fact, those 2 scores, the 6.43 and the 7.17, were outside of priority.
That's right, and that is really, I mean, we look at, you said it before, the LK, the local knowledge. That's illustrated in the fact that he can surf under these guys without priority and still pick off the good ones.
And pick off numbers. It truly is. And, you know, and I think that, you know, not having the local knowledge, but someone who used that type of technique is Gabriel Medina.
Yeah.
And that's why he's one of the best out here, is he's able to use the entire reef and find waves outside of priority to get scores needed to get through heats.
Yeah, Gabe Medina, ultra sneaky finding those.
Yeah.
And as we look at history too, I mean, I think another goofy footer, CJ Hopgood, is really good at, you know, seeking out the mean ones, even without priority, and executing on them. Well, let's check out our heat recap, because in this heat number 2 of the opening round, it's been all Kauli Voss.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's probably just going to be all Kauli. I mean, he was able to find these ones deep on the reef, get the speed needed. I mean, that was just amazing to be able to come from behind it there. Nice long barrel. Of course, we also saw a quick one there from Baron Mamiya. This one only a 3.1 ride. I mean, the wave did not have the exit that he would have liked, but again, great backhand technique. But look at this, just finding the biggest wave we've seen, biggest number we've seen in the men's division, 7.17. Look again, it's just crazy how, when you're clicked in, how it just comes with ease.
Putting on a show, and look at those numbers for Kauli Voss. Even the numbers not highlighted, even the numbers that aren't in his top 2 waves, 5.67, 6.23. It's been all Kauli Voss.
Yeah, his first 2 numbers would be winning this heat. A 2.17 and a 5.67. Those are his 2 lowest numbers. Would still be winning it. So again, just full on smashing this one for Kauli.
Mamiya, long wall in front of him. He just kind of skates down it, and a little disinterested in that wave kicking out into the channel.
I mean, as a competitor, when you've got someone who's just like in connected mode, you know, and you know that the only place that you really want in this heat is first, because that allows you to skip around. It demoralizes you. I mean, it makes it tough for you to actually have the energy to really try and turn this heat. But that's the magic, though, in this championship tour. You've got to give it your all in the next 6 minutes. It's focused completely on the task at hand, which is 13.60 points.
A lot of pressure on Ethan Ewing as he's in the hunt to clinch a spot in that final five. We can look at the story right here. Felipe Toledo, Peter, Jack Robinson already clinched. Ethan Ewing, though, job is not done as of yet.
I think Italo coming into this one knowing full well that already clinched for Felipe and Jack, that he wants to overtake Ethan just so he can get himself an extra seeding value, because that number 3 seed is another round ahead, because 4 and 5 will start the day off in the Rip Curl WSL Finals surfing against each other. So it really doesn't matter about 4 and 5. So ultimately, Italo is kind of gunning for that 3rd or even 2nd position, but there's a pretty big gap between Felipe and Jack.
I mean, but Ethan Ewing, if he finds himself, as it's looking like, into the elimination round, that could be dark times for Ethan Ewing, because that's the 17th, and that's going to open up the door for a few other surfers to get into that final five.
Yeah, Italo's there with him. You know, that's the thing. You know, that's why that Yago Dora win there was a blow to Italo.
Mamiya pulls up, pulls in over the foam ball, and finds the exit. So there we go. Late charge for Baron Mamiya. He's going to surf his way out of this combination with that last wave.
So that wave wasn't an easy wave to ride, and that's why the backhand was actually probably to his advantage. He was able to slow himself down and hold himself against the wall, and he's given himself a chance. He knows that that's okay. Wait, if this is just a 5, all of a sudden I don't need that big a number. Great technique again. See how he slows everything down. And this wave wasn't big and open and hollow. It was definitely a barrel. But that backhand technique, watch this as you're looking into it. He can slow himself down in there and holds himself steady. That's that tripod stance. You got both your feet and your arm, and actually 4 points of contact. 2 to your board and the wall, or 3 to the board and the wall. And that just makes yourself basically invincible. You want to be able to just plow through it.
Where is he? He's gone. He's disappeared. No sight of Baron Mamiya as we check this out in slow motion, and finds the exit. Very
Nicely
impressive.
done. Yeah, that's it. And he's done that stuff over and over at all the waves on the North Shore. Hopefully that board didn't land underneath him. He's looking for it. But yeah, this is a number to get him in the heat.
Sketchy dismount here.
Watch out.
Watch it, and that is the danger. So there could have been some board damage on the exit for Baron Mamiya, and more importantly, his body. Let's check it out. Strider, what happened?
Yeah, coming out of that barrel, you know, pushed through, a lot of adrenaline coming around the bottom, and came over the top of the wave. And as you kick out, obviously, you know, you're excited, did the full dismount and stoke pump, but then realized that he was coming down right on top of his board, literally just bonk, and buckled it right under him. So, you know, Jake Kelly saying that he's got another board out there, exact same size, 6'2", back out there on another sharp eye, looking for another wave.
Oh, no. Well, the main thing for Baron is to avoid injuries. Plenty of boards, but you only have one body.
Thanks, Jake.
Scores are trickling in for Baron Mamiya, and it's already indications of an excellent ride. 2 judges go excellent. 1 judge goes under excellent. Still waiting for judge 2 and 4 to check in with their number before we can give you the situation. He's definitely going to get out of the combination, Baron Mamiya, and he's going to cut it to a single wave requirement. There we go, 7.83. Mamiya now needs a 5.77. He's up and riding. Come around the corner here, and not a lot on offer. So Baron is right back in the game, Peter, just needing a 5.77.
7.83, it's a big number. You know, again, I think they liked and appreciated the fact that that was technical barrel riding. He did everything he could to maximize the barrel on a bigger wave. Almost went excellent with it with the 7.83, and definitely put himself right in contention of this heat. Only needs now a 5.77, like you mentioned. He's in it.
1 minute and 45 seconds. So Baron Mamiya does have to do a little bobbing and weaving, maybe some head fakes to surf under the priority right now of Ethan Ewing, as well as Kauli Vas. Kauli Vas in the white jersey does have, you know, a pretty decorated pro junior career. He's knows how to play the game in the jersey. So Kauli recognizing that Barron has a chance, definitely has a little bit of a priority play with Barron Mamiya, trailing him and keeping an eye on Barron.
Yeah, he's got a higher priority over the top of Barron. That's that #2 spot. So, and Barron obviously being the only one that really could catch him with a minute to go, he can cover him.
Well, this is when the cover happens. We'll see if Kauli uses his priority. He does not. Barron Mamiya pulls in the barrel, but Kauli knew he was too deep and let him go.
Nice read there. Didn't get sold. Again, you talked about the decorated junior career. There's a lot of opportunity for one-on-one heats throughout that, and that's something that the WSL has put emphasis on, is getting the training there. So you learn how to surf these type of priority heats. You have 4-man priority, you've got 3-man priority. Those are all things that have been implemented, not too long ago. So he's already, I mean, most of his career, he's pretty much been doing that. So he understands that priority game.
Story right in front of us. 30 seconds remaining, and Kauli Vass holding on to the lead. Barron Mamiya needing that 5.77. Ethan Ewing, unfortunately, is destined for the elimination round as we're at the 22nd mark. Maybe one more chance for Mamiya to come back. As you said, Pete, it's a short paddle back out, so Mamiya's right back in the mix. We'll just see if the waves provide. Down to 10 seconds, a countdown. This is going to have to be it for Barron Mamiya. Let's see if the Hawaiian can stroke into this. And unable to do so. So Teahupo'o is going to be very proud because their young son in the way of Kauli Vass is moving on into the round of 16. Barron Mamiya and Ethan Ewing into the elimination round. We'll be back with more action from the end of the road right after this.
World titles, competitively, it defines the best, and it's like the ultimate goal when you're on the tour and you're challenging the best guys, more so than ever. Like, the whole tour is at a high level now, so I feel like that makes you like the best of the best now. The goals can be there, but still step by step, and it's just make each heat better, each contest better.
What a year it's been for Australia's Jack Robinson, world #2, the headliner in this matchup, and enjoying a pit right out here at Teahupo'o, and just stepping off into the end section, a very shallow section of the reef. A place where he's always expected to do incredibly well when he comes here to free surf his first time to really compete in the main event. Last year, a rookie on tour. This event was canceled last minute. For this event, he's destined to reign. We'll see how he starts off here in the opening round as he takes on Nat Young and Michelle Perez. Joe Turpel with Laura Enever. Laura, it's so great to see Michelle's name back in a CT draw, but more specifically, right here at home in Tahiti.
So excited to watch Michelle out here this morning, this afternoon. It's been a long day. But and Jack too. Jack's debut here at Chopes. We've seen his highlights throughout the year, and yeah, just to have him back here is just so exciting in a contest, in a jersey, especially after the year that he's had so far in #2 spot. I just feel like he's going to do some mad damage.
Jack Robinson, number 2 in the world, will already be at lower trestle. Still yet to see what will happen with that number 1 seed. Earlier this morning, we had some great results in the elimination round. Carissa Moore won her opening round heat yesterday afternoon to clinch the number 1 spot. We'll see how that goes with Jack in this heat. Felipe Toledo coming up in heat number 4. Jack taking on Nat Young, the goofy footer from Santa Cruz, who's qualified for the championship tour back in 2013. And in a free surf yesterday, I saw Nat having a nice long chat with Michelle Perez. They've been friends for a very long time, former teammates. As we go back to Jack's opening ride in this heat, Laura.
Yeah, we knew Jack was going to get started quickly. He's no stranger to this spot, ejecting pretty heavily on the end there. Goes so shallow, but Jack looks like he's starting. That board looks nice and fast. Just positioning himself way up the inside of the reef and just wanting to get a quick start, really.
One of the best tube riders in the world, and he's had that tagline next to his name since he was about 12 years of age, growing up in Western Australia, surfing the slab called the Box over in the Margaret River region when he was just a mini Grom. He was so well traveled and destined to be in the position he is now to potentially win a first world title if everything goes his way in San Clemente in September. First, he's got to get there, and it's really interesting when you pick favorites throughout the season. It didn't really start off like a world title year for Jack Robinson. Even at Pipeline, getting knocked out early with a 17th, as we see Nat Young up and down. He then built to a quarterfinal at Sunset. He was one of the favorites there since he's dominated the Vans World Cup in the past. So that was kind of a tougher result for him, getting 5th, 17th at Portugal. That was stop number 3. Wasn't really in that Final Five talk by any means heading into stop number 4.
Not at all, not at all. Jack Robinson was it was a sleepier start for him, especially coming off that win in Mexico last year. And we thought, here we go, we're going to see Jack Robinson. And then come Bells this year, boom, he kicks into gear and we just see a different side of him. He was, fierce on the beach, working with his team, just looked like he wanted it so badly, and he got a 3rd there, and that kicked him right into Margaret River, where he just went on an absolute winning streak.
Great to see him win at home, then went back-to-back with a event win at G-Land, made the final at J-Bay. What a great spot for Jack Robinson to be. Here at stop number 10, Strider Wasilewski, a long-time surfer that's been coming to Tahiti for a very long time. Let's break down that inside shelf, Waz. What makes it so dangerous?
Well, I think the amount of water unloading onto very shallow reef. So just, what ticked it in my mind was the fact that Jack, got that little barrel, West section coming in, had to jump off. Thing was unloading over him, and then, he's had to deal with all that reef. Here he goes again, sliding into the tube. I can't see him from now. Take it away, guys.
Now he's going to get the exit through that shelf that Strider was talking about, incredibly shallow, and that snap to just basically trying to hang himself up on the lip was really so he wouldn't just end up dry. Yeah. He could have pulled off that turn if he had more water, but he's like, never mind, I'm not going to dry dock this one. This heat's just getting started. A 3.0 and a 1.93 for Jack on his start. So it's a little bit of decision-making, Laura. When you commit to a finish, say that's at the end of the heat and you're looking for a score, you might have seen him huck himself in a dry reef. Yeah,
I love what I'm seeing from Jack right now. He's just taking on this heat as, just a smart. He wants to have a big campaign in this event. He just wants to build some scores, get on the board, and yeah, obviously they're getting out of there because the reef was showing its teeth through that water.
We easily just saw the most dominant performance of the day with the trials winner, local boy Kauli Vast, getting a big win. He's hanging on the boat with Dimity.
Wow, Kauli Vast, what a performance. Everyone was so excited to watch you compete out here, and you definitely didn't disappoint, putting on a bit of a show from start to finish. Bit of switch foot action in there too. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, I was pretty confident. There's good waves. No wind was tricky because they did like 2 calls. 2 30-minute call, and then finally we'll be able to surf. And yeah, I got 2 good ones at the beginning, and the 3rd one and the 4th, and I tried to go switch on one way because switch I can store more, and today it's hard to be like long, to stay longer in the barrel. So I tried, and then I did a bottom turn, and I don't know how to pump backside, so I was like, oh, I'm too deep. So I changed again, and I did pumps, and I made it. I was stoked.
So cool, and you're straight into round 3. Who would you love to match up against here at Teahupo'o?
I don't know. Like I'm here. I got my ticket via the trials. So no, I'm just surfing and I don't know like who's on the heat. I'm just gonna go surf and then having fun.
Amazing. Well, the whole crowd is behind you. Let's go Tahiti.
Yeah, let's go.
What a great performance from the local boy. He just took over, and it reminded me of his previous wildcard performance when he did get past world #1 at the time, Kolohe Andino. He knew where to sit at all times. You know, his high scores are happening without priority. Just a mastermind performance and understanding every part of the reef at every size. And you could tell by his interview there, he was ready to go before the holds. He was loving what he was seeing there. As we check out the Red Bull Athlete Zone, one of the coolest locker rooms in the game, floating in the channel. Courtney Conlogue already preparing for a quarterfinal performance here in Tahiti.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to get boat sick or seasick in that athlete zone, but you know, our athletes are
It's something to consider, isn't it,
well-attuned.
Laura? I mean, if you don't feel good on boats, you got to do all your prep work on land, maybe come out here in the last minute.
Yeah, I actually know a few surfers that are get quite boat sick, but you know, they always have to jump into the ocean, and it usually cures it. But yeah, it's a really cool zone, that Red Bull Athlete Zone.
And it's also an option to paddle from the point. I mean, it's kind of water world, and most people are getting rides these days with the Red Bull skis. You can hire boats in advance. A lot of surfers who come here to compete for a long time sometimes purchase a boat that's waiting for them when they come here to compete. But you can jump in the water. I mean, if you're Owen Wright, you're probably making that paddle from land in about 10 minutes. I don't know, maybe most people 15, 20 minutes and you're out in the water.
If I look at the lineup of surfers in this event, I would say that Nathan Hedge would be by far the, oh, look at this.
Deep one here, setting up for Jack Robinson. This is what we came to Tahiti for. Jack gets a bomb. And sets himself up through all the fans in the channel, which is one of the best parts of competing at this wave. You get a big pit and you get just screamed at when you are weaving through the boats and your fellow competitors. Game face still on for Jack Robinson, expecting a massive score.
Wow, he didn't have priority then, but somehow Jack just in the position, and just think of the faces we've seen of this wave today, and we knew this swell was coming, and that sure was one big dark line across the horizon, and amazing to see from Jack.
So special to see Jack in his happy place.
Yes.
In waves of consequence, big powerful waves. Doesn't matter if it's a big open wall like Big J Bay or Sunset, but a slab, that's always what we want to see Jack perform in. Let's have another look, Laura.
Wow, biggest wave of the morning. Jack Robinson late under the hood, so deep, disappearing for seconds and getting spat out. That was so critical. What a drop, grabbing and just, wow, Jack Robinson, best wave of the day for sure. That was heavy.
Below sea level on the takeoff, a backless beast, and kind of by surprise, Laura. He hadn't seen anything like that all day.
No, and he just makes it look so easy. 2 strokes in, he knew that he just had to engage that rail, open the shoulders, and just hold on for dear life. He was so deep on the foam ball. I cannot wait to see the water angle of this, but Jack Robinson, he is no stranger to these situations, and he just made it look so effortless and easy.
The takeoff was committed. It was critical. He had to be willing to free fall to hold that rail, and the section he looked up into was gigantic. Everything was heavy about that ride. Jack Robinson, in his debut here in Tahiti, locks in a 9.43. Unbelievable performance. Waz, how you feeling?
I'm feeling like you guys are, jumping out of your seats, except it's hard for me to jump out of the water. I mean, just honestly, watching that wave come in and watching everybody paddle around. I mean, his opponents had priority, and they barely looked at that thing. They just couldn't get underneath it, and Jack was underneath enough to where he actually was just like, I'm going. And the other, you know, these guys were looking at it, but nobody was really committing to it. And it was, you know, maybe they did want it, maybe they were a little too far outside, but it didn't look like they wanted it like Jack wanted it. It was insane to watch. Falling out of the sky, pulling up into the bowl, just grabbing the, I mean, everything that he did there, all the technical aspects, those little tiny things, you have to be so in the moment to be in that mind space. Just insane. Beautiful to watch.
So beautiful, Waz. We were watching it over and over again. It just gets better every time. The commitment that Jack Robinson lays down when he competes is just uncanny, Laura.
You cannot think of anyone else that would come here and surf and in their debut out here. And, you know, we knew this was coming for Jack Robinson. It's just so bizarre to think that this is his first event ever out here.
As it looked briefly like we just had Michelle Perez get involved in this heat. Just a quick up and down. Nat Young as well, 0.43. So it's all Jack Robinson, 9.43 and a 3.0, 21 and a half remaining on the clock. He often was compared to looking like a baby Bruce Irons when he was just a young kid, just the way he was able to will himself into big pits, but he always honors the ocean first.
Yeah,
we talked about that flow state earlier, about staying calm in heavy water, and Jack always paddles out with the ultimate respect, knowing the dangers that are out there, and it allows him just to stay calm and make some crazy decisions. That 9.43 was one of my favorite rides of this entire year.
For sure, and what makes me most excited is thinking that there's going to be quite a lot more of those waves coming through the next couple of days, and we're going to have to do some breath work in here to keep our calm. But I mean, ever since I've been on surf trips or seen Jack in the ocean in heavy waters since he was 12 years old, he's always had that demeanor where he just seems to go into this place. He's not like this, wasn't like this chirpy little grom. He'd just be out there calm, collected, and just has been able to find that mental place and that flow, and yeah, just to give him the ability to do absolute bonkers charging.
It just shows the human that he is. You know, when you have all this attention, you're getting paid well as a young kid, at magazines love you, videos, and just stays humble. He says hi to everyone behind the scenes, and he's #2 in the world, which just brings up a huge topic in the title race. Felipe in yellow, #1, has been phenomenal all season. But then you put this venue on the table as the decider to set up the seeding for the Rip Curl WSL Finals, where some might say Felipe's favored at lowers. You definitely say Jack is favored at Teahupo'o.
Yeah, you definitely would. I think just looking at Jack's track record and highlights here, it's, we just know what he's capable of in these heavy waves of consequence. He grew up surfing crazy waves in West Oz, just getting barreled in triple overhead waves since he was super young. So, he's so good out here, and Felipe is obviously going to be watching closely, and I really think he's going to come out and push the limits too.
Do you know what board riders club this guy's in?
Yes, North Narrabeen Board Riders Club represent Nathan Hoggy Hedge.
Nathan Hedge from the same club as Laura Ennever, here to compete as a wild card once again at the age of 43. Kelly Slater's in that heat, the age of 50, and then just throwing world #1 Felipe Toledo to that mix, coming up in 19 minutes.
I cannot wait to watch Hoggy. His highlights over the years, he's had perfect 10s. He's just always had so much grit competing out here, and won the trials a lot, and can't wait to watch him in the next heat.
Nat Young doesn't look like he's too interested after the takeoff, 0.2 and a 0.43. Love watching Nat on a left-hander anywhere around the world, especially when it's nice and hollow. Charges. Loves the energy of the ocean. Been just enjoying his comeback to the Jersey this year on the championship tour. He kind of peaked earlier, I guess, when it really mattered at the midseason cut, the drama that was involved in the West, where Nat turned in a quarterfinal finish. He had to stay on tour. That's still his highlight of this season. He hasn't returned to the quarterfinals, so this would be a great opportunity to finish on his feet in the season finale.
Yeah, for sure. And we know that Nat is capable of charging hard. I think all three of these guys, when I looked at the draw, I was like, that is a heavy water clash. We're going to see these guys just go on everything and anything.
Well, we knew this swell was just going to be building through the day, and we definitely saw the biggest bomb in this matchup. Jack Robinson, without priority, getting the 9.43. And we're just being told it'll just continue to build gradually throughout the afternoon, as we're anticipating another solid set to come very soon at Teahupo'o. 17:30 to go, 9.43 for Jack Robinson, world #2, way out front.
Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, it should probably be like, oh.
So Jack, I was most excited to see Jack as a rookie on tour, but then to see his results, I was expecting so much more from him.
Bend your knee, look at the ball, look at your target now.
Like, he's been this person that was supposed to do so well, and now looking at his space on tour is not safe.
3, 4.
We're at the midway point, like where things start to move. Who's staying and who's going, what's going to happen.
All right, brother, switch your stance.
Some people come up to me, oh, you got a really hard task ahead, but to be honest, I feel great, you know, just try and focus on it.
Azo breathing, just focus on the breathing protocol, brother.
I worked really hard and don't want to fall off. Not thinking about that at all. Not even really letting it creep into my mind.
He's got to pull up his socks because he's looking at falling off tour.
And pulls straight in and flies out into daylight. Another great exit for Jack. 9.43 was the big number he had before the break, and now the 3.0 is long gone. He has taken complete control of the opening round, heat number 3, over Nat Young and the local legend Michelle Perez. Perez holds priority, and both Michelle and Nat needed to break a combination to try to come back in this heat. First place goes straight to the round of 16, and Jack's just in his playground, having a lot of fun today. Laura, what'd you think?
Yeah, in his playground, this one came underneath the other guys, and yeah, just an awesome little back up there. Michelle letting him go there, and swooping under, just amazing control there by Jack. Nothing too deep. I mean, we're all decompressing from that first wave, but look at that, such control on the drop. Holds his line, picks it, slows down, and just rides this wave to perfection. He just makes it look very, very easy. But yeah, I'd love to know if Michelle just let him go there and just wants to wait for a, you know, a bigger one, or if that, yeah. I mean, Michelle with priority looks like that's what he did.
Special performance from Jack Robinson, and the willingness to kind of jump off the roof a bit and have that weightless feeling where his fins are out on purpose to slide into the pit on demand, to make sure that ledge is almost going inside out underneath him. And just to free fall and stay calm, regain control, and get spat out of the pit. One of the best to do it. Jack, a 6.83 after the 9.43. Get his work done under priority at times. World number 1, Felipe Toledo, preparing for Kelly and Nathan Hedge. What another incredible year it's been for Felipe. Spending time there with Iago Dora, who got a last-ditch buzzer beater effort against Italo earlier in the round to get right into the round of 16. Felipe, a guy who always says he likes to feel energy of his crew. He doesn't want to like disappear and put headphones on. He wants to chat, he wants to laugh, which always brings out his best.
For sure. I mean, we're so used to seeing, you know, throughout this year, Felipe, you know, around the competitors a lot, but I feel like he's been quite, you know, a bit more quiet and reserved at this last event of the year. Looks like he's here with his wife and probably just, you know, just chilling out and just taking in everything around here before what's going to be a huge few days. And I mean, I just love that energy in the channel. Is just, there's nothing like it. Everyone's out there, you know, they're competing, but once we see these waves turn on, it's everyone, you just hooting and hollering at anyone.
It's like you have to channel your mental strength to know when the hooting and hollering is trying to get you to go on the wrong wave. The
Yeah.
scary ones that come around the corner, the channel just wants everyone to take off on the wrong ones at times. Jack Robinson in the hunt for a world title this year. He's also in the hunt to potentially take the yellow jersey off Felipe Toledo here at the final stop of the regular season. Jack has already clinched his spot into the WSL Final Five. He's guaranteed that. He can clinch at least the second spot if he gets an equal ninth. That's a win in this heat. We'd see him already into the round of 16. A little more work to do to see what Felipe will end up doing in the next heat. If Felipe just gets to the quarters on his own, then he would just clinch that #1 spot heading into the Rip Curl WSL Finals. That means you're #1. You're already featured in the title match. Everyone else has to do the hard work from seed number 5 and 4 in the first match of that world title day happening this September.
Wow, how interesting. So Felipe, he's got the #1 seed if he makes the quarters, but if not, Jack can steal that and head in with that beautiful little yellow, shining, dazzling jersey.
We just have to watch and see how these two go. Felipe and Jack, good friends. They've had some moments together in the past in the water, which has been really fun to watch. Finals this year, Jack Robinson with Felipe at G-Land. They had the famous heat at the box where Jack was basically surfing the wave that you can almost see from his house.
Yeah.
But now it'll be completely different if they're in a title showdown. You know, Felipe has all the experience in the world being a world title threat heading into the final stop of the season. That's happened quite a few times in his young career.
Yeah, and it seems like, you know, Jack, he grew up, like you're saying, looking at the box. That was his playground where he learned to get barreled. Just, you know, similar to John. John, his playground was pipe and you know, just growing up in these waves, as we've seen all the Tahitian locals that are, you know, the specialists out here. It's crazy to think that just how good they can get and how comfortable they can get in those waves, dropping out of the sky, feeling that weightless feeling and just having complete confidence in themselves and their equipment.
Jack's wife enjoying the view from the channel. Julia's so supportive. Loves the travel life on the road, loves to get in the water and surf as well.
She
really
does.
cool on the lay days the other day. We're trying to surf one of the other passes and you know, one of the skis goes by, it's Jack and Julia just enjoying a lay day and just doing a tour of all the reefs, spending their time in the water. What a great life.
Yeah, they are living the dream, those two. It's, you know, and I think the cool thing is for Jack, you know, he's got a home base in WA, but between Jack and Julia, they just love being on the road. They don't get homesick. They're kind of like nomads, just traveling and, you know, finding their places around the world to really feel like home. And here in Tahiti, it's one of them. They've been staying at Teahupo'o homestay and, you know, an amazing local, you know, everyone stays with local families here. It's such a, you know, special place and a special vibe.
And it's cool to see how Jack is learning Portuguese, you know, obviously with his wife's help. Spent some time in her home after the event in Saquarema, which was great for him, and loves his time in Brazil. You know, has a Brazilian coach in Leandro Dora. His shaper's Brazilian, and it's really cool to see how he's just seen his own profile as not just hanging with Aussies. He's a citizen of the world and really respects all cultures as he travels.
For sure. Yeah, Jack's a little legend and grown into an amazing young man, and yeah, got a big future ahead for sure.
8 minutes on the clock. I know everyone was really excited to see what Michelle Perez was going to do. A guy who qualified for the Dream Tour back in 2009 and has had a ton of great performances here in the history of this event. And I think the one thing that was always bugging Michelle was that he had never got into the final series or had a chance to win. However, he's brought some of the greatest memories to incredible performances out here. There's one heat that just pops into my head. It was a heat with one of his best friends, Jeremy Flores.
Yeah.
The 2011 Code Red year. It was a tow day that kind of broke the internet at the time on what was rideable. The contest was on the very next morning. Jeremy versus Michelle. Michelle had an 18+ total in that heat with the loss because Jeremy had 2 10s.
Yeah, I'll never forget that swell and that day and that heat with Michelle and Jeremy. It was just, you know, one of the most memorable heats, and these guys falling out of the sky left, right and center. And I was just actually watching an interview from Michelle earlier where he was saying he actually has had some of the gnarliest injuries of his life out here, like broken back, you know, wrist injury, and, you know, and saying, yeah, just how much he has always wanted to be able to be in that final series. We have seen so many amazing waves from him, but just the results haven't been there. So it'd be so sick and epic to see him go far right now.
Yeah, the crazy back injury that really hurt him for a very long time. Michelle still waiting for something to work with out there. 6:30 on the clock as we look into the heat recap. Really just a highlight reel of the Australian in this heat. Jack Robinson saw a bomb go below sea level, better positioning, last in line for priority, turns in one of the best waves we've seen all morning. 9.43 as he gets blown into the channel.
You look at this and you say, how is this not a 10? But I think the judges know what's coming. A lot more of these waves. And, you know, Jack, that was just a way for us to fall off our seat today and get ready for what's to come. But just so much talent making it look so easy below sea level. And this wave here, under priority, third priority again. And, you know, getting the 6.83. So, you know, Jack's just been in the rhythm, in the spot, and been able to make up a 16.26 total, while Nat and Michelle haven't really got the ball rolling at all.
There's certain surfers out here that just see things. They know where to be at the right time. We saw that with Kaoli Vost in the previous matchup. Here comes the Californian, Nat Young. Slow motion on the bottom turn just to push himself back into the pit, and he'll stumble on the right out into the shoulder.
Must feel good to get started though for Nat there. Just something after, you know, 30 minutes to finally get a bit of shade, a bit of cover.
Let's have another look, Laura.
Yeah, nice easy drop there, and just waiting and for this to bowl up and do its thing. Nice little quick bit of coverage there, and then just flops off at the end. But, you know, just something there. I think obviously this heat has had those two waves that Jack's had, but these other guys haven't been able to really find anything.
Nat Young proud to represent the USA. His name, Nat Young, you think of an Australian surfer that he was actually named after. His middle name, Cy Young, famous pitcher in pro baseball. So I think he was inevitable. He would be an athlete in some fashion. We're all happy that surfing took over, won the Coldwater Classic as a Grom, qualified, made the top 10, won Rookie of the Year, which was impressive. Felipe Toledo was a rookie that year, just to note, and then kind of redefined himself as a human, as a dad, and now as just an incredible competitor. He wants to bring a title home to USA here in Tahiti. It's happened 10 times in history. This is the 22nd event here at the end of the road. 5 of those wins are for Kelly. He's coming up next. The other ones are split between Corey Lopez, the Hobgood brothers, Damian and CJ won out here. Bobby Martinez winning out here 2 times in his career. As we see 3:30 on the clock. Nat's last wave of 1.5, so judges calling that one really incomplete. Loss of control on the exit. This one's going to be a bit cleaner for Nat. Flying out without a problem. His best score so far, now 3:20 to go.
That would have felt nice. A nice clean entry there from Nat. I actually thought Michelle might have given that a shot, but I think he must have been a bit too far out. So, you know, just nice for Nat to, yeah, interesting that the judges didn't call that last one a make. I would have said that he felt, you know, after, but, you know, here Nat, Jack just letting him go. Nat in the spot slides straight in, and this one going nice and round. Nothing too deep, but just feel very, very nice. So much speed, so much style. Been, you know, loving watching, you know, always love watching Nat surf. I did a lot of boat trips in Indo with him growing up, and he's never been afraid of getting absolutely shacked, as we see the GOAT.
The greatest of all time, Kelly Slater, preparing for his 18th start here in Tahiti. Just passing CJ Hobgood and Taj Burrow for most appearances here at Teahupo'o. 7 finals, 5 wins. He's got the record there, and he's coming up next to mix it up with Nathan Hedge, an old sparring partner of his. And also world #1, Felipe Toledo. Still a favorite in waves like this. Starting off the season #1 in the world with what he calls the most meaningful win of his career at Pipeline, just days before he turned 50. Locking in now, the Tahitian pulls in under the hood. Looking to burn off some speed. That back foot slips off and regains his stance to step out into the channel. We've seen him get pretty creative with his backhand tube stalls over the years.
Yeah. He knows how to slow it down, and that would have felt good after a long wait for Michelle to finally get a bit of coverage there and made it count. Not sure if he'll have time to get out there and get another wave, but just to get the ball rolling and just get the feet in the wax, you know, would have felt awesome. I think this wave was double whammy here. Michelle taking off nice and deep, pulling under the hood for this first section, then just stalling, waiting for this next section to just unload over him and make the most, optimize that tube time. Look there, slowing down, putting his butt into the wave, putting everything he can into the wave to slow down, and just so much style. So compressed. He's served here a lot of times. You can just tell.
It's crazy as he's traveling here, Laura, how that back foot slides to the side of the rail. He gets nice and compressed off the board, regains it back into position.
Wow. That is absolute trickery. Michelle Perez slowing down, foot off the board.
He had that famous wave at Cloudbreak where he was actually stalling with his back foot, which was just radical. We almost thought it was a mistake, and he's like, oh no, I've done that quite often, you know, in free surfs. Such an amazing surfer. I can't wait to see more of him into the next round. It looks like Nat and Michelle are gonna run out of time. Michelle, the man they call the Spartan, missing him full time on tour, but great to see him get the call up back to this event here at the end of the road. Jack Robinson steals the show, 9.43 and a 6.83 as world #2 moves right into the round of 16. Coming up next, Felipe Toledo, world #1, takes on the GOAT, Kelly Slater, and wildcard Nathan Hedge. What a great opportunity for an Outerknown flashback. 2005, Kelly Slater dominant once again at Teahupo'o, taking out the event in style, finishing with a perfect heat, 2 10s in the final that year as he was unstoppable from start to finish.
17 years ago, and what we can still remember, it feels like yesterday. Kelly Slater, some incredible highlights, so many memories, a 20-point heat total, and he's been doing this sort of trickery for years. The beer can, that was my favorite.
That was incredible. A final with Damien Hopgood. I believe Damien hurt his shoulder in that final where he flew out of the pit and dislocated his shoulder. And then Kelly had the lineup to himself and ended up with that perfect heat. The guys from Florida always dominating those early years out here in Tahiti. Damien, one of the best, and Kelly celebrating one of his favorite wins over an incredible career out here.
Yeah, CJ and Damien Hopgood, just always love seeing their highlights, and so cool to see CJ back here working with Carissa Moore. But yeah, Kelly, it's just, you know, we could make a small movie part out of all of his waves he's had over here over the years in the event. So yeah, he's no stranger.
Well, he's passing so many different generations. His boards look huge, you know, compared to what he rides nowadays. As you can see, Kelly pretty casual right now. That means we are on hold for the moment. Next call is going to be 1:45 this afternoon local time, which is about 20 minutes from now. It's 1:25, so 1:45 is the next call because of a squall that just came through. And really cool that Renato Hickel and all the officials are being pretty generous with our time in the waiting period.
Yeah.
If conditions are changing, they're like, we've got time to put these guys in the best conditions we have. So going on a quick hold. Let's now catch up with the Waz in the channel and see what's happening.
Wow, there's some bombs coming through. I think we're a little just wide enough to get this interview in with Jack. Yeah, amazing performance, that 9-point ride. It looked like nobody even wanted that monster. You whipped it underneath the hood and sent it on the rail. Was there ever a doubt when you were dropping in?
I haven't done it for a while, like since Pipe, maybe. But I haven't been back to Chopes in 3 years, so nice to be back. And I think we're about to get caught by a big set right here.
Are you gonna hold? Oh, we gotta get out of here, guys. Sorry, we gotta go.
Okay, safety first. Get out of there, nice and clean. Both of them are paddling safely to the channel as we relive the moment that Jack was about to touch on, the 943. What a cave.
Absolute cave. You could fit a car in there.
It's so different from any other venue, isn't it, Laura, when you see it just pop up out of deep water? And where he was sitting, he was so ready just to throw himself under the hood. The back of the line of priority. It's exactly what you want to see from Jack Robinson. Jack, Strider, you guys okay?
Yeah, we just had a little duck dive. A little West Peak came in. I lost my hat, but we're back. Just back into this conversation. With that win, you've solidified your spot in #2 position. There's no way anybody can come and take that from you. And obviously there's room to grow for you, you know, depending on how Toledo does here. How did that feel?
Yeah, just working wave by wave. I was happy to be in position. It's a pretty tricky day out here. The waves kind of all over the place. I thought it was good calls. They were holding off because of the wind, and yeah, just it's good. So yeah, hopefully the next couple of days is fun, and go rest, and that's it.
Well, I think I speak for all of us. I'd like to say thank you for executing that wave, because that was insane to watch you pull up under the hood right there. It was amazing, so thank you.
Thank you, yeah. I haven't done it in a while, so it was good. Yeah, good to be back out here on this reef doing it. Hopefully a few more coming.
All right, well, we'll see you on through, and I'm going to go find my hat, bro.
The falls on the interview next time. Let's do it tomorrow.
He wanted to go over the falls. He tried to send me over.
Looking forward to that. That's going to be classic. Jack Robinson, just mentioning how he hadn't done that in a while. And that just makes you think of how many other sports have you not felt the feeling that you're about to do? We have to wait for the ocean to provide waves. You know, you're traveling at all these different types of waves around the world to keep your spot alive in the title race. And then to show up 3 years later back to this scene, you never know when that moment's going to pop in front of you. He absolutely sent it with perfect execution.
Yeah, there is literally nowhere else in the world really you can replicate that feeling here at Chopes. I mean, there's a lot of amazing waves out there, and like Jack said, you know, Pipe at the start of the year was when he was last falling out of the sky, but he hasn't been back here in 3 years, so it would have felt amazing for him to, you know, probably shocking, you know, when you see that wall and you're like, oh, am I ready for this? But, you know, Jack just doesn't even hesitate, and that's some sort of screw loose that's pretty amazing to witness.
Great performance for Jack. He is already into the round of 16. Remember, we're just on a few-minute hold right now. We're starting the contest back up very soon at 1:45 local time, as Felipe is just hanging tough in the channel, waiting to compete against Callie and Nathan Hitch.
All right. It's great to be back in Tahiti. There's so much of the world out there waiting, and Expedia helps you see more of it. I feel like an adventure, and Expedia is going to help me get there. Whoa, what about a private boat tour, scenery, waterfalls, and I think a swim out at Teahupo'o. Let's go! Look at this. How many shades of green can you have? And this beautiful waterfall. Now it's time to check out one of the miracles of the surf world, Teahupo'o! We've made it here out in the lineup, and we're gonna watch some of the world's best warm up for the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. Talk about a front row seat in the lineup. What an amazing day. Expedia is truly made to travel.
Always feels incredible to come here to the end of the road. It's called that because the road literally stops when you get to Teahupo'o, and it's a small little town. We all stay with families. Everyone's hoping to get a shot to end up on one of these boats in the channel to watch the world's best compete, especially Felipe Kelly and Nathan Hedge, who are still on hold. Next call, 1:45 local time. We're just minutes away from another update. And I love how we've had a few holds today. Knowing that we still have a lot of swell coming over the next few days, Laura, it's not just like, hey, let's put the foot down and get this done. Let's make sure that the world's best are in the best conditions possible, especially on a rising swell today.
Yeah, I mean, pretty amazing actually. The swell forecast has had a lot of waves on it, so just gives us that flexibility, you know, to make sure that we're getting everyone out in the good conditions. This is a pretty gnarly squall, as you could see before. All the boats were looking pretty rocky out there, but you know, let's just try wait it out, and fingers crossed that just passes and we get some incredibly clean and beautiful conditions for the afternoon.
Been a bit of an emotional roller coaster. I peaked with Jack's wave, getting 9.43s, one of my favorite rides of the season, especially today, and then backed it up with a solid high 6-range score to basically have the field comboed. Let's relive that moment that we just had as we calm down and wait for the next call. Jack, number 2 in the world, hadn't been to Tahiti in a few years, and had a great matchup with Michelle Perez and Nat Young on paper, but it was really the Jack Robinson show as we look back.
Yeah, he has a fresh haircut, some what they call speed stripes on the side, and he well and truly looked comfortable and fast. Just, you know, the ability to be able to ride that wave so effortlessly. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
It's so smoothly, Laura, and just to commit to free fall, to slam on the brakes on a beast of a wave, and then to back it up with the route priority, he was unstoppable. The Spartan got involved towards the tail end of the heat. Ended up leaving with a 6.7 combined total. An absolute charger and a legend here at the end of the road, but it was Jack's day. Definitely guaranteed at least number 2 in the world with this win into the round of 16.
What is so incredible about this wave is just, you know, he didn't even kick to get into it. He just knew that he was under the lip already, so he was in the spot. All he had to do was engage that rail, which he gets in there, and just put all of that weight on that front foot and just make sure he could hold that line. And you know that he's trying to get fast and pump through this section because his arms are wide open, and yeah, he just wants to get all of the push and speed and elevation to push through that huge cavern of a section.
Sort of in back-to-back heats, we had one surfer just kind of take over the show from Kauli Voss, the trials champion, was just seeing different parts of the reef and waves breaking where no one else was taking off. Same thing happened for Jack Robinson, where he was just seeing everything right, making his waves, putting on a great performance. A lot of risk in taking off that late, but he was so calm and in total control. He's got a big opportunity to fight for the yellow jersey at the final stop of the regular season, as he turned in one of the best combined totals so far this afternoon. Nat Young and Michelle Perez now have to deal with the elimination round, and that'll put some pressure on those two. Nat not wanting his season to end this quickly, and also for the Spartan not being on tour full time anymore. He wants to represent himself, and Tahiti with a lot of pride. Hoping he gets a lot more opportunities in the next round.
I mean, the only positive about not making it through today is that tomorrow is looking like the best day on the forecast. And I think everyone's been looking at this big forecast being like Thursday is the day. So, you know, the elimination round is going to be absolutely cooking. So, you know, those guys can get out there. They'll have another chance at pumping chopes with no one out. And, yeah, just one other competitor.
Good reminder. A lot to look forward to, no matter how your heat ends up today. We're going to take a quick break, getting very close to the updated call at 1:45 local time to get Toledo, Kelly, and Nathan Hedge back in the water. We'll be right back. You're watching the Outerknown Tahiti Pro opening round, heat number 4, still on hold. Toledo, world number 1, taking on Kelly Slater, Nathan Hedge. Exciting matchup on paper with a lot on the line for the world title race. Felipe is hoping to clinch that number 1 seed heading into the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We saw what happened last year, Laura, where Medina was the number 1 seed. Felipe got into that title match, and it came very close to just finishing runner-up in the world title race. It'll feel a lot different if he's already waiting as world number 1 in September.
Yeah, that was one hell of a surf-off, and Felipe really gave it his all, didn't he? Just came out of the gates firing and took it to Gabby, but Gabby prevailed. But yeah, can't wait to see him there again. He's already clinched that spot. He's 100% going to be there. But yeah, in what seed?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. A lot to play out as we're just getting started in the opening round. Felipe Toledo finds himself right next to Strider Wasilewski.
We are on the back of the boat. We're on hold. Toledo has just been back here lounging. You look super comfortable. You're not worried about a thing.
It's cruising, man. I mean, what else can we do? It's Mother Nature. We can't control it.
You have a pretty amazing heat coming up. You know, you got Kelly Slater and Hedgie out there and yourself, and the waves do look like they're, you know, solid out there, and hopefully these conditions turn around. Are you looking to, you know, up the game, get a couple of nuts ones?
Oh, for sure. I'm looking to get barreled. Been here for a little while now and haven't get barreled yet. So, yeah, looking to get barreled, and hope the wind backs off a little bit, turns it around, and makes it perfect conditions for us. But for now, it looks like it's going to stay for a little while.
Well, that lets me talk to you a little bit more about what you got under your feet. What kind of surfboards do you ride out there?
So I brought 3 different boards. I brought from 5'11 to 6'3, 5'11, 6'1, 6'3. Just because the heats before, you know, there was a lot of turns and a lot of mushy waves, not many barrels. But as the swell is picking up, it's just starting to get more barreling. And I was opting to go for a 6'3", but just paddling out there for a little bit, I just felt it was going to be too big. So if we're back on, I might go for a 6-1.
And tell me what it's like, or tell the viewers what it's like to be in front of one of those big, heavy waves and have to put it into your head to get underneath and go for one of those waves.
Oh yes, you know, there's not much choice. There's not much to do, you know. Let's just look down, paddle hard, make sure you're in the right spot, make sure your arms are strong enough to paddle and not go over the falls. But yeah, the feeling of carrying barrel on this wave is something unreal, something that we do not feel anywhere in the world, and just amazing.
What are your comments on Jack's wave, that heavy one that he got the 9-point ride?
Oh man, I was on my way here. I was driving the ski, and then I got here. Everybody was screaming and talking about it. I didn't get to see it, but but I mean, Jack's gnarly. He's definitely one of my favorites out here, and pipe or even like barrel waves. So yeah, no doubt he was gonna do really good.
All right, well, we hope to see you get one yourself. Good luck in your heat, if it happens today. Hopefully it does. Can't wait to see it.
Let's go. Thank you.
Right on.
Loving it, Strider. Yeah, it's so interesting, Waz. I mean, you go on hold, you're about to start your heat. Do you have eyes on Kelly or Nathan Hedge? I mean, what are your options if you're going on hold? You're in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah, not much of you know, you come back, you wait, you enjoy your family on the boat, you really comfort zone and really talk about what, you know, kind of, I guess, tune out of what's happening, because you just kind of get back into a mindset of relaxation and just be here now. Miggy was on the FaceTime earlier with them, and they were laughing about, you know, just all that was happening and him wanting to go back and watch Netflix and have a cup of coffee.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Take breaks when you can. It can be a long day just waiting for your heat to be on. Waz, you keep in touch with Kelly quite often. It feels like he's in his happy place, returning to Tahiti once again.
100%. You know, he's in a great place. He was actually hanging out with Raymana quite a bit. Obviously, that's a great world to be in. Raymana's world is a very comfortable world. Let me tell you that. I was down there for a couple of days. I think I gained about 10 pounds of happiness just hanging out, and it was a good time. And he's over here. He's looked at the forecast and he's excited. So that's a good thing. When you see somebody who's excited about that. Earlier he wanted to hold a little bit on the call because he was just hoping to, you know, wait for the conditions to get better. But with this, we're lucky we started when we did, because now we have time to actually hold through this wind and hope for the best on the other side of it and still finish the round.
Good man, Waz. Enjoy your time on this hold out in the channel with the best surfers in the world. Great catch up as well with world #1, Felipe Toledo. We're getting very close for an update on the opening round, heat #4 with Toledo, Slater, and Hedgie still on deck. We'll be right back. You're watching the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, the final stop of the regular season here for the World Surf League Championship Tour. We're going on hold and hoping that conditions clean up. We just came off one of the best waves we've seen all day. 16.26 combined total for Jack Robinson. But we're going to extend this hold to hope it cleans up in about an hour from now. It's about 1:45 local time. It's going to be another call at 2:45 to see if we'll get heats in the water at 3 p.m. Join us on WorldSurfLeague.com for all the event updates. And for now, we will give you WSL Presents G-Land, all the highlights from a special event we had earlier this year. We'll see you for the next call.
Hi there, I'm Laura Annabelle, professional surfer and talker. And this is your behind-the-scenes, all-access look at the WSL World Tour. Come on.
With the sole authority to crown the men's and women's world champions of the sport. The WSL Championship Tour is the battle for the world title. 10 events on 5 continents, plus the Rip Curl WSL Finals, a single-day world title deciding shootout between the top 5 men and women. Today we begin the back half of the year, and Stop 6 on the road to the Final 5 headlines the World Surf League's return to Raw. "27 years ago, in 1995, a paradigm shift in professional surfing began. It started with a journey to a remote island, a mystical location, a beautiful reef, and the most perfect waves ever seen.
Good morning once again from the southeast tip of Java, live from the jungle.
Here at Garojigan, the Dream Tour was born. Now, 25 years after Luke Egan last raised the Tiger Trophy, the World Surf League is back in the wilds of Indonesia's eastern Java. WSL presents the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land. Welcome to the jungle.
You know, it's not an easy destination to get to. As someone coming from California, you know, you got a flight to either Tokyo or Australia, and there's another flight over.
From Australia, you fly into Denpasar, and then we had to spend the night, and then early the next morning we got on a boat, which still is like a 2-hour mission. You go off the beach at Kuta, and then you head straight over to the most eastern point of Java.
On the boat, ready to go to G-Land. And yeah, we're gonna go get barreled for the afternoon and for the next 10 days, which is gonna be sick.
As you come around the corner of that southeast tip, it comes into view.
Got into the boat channel and looked back at the wave, saw the tower, and you could just see how perfectly lined up the wave was. And it was just the most magnificent, beautiful wave I've ever seen.
I made it to G-Land, stoked. First time here.
It's just like an OG surf trip. It hasn't been developed. So you're actually in the jungle with the bugs and the animals and the madness. I think that's why it's still so special.
Welcome to G-Land. Wave is perfect.
G-Land is named after and located in Garojigan Bay on the south coast of Java. Exposed to the powerful Indian Ocean, considered one of the surfing world's 7 wonders. On its day, this remote stretch of reef can create the finest left-hand waves on the planet.
Yeah, it feels good to have a rippable left on tour. It's such a good wave. There's barrels, you can do turns.
Being out in the jungle on a perfect mile-long reef break with a bunch of different perfect sections to it, it's really a dream for anyone to come here.
Selamat pagi and welcome to this incredible jungle here at Garojigan Bay. G-Land, one of the best left-handers in the world.
What makes G-Land so special is the reef. The reef itself is just so spectacular. You could be flying down the line and it's a little bit full, hits another bit of the reef, you get an incredible tube ride, you come out, there's a perfect lip to do a great carve on, and then you can just sit there and stand in another barrel.
You've got to be thinking 3 or 4 steps down the line with this wave, but also being conscious of what's happening right here and where you need to be. So I think a lot of wave and ocean knowledge comes into this wave as well. There's a bit going on here, and it's the ones who are going to read this wave the best and really tune into it, they're going to do well.
Today's WSL Championship Tour is often dubbed the Dream Tour, the world's best surfers in the world's best waves. But it was not always like this.
Queenscliff Beach, North Manly. The waves may be small, but the competitors' intent is gigantic.
In 1995, Quiksilver took a big gamble coming to G-Land, and the first contest here was a mere experiment. The success of the Quiksilver Pro proved the Dream Tour concept was possible, and this radically new contest format evolved professional surfing into the spectacular sport it is today.
And through the 70s and the 80s and the early 90s, the world's best surfers were competing in sort of less than ideal conditions.
The best surfers in the world were groveling in 1-foot slop because there were big crowds on the beach.
And Rabbit came in and said, what if we created this concept of the Dream Tour? Be the world's best surfers in the world's best waves, and created something really magical. And Garagegon really changed surfing forever.
We had all the locations happening at the right time of year, the best surfers in the best waves. That was real. You know, Teahupo'o and Cloudbreak and J-Bay.
So good. Insane. 95 was the start of the Dream Tour. We all got off the boat and just couldn't believe we were on a surf trip to have a surf contest. When you feel like you join the tour and you're joining a tour that's going to go to your favorite locations, it's a whole different ball game.
If the Dream Tour concept didn't happen, if Garagegon didn't happen, professional surfing would be in a wildly different place. And I think it would be in a lesser place in a lot of ways.
24 men and 12 women have made the journey here to East Java to contest the 2022 chapter of the Quiksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land.
And number 5, we also invite Kelly Slater from United States.
And the anticipation is high among the world's best as a flashy local ceremony kicks off this wild championship tour event.
Thanks for having us. Back to Banyawangi and back to Garagegon.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you so much. Please give a sign here for Banyawangi.
As we begin the contest window, a fun-sized swell lights up the Money Trees lineup. The jerseys go on, the truck is loaded, and the boats are running. Coming up next, we jump into the opening round of the Quiksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land.
Look at that big backside hack to start. Throws down the carve, slamming on the brakes, pulling into the cylinder. Ethan Ewing gets the exit.
WSL presents the Quiksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land.
Just to be back here in general is super nice. Everyone's pretty excited. You can just feel good energy.
Push him off the back, John.
Yeah. You got an easy shot. It's so surreal surfing a wave like this with no people in the water.
Super beyond grateful to be here.
This iconic tour stop was made famous by 3 men's-only Quiksilver Pro events in the 1990s. Now in 2022, with the addition of the Roxy Pro, the top 12 women will compete at G-Land for the first time in history.
I've been on tour for 15 years. Every year there's something new, a new location, somewhere that gets me excited to keep coming back for more. I don't feel comfortable in left-hand reef breaks at all. And we used to have the event at Cloudbreak in Fiji, but this is a whole new wave, a whole new place, and it's great. I love being at these new spots and trying to figure out how to surf it and to be challenged in these new ways. I have so many people that are like, oh, you know, you must be tired, you've been on tour for a long time. I'm like, are you kidding? This is the coolest job in the world, and it just seems to get better. This is too luxury. It's sometimes when you're packing all your bags again and you're taking off and you're like, oh, am I ready to go sit in an airplane for another 20 hours? and it can be a little draining, but then you actually get here and you're like, this is why I do it. I love this feeling. I feel like I'm on a surf trip, but I also have that opportunity to test myself in competition.
Seeing how all the girls are dissecting the lineup and what tactic and strategy they're going to take, it's going to be exciting to see what they bring today.
To win right here in G-Land, the first ever event for the women, to be able to hold up that trophy and say you're a part of that is just really cool.
No one's gonna give me, no one's gonna give me.
Selamat pagi and welcome to this incredible jungle here at Groningen Bay.
The women are first to get started here at G-Land, and the Roxy Pro begins with a classic performance from the Roxy Queen, Stephanie Gilmore.
That style, incredible, real smooth.
It's just the coolest. I'm so happy we're here. We could be just sitting out there and it could be 2 foot or 10 foot, and I think we're all happy just to be here.
So excited. Kind of feels like iconic in a way. We're like the guinea pigs, but also it's gonna be fun.
We see Carissa Moore absolutely tee off.
The first round was incredible. Carissa Moore did some of the best backhand surfing of the day.
Carissa Moore grabs a rail, tucks into the tube, finding a way through this one. And she gets the exit, the low road exit.
It was fun. It was a little nerve-wracking just because, you know, we haven't had one out there before.
Tatiana tucking in. Wow, find some cover.
Tatiana Weston-Webb, she's just so committed, so strong.
Perfect timing, picked a great line.
Yeah, first heat at G-Land was super fun. I think this is definitely a stop that I would like to say is the dream tour.
G-Land is a mystical place that has attracted surfing legends for decades, from Jerry Lopez to Tom Carroll and Kelly Slater. The power of Groningen is real, and this year G-Land has excited the most feared competitor on tour.
Gabriel Medina officially back on tour and ready to just really rattle the cages of everybody in the world.
To have Medina back at this point in the tour, I think that's sending some chills through the spines of a lot of the competitors.
I almost hear the theme song from Empire Strikes Back.
It feels good to be back on tour. I want to give a chance to myself to be in the finals and have a shot for the title.
Earlier this week, Gabe gave us notice he's going to not be competing at the Billabong Pro Pipeline.
The time off was really good for me, and I feel fresh.
He hasn't had a break since he was about 11. Even the years he doesn't win a world title, he's number 2 or 3 in the world. He just hasn't had a break.
Yeah, I felt really tired after my last title. It's always intense, you know. You win, you lose, you travel, but you gotta be 100%, you know, like your mind, your body. And sometimes it's kind of hard to be 100% every stop of the tour, every travel. So it was good to have a time off.
Medina looks like he's got a gigantic ramp!
I want to be in the finals. That's my goal this year.
It just still feels like there's space for Gabrielle to get there, even in 5 events. I would hate to discount him. He's too strong.
Let's see if you can do the impossible and qualify in a short period of time with no points for the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
It's possible, yes.
It's time for the Quicksilver Pro G-Land opening round of competition getting started.
As the men's opening round gets underway here at G-Land, current world champion Gabriel Medina pulls on the jersey for the first time in 2022.
The storm is continuing to brew. Streaks down the line, straight into the barrel. Fair to say that Medina's back. Gabrielle's looking really comfortable, you know, coming off a bit of time. He looks super tuned in.
Ethan Ewing, look at that big backside hack to start.
In the first round, I was really impressed with Ethan Ewing.
Slamming on the brakes, pulling into the cylinder.
Ethan scored an 8.5. There was a couple of guys, their first ever wave at G-Land, they got in the excellent range. Griffin Colapinto had a 9.3.
Beautiful start for Colapinto.
First wave at G-Land in a jersey and just going to town. Italo was up there with an 8.3.
Italo, beautiful grab rail down carve, setting up the lip. He crushes it in the pocket.
John Florence was really impressive. Just before his heat, we saw him put a brace on.
I just had a tweak on my knee, and the latest knee I got surgery on, so it's a little bit of a worry. I think it's a little something to do with the MCL.
It certainly hasn't had an effect on his read of waves like this.
Look at this too, he's way deep behind that thing, actually rode out through the foam ball.
He went mad.
Oh, that was a great turn off the top and a second one.
Oh, love the setup for this section. Beautiful barrel ride. Here he comes.
It's just stoked to be back just to get in the water. I thought I was going to have to pull out of the event, and then I was like, I'll just sit out there and see how it goes. And then to get 2 good waves, I don't know, feels really good.
G-Land is iconic for a reason. Coming up next, how Kelly Slater's wave approach redefined modern surfing.
He changed the way we used to surf this wave.
He almost looks like invincible when he's surfing in these waves.
His positioning on the wave was impeccable.
The Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land continue. WSL presents the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land. The most iconic performance in G-Land history was Kelly Slater's win at the first contest in 1995. At age 23, Slater used the perfect waves of Speed Reef to unveil a new progressive style of surfing. Today, Kelly returns to the Quicksilver Pro at age 50, the only competitor to have surfed in all 4 G-Land events.
Having Kelly Slater here 27 years later from the start of the Dream Tour in '95 is just incredible.
So it's crazy to think that he won this event 2 years before I was born.
In that first event where he won, he changed the way, at that point, we used to surf this wave.
Somebody said to me the other day, they said the one thing that differentiated me from the other guys at that time was I was really hitting it in the lip, really critically, kind of in the barrel almost.
Kelly brought shorter boards and he started to fit into parts of the wave where no one had really been before. He was just so tuned into this wave. His positioning on the wave was impeccable.
He almost looks like invincible when he's surfing in these waves. The way he surfs, it looks like the wave waits for him, or like it looks like the wave opens for him, or wave slows down for him. That's what he's doing. You know, it makes it look like that.
Back then, I felt like it wasn't that hard to outsurf people and outcompete them. You know, I felt like I had an advantage in both those areas. Everyone's skills have gotten better. The depth in the tour is so much better. At this point, I feel like I have to be on. I got to be happy, my board's got to be right, I got to be reading the lineup good. You know, all those things have to come together for me to win at this point.
When you're thinking about favourites for this event, you have to put Kelly there.
I tell you what, I've watched the footage back from '95 in the last couple of days, and I've seen him surf, and he's surfing just as good.
Unlucky for Kelly though this year, the waves were really challenging in the earlier rounds.
Here comes Kelly. Deep off the bottom, there's a nice vertical. And the 50-year-old just setting this one up on the inside.
Only 15 seconds to go now as Pupo loads up. And there it is, a 5.4. And Samuel Pupo just regains composure in the dying stages of that heat and gets the jump on the 11-time world champion.
Frustrated in the small conditions today, Kelly Slater is eliminated from the Quicksilver Pro. Kanoa Igarashi, representing Japan, raised in Huntington Beach, has matured his young surfing right here in Indonesia.
Are you one of the youngest surfers in the world?
I think so.
Tell you what, Eric, this is a kid we're going to hear from in the future.
Kanoa's first championship tour win was celebrated in Bali.
Winding up a layback carve. Igarashi swinging for the lip, crushes it in the pocket, back off the coping and stomps it.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, the last time I competed in Indo was at Karamis when I won. First time I came to G-Land was in 2009, I want to say. 2009, 2010. I was like 12 or 13 years old. And as a 12, 13-year-old, it was my first time surfing a reef break. I came here and everything was just so new to me. It was so much information.
Here we are at G-Land.
So it's nice to come back, you know, after more than maybe 10 years and to kind of relive that experience that I had as a kid.
Channeling his love for Indonesia, Igarashi has enjoyed himself throughout the early rounds. He is one of the standouts thus far, and the smiling 25-year-old has advanced into the quarterfinals.
Everyone's here for one thing and one thing only, and that's what I love about G-Land. It doesn't matter what we're eating, doesn't matter where we're staying. Like, as long as like the waves are good and G-Land's doing its thing, nothing else matters.
The second day of competition here at the Quiksilver Pro is highlighted by the men's round of 16. Man-on-man elimination heats with the winners advancing to the quarterfinals.
Toledo's up, big float there. Really clean to finish that thing off, and now just adding some extras. I think everyone really intrigued to see how John Florence is performing with that knee injury. He's up against Jadson Andre.
Jadson only chasing a 4.55. Jadson Andre turning the heat on John Florence.
Good job, man.
Jack Robinson now getting started with a nice powerful snap. Jack Robinson moves on to the quarters. Italo does everything he can to pull that one off. Solid wave for Connor O'Leary. Blasts the first turn, quick to the lip.
Connor O'Leary taking it home, making it into the quarterfinals.
Gabriel Medina, after missing the first half of the season, his goal is to make the Rip Curl WSL Finals into a lofty frontside float. Hard off the bottom, nice jam there. Medina, solid victory there.
Yeah, it feels good to make it through, you know. Now it's a hit against Jaddy, which is a good friend of mine, and I'm excited for that one.
Tatiana Weston Webb holds a reputation for charging in heavy surf, and she has been a vocal advocate, campaigning to get the women in the waves of consequence.
The women have such amazing venues on tour, like Pipeline, G-Land, Teahupo'o. I'm just really psyched to have those types of waves on tour because it's showing the evolution of women surfing. I think a lot of people know me as a person that really likes to push my limit.
Tatiana Weston Webb goes pipe, high and tight.
Now's the time for us to start pushing ourselves and showing the next generation that we can do this. It's a wild ride. There's so many ups and downs, tons of pressure, especially now with the cut and then the Final Five and then the championship title.
We've got our title match. It's going to be Tatiana Weston Webb versus Carissa Moore.
Directly after the finals, I wasn't proud of my performance. I felt so close to achieving my dream, and it was really hard for me to process.
So it's really testing my limits, I think, as a professional. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to surfing pressure-free now a little bit and just having fun. And that's kind of what I want to focus on here at G-Land.
In the women's quarterfinal round, Tatiana Weston Webb, surfing on her forehand, looks confident and stylish on the playful left-hand walls of G-Land.
Here we go, Tatiana. She's got some spark going too. That turn there was absolutely amazing, just so crisp out of the lip.
Tati wins another heat, and the Brazilian advances to the semifinals.
Carissa Moore taking on Sally Fitzgibbons.
Carissa Moore, a natural-footed surfer, brings a complete opposite approach, surfing on her backhand.
Carissa Moore picking off a solid set wave. Clean backhand wrap for Moore. The Hawaiian has so much time for that backhand wrap. Straight up vertical and aggressive combination.
Moore dominates with powerful and radical backside surfing. These two early round standouts will meet head-to-head in the semifinal round, and one of them will surf the first Roxy Pro final. Plastic pollution is a toxic problem in Indonesia, and to combat this damaging issue, local surfers are pioneering new ways to collect, control, and repurpose plastic waste.
All the plastic's going to get stuck on the barrier.
Coming up next, the WSL takes a moment to help clean up at the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land. Indonesia is the world's largest island country, covering over 17,000 islands. Almost all the nation's waterways flow to the surrounding oceans. Sadly, upstream plastic pollution finds its way onto beaches and into the sea. Here in Java, a local group of surfers have developed a simple yet effective way to protect this fragile archipelago.
At Sungai we're on a mission to stop plastics from going into the ocean by installing these very simple barriers in as many rivers as possible.
So basically the barrier is going to be floating. All the plastic is going to get stuck on the barrier. It's simple and it brings a lot of results.
The crew from Sungai Watch go and they collect the plastic and they recycle the plastic.
What we're doing is working with the surf camps and the park to allow for local recycling. You can take plastic off the beach, use these machines that we've brought, and create useful products.
Felipe Toledo understands, as traveling surfers, it is our job to make a difference and leave the destinations we love cleaner and better than when we arrived.
We got to take care of our environment, we got to take care of the world, and so it's awesome to see big brands coming up like the Wsl Corona, because if everybody does a little bit, it's gonna be big. I'm really happy to be part of it, to be helping and learning, and it's a long process, but we've got to start somewhere.
As we move into the men's quarterfinals, Toledo, the rankings leader, pulls on the yellow jersey and is ready to defend his #1 position.
Perfect conditions that we've been waiting for here on finals day. Brand new heat getting started. Colapinto versus Felipe Toledo, world #1. Here comes Toledo, getting things started. Big fan to start. Timing perfect. Right off the lip. Here comes Colapinto to answer quickly. Hollow section. Colapinto finding some space to exit the tube. Fishing for a maneuver here. Hammers it.
Felipe on a wave, there's a pace and speed about it that is almost unrivaled.
Felipe Toledo has a lot of speed. Look out down the line. He is launching it.
He comes square off the bottom and he fits those rapid fire backhand hits where other guys can't.
Japan, a powerful axe quickly for Felipe Toledo.
Toledo just showing us he wants to keep that yellow jersey as the dying seconds roll out.
World #1 just gets more deadly as he's moving on into the semifinals.
The biggest news in competitive surfing at the moment, Gabriel Medina is back.
These two Brazilian powerhouse goofy footers go at it here. Jadson Andre, he's out there in the red jersey. Gabriel Medina, we know he missed those first 5 events, but he's got a big charge. He's got to make up the ratings if he wants to challenge for a world title this year. Jadson Andre, he's going to start things off for us. A couple of big hooks off the top. Nice series of turns on the outside. 6.33 for Jadson Andre. Medina looking for an answer now.
Oh, look at that grab rail just holding it for so long.
He's got moves that really a lot of the other surfers don't. He's our modern day competitor that everyone else is measuring up against.
8.5 for Gabriel Medina. The macho man is back in town. Here he goes again. Medina's going to swoop on this wave down the line. A couple of sections. Already a bit of foam on the face, lining up something big to finish. And he's going to stick that end section hit. 8.77. And Jadson's comboed at this stage.
You know, he's a monster. There's nobody, I think, better than him at competition.
In this event in particular, he was around everyone, having a good time, and past events, you know, he's tend to be really kind of reclusive.
He's got a fresh outlook on life, and he's got his favorite thing in the world back with a fresh mind.
You got that eyes on the Tiger trophy over there?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, I really like it.
I will see you for the semifinals.
Thank you.
Jack Robinson versus Kanoa Igarashi. Both of these guys are serious Final Five contenders and hunting a big result here at G-Land.
Wow, they grew up quickly. Kanoa Igarashi probably still remembers that first trip to G-Land like it was yesterday with good friends like Jack Robinson. As Jack and Kanoa are matched up here in the quarterfinals. Two good friends, but two guys that want to beat each other no matter where they are in the rankings. Jack Robinson Just a super clean arc off the top, snap to slide.
And that's going to be a good score for Jack.
Kanoa Igarashi, as we see now, a lot of setup work getting down the line. Backside float, perfect landing. That'll get him back out in front to some clear water for a moment. Snap to float again, and he's liking it. And here comes Robinson, the champ in Margaret River, with a ton of speed, pulling in to a hollow cave, gets the exit off the bottom, and there's a beautiful down carve. Last score for Jack, 8.5, and Robinson moves on to another big semifinal performance this year.
With the win, Jack Robinson moves into the semifinals and will face Gabriel Medina, the most recent event winner versus the current world champ.
Coming up against Gabby in the next heat, what's it going to take to, get the jump on him?
I knew we were on a collision from the start, even this event, and I know we're going to go against each other, so it's going to happen all year, and just one by one.
Coming to G-Land is always a surf trip. It's what surfers come here for. They save up all year and they come for a trip to G-Land to get perfect waves and really settle into it, have a bit of fun, surf a lot, drink a couple of beers and let your hair down.
Usually I think at CT stops, the competitors like to give each other a bit of space. But here, with the accommodation options pretty limited, you're forced to enter the space of your rivals.
Oh, that's not you.
Normally, we would all be staying in separate places, very secluded from one another, all kind of on our own path, whereas here we're all kind of like forced to stay in the same camps.
The energy of kind of almost like a surf trip energy. Everyone's on the same program. To be honest, we don't really get to catch up like this, a lot of CT surfers, so it's really nice to kind of put us all in one spot.
This specific event is really creating a lot of bonding, I think, throughout all the surfers, and it's been a really special time.
This is going to be an unbelievable clash.
The women are back in the water and ready to make history.
Wow, that was a huge blow.
Who will be the first female champion to raise the Tiger Trophy?
25 seconds to go.
The Roxy Pro Finals are next when the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land continue. WSL presents the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land. 2022 is the league's first full year with equal events for the men and women. Here at Garagegan, the world's best females are competing for the first time in championship tour history.
And conditions absolutely mint at the moment. It's all starting to fall into place.
We began with 12 of the world's best, and here on finals day, the field has been cut to 4. One of these ladies will raise the Tiger Trophy as the first Roxy Pro champion. Tatiana Weston Webb and Carissa Moore face each other in semifinal 1.
Well, semi-1 getting underway with Carissa taking the first ride, and it's a big turn to get started. Huge combination there. Just seems to be clicking into event-winning form at the moment, and it's going to take something special to overcome her.
Carissa Moore takes the win, and the current world champion advances to the final.
It is turning on, the offshores are going, and I'm just psyched it seems to be flowing here.
Joanne Gaffey defeated event favorite Stephanie Gilmore in the quarterfinals to earn her spot here in the semis.
Joanne Gaffey now so reliable on left-hand reef breaks. That's her reputation on tour.
Wow, upside down there for Joanne. Just incredible surfing there.
Joanne Gaffey from Reunion Island. It's very impressive as she just took the win off Bronte Macaulay to now join Carissa Moore in the final of the first ever Roxy Pro G-Land.
I'm so excited. I really want to go all the way, and I think we're going to have good waves, so I'm excited.
Joanne Gaffey represents her native country of France. However, she was raised on Reunion Island, a French territory in the tropics of the Indian Ocean.
Really cool tropical life, being barefoot all the time. I think it was a pretty simple life.
The way that Joanne grew up surfing over in Reunion Island is St. Lou, a really rippable left-hander over a razor-sharp reef. I think it's given Joanne Gaffey an incredible comfort level on reef breaks, in particular coral reef breaks.
The 2016 Fiji Pro title goes to Joanne Gaffey.
2018 champion of the Uluwatu CT, Joanne Gaffey.
When it comes to a backhand over a shallow reef with a lot of power, she's one of the most dangerous on tour.
Joanne Gaffey is now a solid force on the women's side of the tour. She's done the work over the last couple of years and one of the most consistent surfers on the women's side.
Ever since she got on the championship tour, she's just been a force. So I'm expecting the same here at the Roxy Pro G-Land. I think Joanne Gaffey's definitely got to be one of the favourites for this event. It is time for the final of the Roxy Pro G-Land.
Carissa Moore is a 5-time world champion and an Olympic gold medalist. However, coming up against Joanne Gaffey here at G-Land, Moore looks to be the underdog as we begin the final heat of the Roxy Pro.
Have a look at this wave to start things off.
Joanne Gaffey fighting for the inside position, getting this first ride. 6.5 for Joanne Gaffey. She is just a fierce competitor that is unfazed by big names. Joanne Gaffey making her move. Joanne was definitely paying attention to the fact that Carissa had been getting off to good starts. Again, a solid finish.
Wow, that was a huge blow. That is going to shake the confidence of Carissa.
She had the rhythm. Carissa looked for a 9.17 to get herself into the lead. The champion that Carissa is fought back. On the outside, Carissa gets her opportunity. Wall stands up, and she's going to hit the pocket, drops out of the lip, and again is going to hammer critical surfing on edge right when she needed it.
Look at the score.
8.5, the best score of the final so far.
Oh, the heat is on now.
Under a minute to go now. 50 seconds. Can Joanne Gaffey hold on here? Joanne Gaffey is going to be the champion of the Roxy Pro G-Land.
An elated Joanne Gaffey takes her 5th championship tour win, and the French woman will forever be known as the first Roxy Pro G-Land champion.
You are the queen of the left-hand reef breaks. You've won at Tabarua, you've won at Uluwatu, and now here at G-Land. What is it with left-hand reef breaks? You just love them.
Yeah, right. We gotta put them on too. I don't know, I'm so happy.
She felt what the judges wanted after her first heat of the contest and applied it basically all the way to the final.
With her 2nd place result, Carissa Moore moves to the top of the rankings and reclaims the yellow leader's jersey. Joanne Gaffey rockets up to number 3 in the world, and she is now a serious Final Five contender.
Let's hear it for your first ever Roxy Pro G-Land champion, Joanne Gaffey.
Coming up next, men's finals day. Gabriel Medina versus Jack Robinson. Felipe Toledo versus Connor O'Leary.
You get those kind of heats when you come to the jungle.
2 Aussies, 2 Brazilians. Who will be waving the flag at the conclusion of the Quicksilver Pro G-Land?
3 seconds on the clock. He's up to his feet.
WSL presents the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land. Iconic for a reason, the World Surf League's return to Garagegan has been a groundbreaking experience for this newest generation of professional surfers.
Yeah, this event is a great reminder of what it means to hunt down waves around the world. It connects surf culture with the tour.
These events that are in these isolated areas, they're almost like morale building for the entire tour, and just remind themselves that, you know, they're living this dream life.
From 24 to 4, we are ready for the conclusion of the Quicksilver Pro.
Gabriel Medina versus Jack Robinson. You get those kind of heats when you come to the jungle.
Here we go, Gabby, little tube time. And just blast all up. Ah!
Setting up a beautiful snap out of the top, gets a great float as well, and that's a good start for Jack Robinson.
That heat, it was full of fireworks and it came right down to the wire.
Gabriel Medina coming off the lip to start. Another beautiful float into the flats. Perfect transition.
Gabrielle, for the most part, led all the way to the end of the heat, and then Jack stole it with some heroics on a final ride.
How's this screamer for Jack Robinson up in time? An absolute belt under the lip into the pit, needing a 7.26. He gets it. A 7.83 on the final exchange to take out Gabriel Medina.
To do that against Gabrielle Medina, what a crazy moment right there.
He's one of the best, and I respect Gabby. He's a really good competitor, so it's good to come up against him and yeah, get that one.
Semi-final 2 is all about the #1 surfer in the world right now, Felipe Toledo.
Felipe Toledo is known to be the best high-performance surfer on tour. So I was really excited to see him on a lap.
Felipe Toledo still got one more heat to surf. It's the final of the Quicksilver Pro G-Land.
The final is set. Felipe Toledo, perhaps the fastest surfer in the world, versus Jack Robinson, surfing's current Zen master.
What a run. You know, what do you put this down to?
Yeah, it's whoever just manages their mind well, I think, and just, I don't know.
To see Jack Robinson around the events is to almost see Yoda.
You'll see him in the competitors area. He's very calm. He's relaxed. He kind of does his own thing. He's not distracted by a lot of other things going on around him. He's got the belief in himself and everything's falling into place. But he's got Felipe Toledo, a guy that's been there so many times.
Here we are again.
Felipe was on a tear at this event, charging his way all the way to the final.
I call him the best closer in the game because he barely loses in a final. Once he's gotten that far, he usually shuts it down and gets the victory.
Let's go, Jackie Rob!
One more heat left in the jungle here at the Quicksilver Pro G-Land. Jack Robinson versus Felipe Toledo in motion. We're watching the backhand of the Australian Jack Robinson. Flowing through some backhand art. Stomps on that one. Felipe.
Yeah, here we go off the bottom. Beautiful bottom turn and perfect out of the lip.
Quickly reacting to shut it down, recovering on his heels. He will stay on his feet. And now setting things up, swinging back into the pocket, Toledo. Going straight up vertically. Lead change happens for Toledo with a 5.33.
Last minute of the final, Jack Robinson is in this weird situation where he's basically in the same situation that he had in the semifinal. Is he about to really do it again against Felipe?
Come on!
3 seconds on the clock. He's up to his feet. Hammers the first section. Blasted again under the hood. Looking for a finish. He shuts it down. Chasing a 6.67.
7.0.
And he does it again. Robinson at the buzzer. A 7.0 has gone back-to-back with his victories from Margaret River, and now the champion of the Quicksilver Pro G-Land.
Jack Robinson, are you kidding me? 2 in a row, and you got the Tiger Trophy, my friend. Talk to me.
I touched the Tiger earlier, and yeah, she was, the trophy, and I just felt it. I was like, all right. Yeah, just trying to connect to the ocean and yeah, just thank it for giving me the waves.
Let's go, big boy! He's a big boy!
In the WSL Return to Raw, 25 years after the last Quicksilver Pro, Jack Robinson raises the Tiger Trophy.
Let's hear it for your champion of the Quicksilver Pro G-Land, Jack Robinson.
Jack and Roxy Pro champion Joanne Gaffey celebrate on a historic day in the newest chapter of G-Land folklore. After 6 stops on the WSL Championship Tour, Felipe Toledo remains on top wearing yellow. Jack Robinson jumps up to 2nd overall, and the WSL Final Five begins to take shape. 4 stops in the regular season remain to qualify for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Next up, the world's best are off to El Salvador for the CT's first ever stop in Central America.
Another hot climate, so they'll only just have enough time just to get there and one warm-up surf and then heats are on.
For all information on the WSL and the road to the Rip Curl WSL Finals, log on to WorldSurfLeague.com. We'll see you next in El Salvador for the Surf City Pro. Thanks for watching WSL Presents. World Surf League is the governing body of professional surfing, with the sole authority to crown the men's and women's world champions of the sport. The WSL Championship Tour is the battle for the world title. 10 events on 5 continents, plus the Rip Curl WSL Finals, a single-day world title deciding shootout between the top 5 men and women. Today we begin the back half of the year, and Stop 6 on the road to the Final Five headlines the World Surf League's return to Raw. "27 years ago, in 1995, a paradigm shift in professional surfing began. It started with a journey to a remote island, a mystical location, a beautiful reef, and the most perfect waves ever seen.
Good morning once again from the southeast tip of Java, live from the jungle.
Here at Garagegan, the Dream Tour was born. Now, 25 years after Luke Egan last raised the Tiger Trophy, the World Surf League is back in the wilds of Indonesia's eastern Java. WSL presents the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land. Welcome to the jungle.
You know, it's not an easy destination to get to. As someone coming from California, you know, you got to fly to either Tokyo or Australia, and there's another flight over.
From Australia, you fly into Denpasar, and then we had to spend the night, and then early the next morning we got on a boat, which still is like a 2-hour mission. You go off the beach at Costa, and then you head straight over to the most eastern point of Java.
On the boat, ready to go to G-Land. And yeah, we're gonna go get barreled for the afternoon and for the next 10 days, which is gonna be sick.
As you come around the corner of that southeast tip, it comes into view.
Got into the boat channel and looked back at the wave, saw the tower, and you could just see how perfectly lined up the wave was. And it was just the most magnificent, beautiful wave I've ever seen.
I made it to G-Land, stoked. First time here.
It's just like an OG surf trip. It hasn't been developed. So you're actually in the jungle with the bugs and the animals and the madness. I think that's why it's still so special.
Welcome to G-Land. Wave is pumping.
G-Land is named after and located in Garagegan Bay on the south coast of Java, exposed to the powerful Indian Ocean, considered one of the surfing world's 7 wonders. On its day, this remote stretch of reef can create the finest left-hand waves on the planet.
Yeah, it feels good to have a rippable left on tour. It's such a good wave. There's barrels, you can do turns.
Being out in the jungle on a perfect mile-long reef break with a bunch of different perfect sections to it, it's really a dream for anyone to come here.
Selamat pagi and welcome to this incredible jungle here at Garagegan Bay. G-Land, one of the best left-handers in the world.
What makes G-Land so special is the reef. The reef itself is just so spectacular. You could be flying down the line and it's a little bit full, hits another bit of the reef, you get an incredible tube ride, you come out, there's a perfect lip to do a great carve on, and then you can just sit there and stand in another barrel.
You've got to be thinking 3 or 4 steps down the line with this wave, but also being conscious of what's happening right here and where you need to be. So I think a lot of wave and ocean knowledge comes into this wave as well. There's a bit going on here, and it's the ones who are going to read this wave the best and really tune into it, they're going to do well.
Today's WSL Championship Tour is often dubbed the Dream Tour, the world's best surfers in the world's best waves. But it was not always like this.
Queenscliff Beach, North Manly. The waves may be small, but the competitors' intent is gigantic.
In 1995, Quicksilver took a big gamble coming to G-Land, and the first contest here was a mere experiment. The success of the Quicksilver Pro proved the Dream Tour concept was possible, and this radically new contest format evolved professional surfing into the spectacular sport it is today.
Through the 70s and the 80s and the early 90s, the world's best surfers were competing in sort of less than ideal conditions.
The best surfers in the world were groveling in 1 foot slop because there were big crowds on the beach.
And Rabbit came in and said, what if we created this concept of the Dream Tour? Be the world's best surfers in the world's best waves, and created something really magical. And Garagegon really changed surfing forever.
We had all the locations happening at the right time of year, the best surfers in the best waves. That was real. You know, Teahupo'o and Cloudbreak and J-Bay.
So good. Insane.
95 was the start of the Dream Tour. We all got off the boat and just couldn't believe we were on a surf trip to have a surf contest. When you feel like you join the tour and you're joining a tour that's going to go to your favorite locations, it's a whole different ballgame. If the Dream Tour concept didn't happen, if Garagegon didn't happen, professional surfing would be in a wildly different place. And I think it would be in a lesser place in a lot of ways.
24 men and 12 women have made the journey here to East Java to contest the 2022 chapter of the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land.
And number 5, we also invite Kelly Sweater from United States.
And the anticipation is high among the world's best as a flashy local ceremony kicks off this wild championship tour event.
Thanks for having us. Back to Banyawangi and back to Garagegon.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you so much. Please give a sign for Banyawangi.
As we begin the contest window, a fun-sized swell lights up the Money Trees lineup. The jerseys go on, the truck is loaded, and the boats are running. Coming up next, we jump into the opening round of the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land.
Look at that big backside hack to start. Throws down the carve, slamming on the brakes, pulling into the cylinder. Ethan Ewing gets the exit.
WSL presents the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land.
Just to be back here in general is super nice. Everyone's pretty excited. You can just feel good energy.
Push him off the back, John.
Yeah, you got an easy shot. It's so surreal surfing a wave like this with no people in the water.
Super beyond grateful to be here.
This iconic tour stop was made famous by 3 men's-only Quicksilver Pro events in the 1990s. Now in 2022, with the addition of the Roxy Pro, the top 12 women will compete at G-Land for the first time in history.
I've been on tour for 15 years. Every year there's something new, a new location, somewhere that gets me excited to keep coming back for more. I don't feel comfortable in left-hand reef breaks at all. And we used to have the event at Cloudbreak in Fiji, but this is a whole new wave, a whole new place, and it's great. I love being at these new spots and trying to figure out how to surf it and to be challenged in these new ways. I have so many people that are like, oh, you know, you must be tired. You've been on tour for a long time. I'm like, are you kidding? This is the coolest job in the world, and it just seems to get better.
This is too luxury.
It's sometimes when you're packing all your bags again and you're taking off and you're like, oh, am I ready to go sit in an airplane for another 20 hours? And it can be a little draining, but then you actually get here and you're like, this is why I do it. I love this feeling. I feel like I'm on a surf trip, but I also have that opportunity to test myself in competition.
Seeing how all the girls are dissecting the lineup and what tactic and strategy they're going to take, it's going to be exciting to see what they bring today.
To win right here in G-Land, the first ever event for the women, to be able to hold up that trophy and say you're a part of that is just really cool.
No one's gonna give me, no one's gonna give me.
Selamat pagi and welcome to this incredible jungle here at Groningen Bay.
The women are first to get started here at G-Land, and the Roxy Pro begins with a classic performance from the Roxy Queen, Stephanie Gilmore.
That style, incredible, real smooth.
It's just the coolest. I'm so happy we're here. We could be just sitting out there and it could be 2 foot or 10 foot, and I think we're all happy just to be here.
So excited. Kind of feels like iconic in a way. We're like the guinea pigs, but also it's going to be fun.
As we see Carissa Moore absolutely tee off.
The first round was incredible. Carissa Moore did some of the best backhand surfing of the day.
Carissa Moore grabs a rail, tucks into the tube, finding a way through this one. And she gets the exit, the low road exit.
It was fun. It was a little nerve-wracking just because, you know, we haven't had one out there before.
Tatiana tucking in. Wow, find some cover. Tatiana Weston-Webb, she's just so committed, so strong.
Perfect timing, picked a great line.
Yeah, first heat at G-Land was super fun. I think this is definitely a stop that I would like to say is the dream tour.
G-Land is a mystical place that has attracted surfing legends for decades, from Jerry Lopez to Tom Carroll and Kelly Slater. The power of Groningen is real, and this year G-Land has excited the most feared competitor on tour.
Gabriel Medina officially back on tour and ready to just really rattle the cages of everybody in the world.
To have Medina back at this point in the tour, I think that's sending some chills through the spines of a lot of the competitors.
I almost hear the theme song from Empire Strikes Back.
It feels good to be back on tour. I want to give a chance to myself to be in the finals and have a shot for the title.
Earlier this week, Gabe gave us notice he's going to not be competing at the Billabong Pro Pipeline.
The time off was really good for me, and I feel fresh.
He hasn't had a break since he was about 11. Even the years he doesn't win a world title, he's number 2 or 3 in the world. He just hasn't had a break.
Yeah, I felt really tired after my last title. It's always intense, you know. You win, you lose, you travel, but you gotta be 100%, you know, like your mind, your body. And sometimes it's kind of hard to be 100% every stop of the tour, every travel. So it was good to have a time off.
Medina looks like he's got a gigantic round.
I want to be in the finals. That's my goal this year.
It just still feels like there's space for Gabrielle to get there, even in 5 events. I would hate to discount him. He's too strong.
Let's see if you can do the impossible and qualify in a short period of time with no points for the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
It's possible, yes.
It's time for the Quicksilver Pro G-Land opening round of competition getting started.
As the men's opening round gets underway here at G-Land, current world champion Gabriel Medina pulls on the jersey for the first time in 2022.
The storm is continuing to brew. Streaks down the line, straight into the barrel. Fair to say that Medina's back. Gabrielle's looking really comfortable, you know, coming off a bit of time. He looks super tuned in.
Ethan Ewing, look at that big backside hack to start.
In the first round, I was really impressed with Ethan Ewing.
Slamming on the brakes, pulling into the cylinder.
Ethan scored an 8.5. There was a couple of guys, their first ever wave at G-Land, they got in the excellent range. Griffin Colapinto had a 9.3.
Beautiful start for Colapinto.
First wave at G-Land in a jersey and just going to town. Italo was up there with an 8.3.
Italo, beautiful grab rail down carve, setting up the lip. He crushes it in the pocket.
John Florence was really impressive. Just before his heat, we saw him put a brace on.
I just had a tweak on my knee, and the little latest knee I got surgery on, so it's a little bit of a worry. I think it's a little something to do with the MCL.
It certainly hasn't had an effect on his read of waves like this.
Look at this too, he's way deep behind that thing. Actually rode out through the foam bob.
He went mad.
Oh, that was a great turn off the top and a second one.
Oh, love the setup for this section. Beautiful barrel ride. Here he comes.
Just stoked to be back just to get in the water. I thought I was going to have to pull out of the event, and then I was like, I'll just sit out there and see how it goes. And then to get 2 good waves, I don't know, feels really good.
G-Land is iconic for a reason. Coming up next, how Kelly Slater's wave approach redefined modern surfing.
He changed the way we used to surf this wave.
He almost looks like invincible when he's surfing in these waves.
His positioning on the wave was impeccable.
The Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land continue. WSL presents the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land. The most iconic performance in G-Land history was Kelly Slater's win at the first contest in 1995. At age 23, Slater used the perfect waves of speed reef to unveil a new progressive style of surfing. Today, Kelly returns to the Quicksilver Pro at age 50, the only competitor to have surfed in all 4 G-Land events.
Having Kelly Slater here 27 years later from the start of the Dream Tour in '95 is just incredible.
So it's crazy to think that he won this event 2 years before I was born.
In that first event where he won, he changed the way, at that point, we used to surf this wave.
Somebody said to me the other day, they said the one thing that differentiated me from the other guys at that time was I was really hitting it in the lip, really critically, kind of in the barrel almost.
Kelly brought shorter boards and he started to fit into parts of the wave where no one had really been before. He was just so tuned into this wave. His positioning on the wave was impeccable.
He almost looks like invincible when he's surfing in these waves. The way he surfs, it looks like the wave waits for him, or like it looks like the wave opens for him, or wave slows down for him. That's what he's doing. You know, it makes it look like that.
Back then, I felt like it wasn't that hard to outsurf people and outcompete them. You know, I felt like I had an advantage in both those areas. Everyone's skills have gotten better. The depth in the tour is so much better. At this point, I feel like I have to be on. I got to be happy, my board's got to be right, I got to be reading the lineup good. You know, all those things have to come together for me to win at this point.
When you're thinking about favourites for this event, you have to put Kelly there.
I'll tell you what, I've watched the footage back from '95 in the last couple of days and I've seen him surf and he's surfing just as good.
Unlucky for Kelly though this year, the waves were really challenging in the earlier rounds.
Here comes Kelly. Deep off the bottom, there's a nice vertical. And the 50-year-old just setting this one up on the inside.
Only 15 seconds to go now as Teahupo'o loads up. And there it is, a 5.4. And Samuel Teahupo'o just regains composure in the dying stages of that heat and gets the jump on the 11-time world champion.
Frustrated in the small conditions today, Kelly Slater is eliminated from the Quicksilver Pro. Kanoa Igarashi, representing Japan, raised in Huntington Beach, has matured his young surfing right here in Indonesia.
Are you one of the youngest surfers in the world?
I think so.
Tell you what, Eric, this is a kid we're going to hear from in the future.
Kanoa's first championship tour win was celebrated in Bali.
Winding up a layback carve. Igarashi swinging for the lip. Crushes it in the pocket, back off the coping and stomps it.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, the last time I competed in Indo was at Karamis when I won. First time I came to G-Land was in 2009, I want to say. 2009, 2010. I was like 12 or 13 years old. And as a 12, 13-year-old, it was my first time surfing a reef break. I came here and everything was just so new to me. There was so much information.
Here we are at G-Land.
So it's nice to come back, you know, after more than maybe 10 years and to kind of relive that experience that I had as a kid.
Channeling his love for Indonesia, Igarashi has enjoyed himself throughout the early rounds. He is one of the standouts thus far, and the smiling 25-year-old has advanced into the quarterfinals.
Everyone's here for one thing and one thing only. And that's what I love about G-Land. It doesn't matter what we're eating, doesn't matter where we're staying. Like, as long as like the waves are good and G-Land's doing its thing, nothing else matters.
The second day of competition here at the Quicksilver Pro is highlighted by the men's round of 16. Man-on-man elimination heats with the winners advancing to the quarterfinals.
Toledo's up, big float there. Really clean to finish that thing off, and now just adding some extras. I think everyone really intrigued to see how John Florence is performing with that knee injury. He's up against Jadson Andre.
Jadson only chasing a 4.55. Jadson Andre turning the heat on John Florence.
Good job, my man.
Jack Robinson now getting started with a nice powerful snap. Jack Robinson moves on to the quarters. Italo does everything he can to pull that one off. Solid wave for Connor O'Leary. Blasts the first turn, quick to the lip.
Connor O'Leary taking it home, making it into the quarterfinals.
Gabriel Medina, after missing the first half of the season, his goal is to make the Rip Curl WSL Finals into a lofty frontside float. Hard off the bottom, nice jam there. Medina, solid victory there.
Yeah, it feels good to make it through, you know. Now it's a hit against Jaddy, which is a good friend of mine, and I'm excited for that one.
Tatiana Weston Webb holds a reputation for charging in heavy surf, and she has been a vocal advocate, campaigning to get the women into waves of consequence.
The women have such amazing venues on tour, like Pipeline, G-Land, Teahupo'o. I'm just really psyched to have those types of waves on tour because it's showing the evolution of women surfing. I think a lot of people know me as a person that really likes to push my limit.
Tatiana Weston Webb goes pipe, high and tight.
Now's the time for us to start pushing ourselves and showing the next generation that we can do this. It's a wild ride. There's so many ups and downs, tons of pressure, especially now with the cut and then the Final Five and then the championship title.
We've got our title match. It's going to be Tatiana Weston Webb versus Carissa Moore.
Directly after the finals, I wasn't proud of my performance. I felt so close to achieving my dream, and it was really hard for me to process.
So it's really testing my limits, I think, as a professional. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to surfing pressure-free now a little bit and just having fun. And that's kind of what I want to focus on here at G-Land.
In the women's quarterfinal round, Tatiana Weston Webb, surfing on her forehand, looks confident and stylish on the playful left-hand walls of G-Land.
Here we go, Tatiana. She's got some spark going too. That turn there was absolutely amazing, just so crisp out of the lip.
Tati wins another heat, and the Brazilian advances to the semifinals.
Carissa Moore taking on Sally Fitzgibbons.
Carissa Moore, a natural-footed surfer, brings a complete opposite approach, surfing on her backhand.
Carissa Moore picking off a solid set wave. Clean backhand wrap for Moore. The Hawaiian has so much time for that backhand wrap. Straight up vertical and aggressive combination.
Moore dominates with powerful and radical backside surfing. These two early round standouts will meet head-to-head in the semifinal round, and one of them will surf the first Roxy Pro final. Plastic pollution is a toxic problem in Indonesia, and to combat this damaging issue, local surfers are pioneering new ways to collect, control, and repurpose plastic waste.
All the plastic's gonna get stuck on the barrier.
Coming up next, the WSL takes a moment to help clean up at the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land. Indonesia is the world's largest island country, covering over 17,000 islands. Almost all the nation's waterways flow to the surrounding oceans. Sadly, upstream plastic pollution finds its way onto beaches and into the sea. Here in Java, A local group of surfers have developed a simple yet effective way to protect this fragile archipelago.
At Snow Watch, we're on a mission to stop plastics from going into the ocean by installing these very simple barriers in as many rivers as possible.
So basically the barrier is going to be floating. All the plastic's going to get stuck on the barrier. It's simple and it brings a lot of results.
The crew from Sungai Watch go and they collect the plastic and they recycle the plastic.
What we're doing is working with the surf camps and the park to allow for local recycling. You can take plastic off the beach, use these machines that we've brought, and create useful products.
Felipe Toledo understands, as traveling surfers, it is our job to make a difference and leave the destinations we love cleaner and better than when we arrived.
We got to take care of our environment, we got to take care of the world, and so it's awesome to see big brands coming up like the Wsl Corona, because if everybody does a little bit, it's gonna be big. I'm really happy to be part of it, to be helping and learning, and it's a long process, but we've got to start somewhere.
As we move into the men's quarterfinals, Toledo, the rankings leader, pulls on the yellow jersey and is ready to defend his #1 position.
Perfect conditions that we've been waiting for here on finals day. Brand new heat getting started. Colapinto versus Felipe Toledo, world #1. Here comes Toledo, getting things started. Big fan to start. Timing perfect. Right off the lip. Well, here comes Colapinto to answer quickly. Hollow section. Colapinto finding some space to exit the tube. Fishing for a maneuver here. Hammers it.
Felipe on a wave, there's a pace and speed about it that is almost unrivaled.
Felipe Toledo has a lot of speed. Look out down the line. He is launching it.
He comes square off the bottom and he fits those rapid fire backhand hits where other guys can't.
Japan, a powerful axe quickly for Felipe Toledo.
Toledo just showing us he wants to keep that yellow jersey as the dying seconds roll out.
World #1 just gets more deadly as he's moving on into the semifinals.
The biggest news in competitive surfing at the moment, Gabriel Medina is back.
These two Brazilian powerhouse goofy footers go at it here. Jadson Andre, he's out there in the red jersey. Gabriel Medina, we know he missed those first 5 events, but he's got a big charge. He's got to make up the ratings if he wants to challenge for a world title this year. Jadson Andre, he's going to start things off for us. A couple of big hooks off the top. Nice series of turns on the outside. 6.33 for Jadson Andre. Medina looking for an answer now.
Oh, look at that grab rail, just holding it for so long.
He's got moves that really a lot of the other surfers don't. He's our modern day competitor that everyone else is measuring up against.
8.5 for Gabriel Medina. The macho man is back in town. Here he goes again. Medina's going to swoop on this wave down the line. Couple of sections. Already a bit of foam on the face, lining up something big to finish. And he's going to stick that end section hit. 8.77. And Jadson's comboed at this stage.
You know, he's a monster. There's nobody, I think, better than him at competition.
In this event in particular, he was around everyone, having a good time, and past events, you know, he's tend to be really kind of reclusive.
He's got a fresh outlook on life, and he's got his favorite thing in the world back with a fresh mind.
Got that eyes on the Tiger Trophy over there?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, I really like it.
I will see you in the semi-finals.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jack Robinson versus Kanoa Igarashi. Both of these guys are serious Final Five contenders and hunting a big result here at G-Land.
Wow, they grew up quickly. Kanoa Igarashi probably still remembers that first trip to G-Land like it was yesterday with good friends like Jack Robinson. As Jack and Kanoa are matched up here in the quarterfinals. Two good friends, but two guys that want to beat each other no matter where they are in the rankings. Jack Robinson, just a super clean arc off the top, snap to slide.
And that's going to be a good score for Jack.
Kanoa Igarashi, as we see now, a lot of setup work getting down the line. Backside float, perfect landing. That'll get him back out in front to some clear water for a moment. Snap to float again, and he's liking it. And here comes Robinson, the champ in Margaret River. with a ton of speed, pulling in to a hollow cave, gets the exit off the bottom, and there's a beautiful down carve. Last score for Jack, 8.5. And Robinson moves on to another big semifinal performance this year.
With the win, Jack Robinson moves into the semifinals and will face Gabriel Medina, the most recent event winner versus the current world champ.
Coming up against Gabby in the next heat, what's it going to take to get the jump on him?
I knew we were on a collision from the start, even this event, and I know we're going to go against each other, so it's going to happen all year, and just one by one.
Coming to G-Land is always a surf trip. You know, it's what surfers come here for. They save up all year and they come for a trip to G-Land to get perfect waves and really settle into it, you know, have a bit of fun, surf a lot, drink a couple of beers and let your hair down.
Usually I think at CT stops, the competitors like to give each other a bit of space. But here, with the accommodation options pretty limited, you're forced to enter the space of your rivals.
Oh, that's not you.
Normally, we would all be staying in separate places, very secluded from one another, all kind of on our own path, whereas here we're all kind of like forced to stay in the same camps.
The energy of like kind of almost like a surf trip energy. Everyone's on the same program. You know, to be honest, we don't really get to catch up like this, a lot of CT servers, so it's really nice to kind of put us all in one spot.
This specific event is really creating a lot of bonding, I think, throughout all the surfers, and it's been a really special time.
This is going to be an unbelievable clash.
The women are back in the water and ready to make history.
Wow, that was a huge blow.
Who will be the first female champion to raise the Tiger Trophy?
25 seconds to go.
The Roxy Pro Finals are next when the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land continue. WSL presents the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land. 2022 is the league's first full year with equal events for the men and women. Here at Garagegan, the world's best females are competing for the first time in championship tour history.
And conditions absolutely mint at the moment. It's all starting to fall into place.
We began with 12 of the world's best, and here on finals day, the field has been cut to 4. One of these ladies will raise the Tiger Trophy as the first Roxy Pro champion. Tatiana Weston-Webb and Carissa Moore face each other in semifinal 1.
Well, semi-1 getting underway with Carissa taking the first ride, and it's a big turn to get started. Huge combination there. Just seems to be clicking into event-winning form at the moment, and it's going to take something special to overcome her.
Carissa Moore takes the win, and the current world champion advances to the final.
It is turning on, the offshores are going, and I'm just psyched it seems to be flowing here.
Joanne Gaffey defeated event favorite Stephanie Gilmore in the quarterfinals to earn her spot here in the semis.
Joanne Gaffey now so reliable on left-hand reef breaks. That's her reputation on tour.
Wow, upside down there for Joanne. Just incredible surfing there.
Joanne Gaffey from Reunion Island. It's very impressive as she just took the win off Bronte Bacale to now join Carissa Moore in the final of the first ever Roxy Pro G-Land.
I'm so excited. I really want to go all the way, and I think we're going to have good waves, so I'm excited.
Joanne Gaffey represents her native country of France. However, she was raised on Reunion Island, a French territory in the tropics of the Indian Ocean.
Really cool tropical life, you know, being barefoot all the time. I think it was a pretty simple life.
The wave that Joanne grew up surfing over in Reunion Island is St. Lou, a really rippable left-hander over a razor-sharp reef. You know, I think it's given Joanne Gaffey an incredible comfort level on reef breaks, in particular coral reef breaks.
The 2016 Fiji Pro title goes to Joanne Gaffey.
2018 champion of the Uluwatu CT, Joanne Gaffey.
When it comes to a backhand over a shallow reef with a lot of power, she's one of the most dangerous on tour.
Joanne Gaffey is now a solid force on the women's side of the tour. She's done the work over the last couple of years and one of the most consistent surfers on the women's side.
Ever since she got on the championship tour, she's just been a force. So I'm expecting the same here at the Roxy Pro G-Land. I think Joanne Gaffey's definitely got to be one of the favourites for this event. It is time for the final of the Roxy Pro G-Land.
Carissa Moore is a 5-time world champion and an Olympic gold medalist. However, coming up against Joanne Gaffey here at G-Land, Moore looks to be the underdog as we begin the final heat of the Roxy Pro.
Have a look at this wave to start things off.
Joanne Gaffey fighting for the inside position, getting this first ride. 6.5 for Joanne Gaffey. She is just a fierce competitor that is unfazed by big names. Joanne Gaffey making her move. Joanne was definitely paying attention to the fact that Carissa had been getting off to good starts. Again, a solid finish.
Wow, that was a huge blow. That is going to shake the confidence of Carissa.
She had the rhythm. Carissa looked for a 9.17 to get herself into the lead. The champion that Carissa is fought back. On the outside, Carissa gets her opportunity. Wall stands up, and she's going to hit the pocket, drops out of the lip, and again is going to hammer critical surfing on edge right when she needed it.
Look at the score.
8.5, the best score of the final so far.
Oh, the heat is on now.
Under a minute to go now. 50 seconds. Can Joanne Gaffey hold on here? Joanne Gaffey is going to be the champion of the Roxy Pro G-Land.
An elated Joanne Gaffey takes her 5th championship tour win, and the French woman will forever be known as the first Roxy Pro G-Land champion.
You are the queen of the left-hand reef regs. You've won at Tabarua, you've won at Uluwatu, and now here at G-Land. What is it with left-hand reef regs? You just love them.
Okay, right. We gotta put them on too. I don't know, I'm so happy.
She felt what the judges wanted after her first heat of the contest and applied it basically all the way to the final.
With her 2nd place result, Carissa Moore moves to the top of the rankings and reclaims the yellow leader's jersey. Joanne Gaffey rockets up to number 3 in the world, and she is now a serious Final Five contender.
Let's hear it for your first ever Roxy Pro G-Land champion, Joanne Gaffey.
Coming up next, men's finals day. Gabriel Medina versus Jack Robinson. Felipe Toledo versus Connor O'Leary.
You get those kind of heats when you come to the jungle.
2 Aussies, 2 Brazilians. Who will be waving the flag at the conclusion of the Quicksilver Pro G-Land?
3 seconds on the clock. He's up to his feet.
WSL presents the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land. Iconic for a reason, the World Surf League's return to Garage-Again has been a groundbreaking experience for this newest generation of professional surfers.
Yeah, this event is a great reminder of what it means to hunt down waves around the world. It connects surf culture with the tour.
These events that are in these isolated areas, they're almost like morale building for the entire tour, and just remind themselves that, you know, they're living this dream life.
From 24 to 4, we are ready for the conclusion of the Quicksilver Pro.
Gabriel Medina versus Jack Robinson. You get those kind of heats when you come to the jungle.
Here we go, Gabby, little tube time. And just blast all up. Ah!
Setting up a beautiful snap out of the top, gets a great float as well, and that's a good start for Jack Robinson.
That heat, it was full of fireworks and it came right down to the wire.
Gabriel Medina coming off the lip to start. Another beautiful float into the flats. Perfect transition.
Gabrielle, for the most part, led all the way to the end of the heat, and then Jack stole it with some heroics on a final ride.
How's this screamer for Jack Robinson up in time? An absolute belt under the lip into the pit, needing a 7.26. He gets it. A 7.83 on the final exchange to take out Gabriel Medina.
And to do that against Gabrielle Medina, what a crazy moment right there.
He's one of the best, and I respect Gabby. He's a really good competitor, so it's good to come up against him and yeah, get that one.
Semi-final 2 is all about the #1 surfer in the world right now, Felipe Toledo.
Felipe Toledo is known to be the best high-performance surfer on tour, so I was really excited to see him on a lap.
Felipe Toledo still got one more heat to surf. It's the final of the Quicksilver Pro G-Land.
The final is set. Felipe Toledo, perhaps the fastest surfer in the world, versus Jack Robinson, surfing's current Zen master.
What a run. You know, what do you put this down to?
Yeah, it's whoever just manages their mind well, I think, and just, I don't know. It's
To see Jack Robinson around the events is to almost see Yoda.
You'll see him in the competitors area. He's very calm. He's relaxed. He kind of does his own thing. He's not distracted by a lot of other things going on around him. He's got the belief in himself and everything's falling into place. But he's got Felipe Toledo, a guy that's been there so many times.
Here we are again.
Felipe was on a tear at this event, charging his way all the way to the final.
I call him the best closer in the game because he barely loses in a final. Once he's gotten that far, he usually shuts it down and gets the victory.
Let's go, Jackie Rob!
One more heat left in the jungle here at the Quicksilver Pro G-Land. Jack Robinson versus Felipe Toledo in motion. We're watching the backhand of the Australian Jack Robinson. Flowing through some backhand arc. Stomps on that one. Felipe.
Yeah, here we go off the bottom. Beautiful bottom turn and perfect out of the lip.
Quickly reacting to shut it down, recovering on his heels. He will stay on his feet. And now setting things up, swinging back into the pocket. Toledo going straight up vertically. Lead change happens for Toledo with a 5.33.
Last minute of the final, Jack Robinson is in this weird situation where he's basically in the same situation that he had in the semifinal. Is he about to really do it again against Felipe?
Come on!
3 seconds on the clock. He's up to his feet. Hammers the first section. Blasted again under the hood. Looking for a finish. He shuts it down. Chasing a 6.67.
7.0.
And he does it again. Robinson at the buzzer. A 7.0 has gone back-to-back with his victories from Margaret River, and now the champion of the Quicksilver Pro G-Land.
Jack Robinson, are you kidding me? 2 in a row, and you got the Tiger Trophy, my friend. Talk to me.
I touched the Tiger earlier, and yeah, she was, the trophy, and I just felt it. I was like, all right. Yeah, just trying to connect to the ocean and yeah, just thank it for giving me the waves.
Let's go, big boy! He's a big boy!
In the WSL Return to Raw, 25 years after the last Quicksilver Pro, Jack Robinson raises the Tiger Trophy.
Let's hear it for your champion of the Quicksilver Pro G-Land, Jack Robinson.
Jack and Roxy Pro champion Joanne Gaffey celebrate on a historic day in the newest chapter of G-Land folklore. After 6 stops on the WSL Championship Tour, Felipe Toledo remains on top wearing yellow. Jack Robinson jumps up to 2nd overall, and the WSL Final Five begins to take shape. 4 stops in the regular season remain to qualify for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Next up, the world's best are off to El Salvador for the CT's first ever stop in Central America.
Another hot climate, so they'll only just have enough time just to get there and one warm-up surf and then heats are on.
For all information on the WSL and the road to the Rip Curl WSL Finals, log on to worldsurfleague.com. We'll see you next in El Salvador for the Surf City Pro. Thanks for watching WSL Presents. After a 3-year hiatus, the WSL Championship Tour returns to the beaches of Saquarema, Brazil. For stop number 8, the Oi Rio Pro.
Takes to the sky, falling from the clouds. It somehow comes out of nowhere.
This is an arena unlike any other in surfing. Passion, rhythm, and energy define Brazil. In the Coliseum of Saquarema, the crowd plays a crucial role. Some embrace it while others collapse under the pressure.
Hangs on, Carissa Moore.
Only 3 opportunities remain to punch a ticket to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Who will clinch their spot next? The fight for the WSL Final Five is rolling through the Oi Rio Pro. The world's best surfers return to the southern-facing beaches of Saquarema. The event is 73 kilometers from the center of Rio de Janeiro. The Saquarema surf zone features 2 waves, Barreirinha and Ituana.
Felipe Toledo gets the crowd on their feet.
This zone is a magnet for attracting swells from large storms rolling off South America.
Bom dia and welcome, surf fans. This is the Oi Rio Pro.
Our main site, Ituana, is a left. It has a right off of it. We also have a body of water behind us, so it steers the winds, gives us all these great conditions. And this is a swell magnet here in Saquarema. It points directly south, so all those storms moving underneath us are going to pump swell up here. So we're always going to have pumping surf. That's why we're here.
As Toledo goes to the air. A massive backside 540.
The electric atmosphere created by the Brazilian fans makes Rio one of the most exciting stops on tour.
50,000 fans strong, and the energy from the beach that radiates into the water is something tangible. It's something the surfers can feel, both positive and negative.
What sets this event apart is the massive, passionate Brazilian fans that create an arena-like atmosphere.
I think what makes them the most passionate crowd is the fact that they're Brazilian, you know? Brazilians, when they do something, it's always 110%.
The energy in the crowd, it's just another level, something that we do not have anywhere else in the world, and I just love it. It's fuel to the rocket, you know?
It's absolutely madness right here. You got all these people, and they're just going mad, and they love the action. So you got to give it up to the fans here. They're putting the pressure on the traveling surfers. And they're also lifting up all the locals here in Brazil.
Moving into the back half of the season, all eyes are on the WSL Final Five.
We started the year and everybody was talking about the mid-season cut. That line in the sand is way back there. The new line in the sand is right here, talking about the Rip Curl WSL Finals. For men and women, they're trying to get into that Final Five. If you're in the top 5 right now, well, you've got to be feeling a little bit good, even though there's a couple events left. If you're 6, 7, 8, it's a battle. This is going to be a slugfest to the very end.
Look at Toledo playing the game. This is somebody who wants a world title more than anybody.
You know, I feel like right now we're in the playoffs and the World Series is coming.
The women's race for the Final Five is wide open. Most of the tour is still in contention to clinch a spot in the WSL Final Five.
Every single one of the women's events has had a different victor all the way through tour. So it's up for grabs, and it's going to be a race to the finish to see who can clinch their spot in the Final Five.
The reigning world champion Carissa Moore has an opportunity in Rio to clinch her spot in the Final Five.
7 events, I haven't won an event, and it's a bit frustrating. Right now, I'm just trying to have my sights set on Brazil and J-Bay and Tahiti, and I'd love to do really well in those events, and then we'll see what happens in the Final Five if I make it.
On the men's side, a young group of contenders is locked in a heated battle for the WSL Final Five. Felipe Toledo and Jack Robinson have a massive lead in the rankings. Griffin Colapinto, Kanoa Igarashi, and Ethan Ewing are fighting for the remaining spots.
When you think about Griffin Colapinto and Kanoa Igarashi and where they are in the rankings at the moment, you know, they're trying to clinch a top 5 spot. That pressure is there for sure.
American Griffin Colapinto and Japan's Kanoa Igarashi are currently in the top 5. If they slip up, Australian Ethan Ewing has to take advantage.
For Ewing, this is a huge opportunity to jump up the rankings.
It's a really interesting time for Ethan Ewing because this is his first season where he is a contender. This is pressure he's never felt before.
The yellow jersey belongs to Felipe Toledo. After a slow start, the Brazilian has been the most consistent competitor on the men's side.
It would be amazing to win 3 in a row in Saquarema. You know, so humbled to be here, be back in Brazil with the family, friends, being wearing the yellow jersey. It's pretty special.
The results here are really going to dictate the last 2 events, and you know that's where we're going to see the hunger, the urgency. But it starts right here. You know, Brazil is going to be the gateway to the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
As competition gets underway, the rankings leader faces wildcard Miguel Tudela.
Turn this up. All-star, all-star, all-star. Garments, I'm an all-star. In every sport, bases loaded.
Miguel Tudela got this wave right at the start of the heat.
Nice little bowl on the takeoff. Little tentative there, and pulls it off.
7.17. That's exactly how he needed to start against Toledo, who's almost unbeatable when it comes to competing here in Brazil. Crowd's going nuts for Toledo. He'll attack it. He's really looking at potentially clinching a spot early for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Catching up with Felipe.
Here we go. Quick hit up into the lip. Nice sweep on the corner. You can tell he's just setting it up for the inside. Beautiful. Disconnects for a second.
7.23 and a 6.33 back-to-back. Toledo moves on to the quarterfinals.
Felipe Toledo, congratulations. You just clinched your spot in the WSL Final Five. How are you feeling?
Oh, shoot. I don't know. It's crazy. You know, like after, you know, like all the events and all the results and everything, it's, you know, all the hard work and leaving family behind and you know, like all the things that we have to sacrifice. Yeah, man, over the moon, yeah.
Coming up next, the men's competition continues, and the WSL Final Five spots are on the line.
Mateus Hurdy taking control of this heat.
Miguel Tudela takes out world number 3.
Goes one way, goes the other way. That's just surfing for you.
Welcome back to Brazil for the Oi Rio Pro.
Fasten your seatbelts, you're in for a wild ride. Some of the world's best surfers finding themselves in the elimination rounds.
Competition continues and the elimination round begins.
Griffin Colapinto, current world number 3.
Kanoa Igarashi, number 5 in the world.
Will they clinch a spot in the upcoming Rip Curl WSL Finals?
When you think about Griffin Colapinto and Kanoa Igarashi and where they are in the rankings at the moment, that pressure is there.
World number 3 Griffin Colapinto was the first to fall.
They either rise to the occasion or they crumble, and today Miguel rose to the occasion.
Heavy moment. Colapinto feels it.
Goes one way, goes the other way. Just got to ride the roller coaster.
Miguel Tudela takes out world number 3.
I'm on the other side of the shoe. I know how it feels now, and that's just surfing for you.
And Kanoa Igarashi couldn't match the progressive approach of wildcard Mateus Hurdy.
This event, specifically with all these wild cards, are gnarly. Mateus Hurdy went out there and literally stopped Kanoa in his tracks.
Mateus Hurdy taking control of this heat.
With the loss, Kanoa drops out of the top 5.
With Kanoa and Griffin going down into the elimination round, it's opened the door for a guy like Ethan Ewing, who's sitting there right at the cut line. He needs to find a way in to clinch that top 5 spot, and this is a golden opportunity for him.
The show rolls on. Ethan Ewing versus Zhao Chianca. Zhao got the wild card to be the hometown hero. This event in his backyard. Ethan Ewing right now ranked number 7 in the world. The surfers above him keep losing. So for Ewing, this is a huge opportunity to jump up the rankings.
João Chianca behind the curtain. Has to dog the door his way out.
Now Ethan Ewing gets involved.
691 is the number that he's looking after. Big, long barrel, has to fight his way out of that.
It comes through a 7.0. 15 seconds left. Chianca driving through somehow. Gets clipped at the very end. Ethan Ewing gets the win over Chianca.
Good job.
Jow, who's the local kid here, he surfs so amazing and he should be on this tour. Yeah, just focus on the next heat and hopefully just, keep surfing a lot.
For world number 2 Jack Robinson, a strong finish in Rio could clinch his spot in the WSL Final Five.
Robinson looking incredibly strong against a wild card named Mateus Hurdy. And now a nice clean start for Mateus. Driving into the lip again with a solid connection. As we continue on with action, Robinson cracking it hard in the pocket.
Oh, that was a meaty section.
Backside snap complete for Mateus.
There we go.
Drives through a nice clean finishing move, 2 backhand hammers. 10 seconds to go. Jack Robinson needs a 7.07. Bottom turns, first connection solid for Robinson. He's gonna need some more. Big bowling section goes straight up and attacks the lip and rides away. Has he done it again? Score's coming in for Jack, and it is not enough. A 7-0 on the dot.
No, it's okay. Good job. Yes.
All your ways would be here.
Can't change it. We move on. Let's go. The next 2 events and just lock it. I was super happy I gave myself the chance. I went, okay, I did my job, and I'm confident. I'm surfing good. I feel good, and let's go to the next one.
Surfing superheat. Ethan Ewing versus Iago Dora.
It's a really interesting time for Ethan Ewing because this is his first season where he is a contender. This is pressure he's never felt before. You know, Iago Dora is one of the most popular surfers here in Brazil, so he's going to definitely feel that crowd pressure.
The opener of Ethan Ewing bangs it off the top. No wasted movement. Gets back up in the lip. Perfectly times that wave.
And here we go, Iago Dora. More of a skateboarding style. Iago is going to have to match the consistency of Ethan Ewing. Let's see Iago Dora straight up into the left. Driving down the line, mixing up his maneuvers. Remember, the judges like to see a combination of major maneuvers. Gives the crowd something to cheer about. Here we go, Ethan Ewing surfing for a 5.93. Silence has washed over this crowd. And the wave does not give him the chance. Iago Dora gets the win.
I could even hear the crowd was silent during the last minutes of the heat because Ethan's not the kind of guy you want to leave needing a 5.9.
For rookie Samuel Pupo, the championship tour is a family affair.
My name is Samuel Pupo. I'm 21 years old, and I'm from Marzia, São Paulo.
Samuel Pupo is going to keep striking, pulls in, and comes flying out.
It's a dream come true for sure, especially with my brother on tour.
The kid is so talented, qualifying through the Challenger Series, but it means a whole lot because it means a lot for the Pupo family.
This year, I'm going to have my little brother with me. We're really happy. My dad's really proud, my mom too, so it's gonna be nice. I would say he's a way better version of me, you know, bigger and stronger.
Miguel's been on tour for a number of years, so Sammy's been around. He's been on the road with his brother. And just getting that experience, it gives him a little bit of an edge.
The brotherly love story that we're seeing on the Pupo brothers, destiny could be in the making here. Either way, them to be competing together, that is a huge gift for the family.
Just my biggest goal would probably be have a shot at the world title in my first year. It's a big goal, but no, you just gotta go for it.
An all-Brazilian matchup coming up next with Kaiwa Belly taking on Sammy Pupo. The crowd, they are fired up for both competitors. Quick whip off the lip for Sammy Pupo. Belts it. Nice and tight in the pocket, and he will stay on his feet.
It's cool to see a rookie where he's feeling this energy for the first time and he just couldn't help but connect with the crowd.
There you go. Look at Pupo. Pump that crowd up.
As he got a little chip into this section, backside, full rotation for Sammy Pupo.
Watch out for this kid.
He blew the fans' minds on the beach. I think he just blew his own mind.
Yeah, no, I blew my mind. Good job.
We're going to close this one out with Sammy Pupo taking out a huge win.
I knew he'd be dangerous, but I was just really confident. I really wanted to make this heat just to get over that round of 16. Haven't done that since Pipe, so it's been a while, and I'm happy to do that here.
Coming up next is reigning world champion Carissa Moore.
Carissa Moore, the struggle continues.
She's going to have to shake off this one.
The Hawaiian is chasing her first event win this season.
Carissa, if she's not winning, there's something wrong.
You look at these two words together and they don't make sense. Elimination Round and Carissa Moore. So this has huge ramifications.
Welcome back to the Oi Rio Pro. On the women's side, 7-time world champion Stephanie Gilmore is the first contender to be eliminated.
Isabella Nichols moving through, and we lose number 3 in the world in Stephanie Gilmore.
Having Steph beat me in that last contest in El Salvador, to have her again here, it kind of fired me up.
It's a big win for Australian Isabella Nichols, who is trying to climb up the rankings. And a matchup between two women currently ranked inside the top 5 goes to California's Lakey Peterson.
Two big names out of the Final 5 knocked out for the women as Lakey moves out to the quarterfinals.
If I really want it, I want the top 5 and the world title, and it's crunch time, so I'm just focused, and that's what I'm going for. Head held high, Brisa.
Earlier, in the opening round of competition, 5-time world champion Carissa Moore had one of the worst performances of her career.
Snap to fall as the struggle continues for Moore.
This is going to be a tough one for Carissa Moore to shake off right now, being number 1 in the world. Let's say this is straight up shocker for her.
Having maybe the worst combined heat total of her career at a 1.8. Even when you look at an opening round, she rarely gets third, ever.
Fortunately, the Hawaiian rebounded in the elimination round and earned a spot in the quarterfinals.
Pretty rough heat out there again today. I only had a total, I think, of 8 points, so.
Bet 7 more points than yesterday.
Yeah, it was just kind of like, hey, we'll take it. I'm gonna grind my way through and give it my best every heat, and as long as I'm making it, then yeah, great.
The competition moves into the quarterfinals, and Moore faces California's Caroline Marks.
Watching Carissa Moore battle for the start, unloads a backside hack with the tail falling out. Amazing, just close out hammer. Caroline with some speed and patience off the bottom, knifes the first turn, lands in the flats. Wave spits, but she falls on her second effort. Job well done for Carissa Moore. She does keep her last wave to get the win. An instant payback on Caroline Marks from the heated El Salvador.
The house is still alive! I'm just so happy because I really started off pretty bad in this event, and now I'm in the semis, so I'm pretty stoked.
Just the happiest she's felt this whole week. I think she said it was pretty tough for her to sleep. She almost felt like she won the contest.
I was like, you know what?
Brazilian-born and Hawaiian-raised Tatiana Weston Webb had a breakthrough year in 2021.
Throws plenty of spray as she hangs onto that one.
Wow.
And
punches
through the curtain for the finish.
Right on the money. She's feeling it.
We've got our title match for the women.
Unfortunately, the season ended in heartbreak for Tatiana.
Now lighting up the finish. She can't hang on.
One that she is still recovering from.
Carissa Moore, 2021 world champion.
That was her best shot. You know, that was her time. And to have that slip out of your fingers, it's got to be heartbreaking.
I didn't realize that I was in a big recovery period during my time off. And yeah, so I just kind of acknowledged the fact that it was really hard for me to lose the title.
So you think about that's in September, how long you have to wait to kind of get redemption, get back on the horse, get to compete against your rival again.
If she can do something big here, she'll be right back in the conversation.
That's definitely still a huge opportunity. So I know that with a few good results, I could be sitting at number 1 or number 2 even.
If she has a bad result here, she's going to be out of the picture. It's about erasing the history and, you know, getting rid of the scar tissue from last year and putting everything into getting a big event here in Brazil.
The quarterfinals continue, and Tatiana takes on Australian Isabella Nichols.
Big opportunities for both of these surfers to try to get close to the WSL Final Five picture. And the Brazilian setting up her backhand. Super smooth bottom turn under the hook. She's able to light that section up for the fans on the beach.
I'm definitely absorbing all of the positive energy that's being sent my way.
And we will close this one out. Tatiana Weston-Webb is able to accomplish a win basically on single moves.
I can just really feel like the heart and passion of everyone that's supporting. So, muito obrigada a todo mundo que está torcendo.
The quarterfinals wrap up, and it's France's Joanne Gaffey continuing her impressive run of consistency. Gaffey advances to the semifinals for the 3rd event in a row.
I just wish I can get more, better scores and finalize my waves, but oh well, I took that.
And with a big upset, rookie Gabriella Bryan defeats Lakey Peterson.
Gabriella Bryant up and at it again. So anytime you can smash the lip, disappear, then reappear, you're going to excite the judges.
The American loses an opportunity to fortify her spot in the Final Five.
Lakey Peterson upset by the hard-charging rookie Gabriella Bryan, who will be competing against Joanne Gaffey in the upcoming semifinals.
Final Five is a big goal of mine, and that's what I'm working towards, and I'm not going to stop, and I'm going to give everything I have.
This just in, major storm warning. I'm talking about the Brazilian storms. 6 of 8 of our quarterfinalists from Brazil.
Coming up next, the Brazilian storm front moves in, and the men's quarterfinals get underway.
We're setting up for something pretty incredible, especially for the home crowd here.
Welcome back to Brazil for the Oi Rio Pro.
Felipe, here we go. Quick hit up into the lip. Nice sweep on the corner. You can tell he's just setting it up for the inside.
Earlier in the round of 16, rankings leader Felipe Toledo clinched his place in the WSL Final Five.
Felipe Toledo, congratulations. You just clinched your spot in the WSL Final Five. How are you feeling?
Oh, shoot. After, all the events and all the results and everything, all the hard work and leaving family behind and all the things that we have to sacrifice. Yeah, I'm over the moon.
Congratulations. I see you at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, Celery Trestles.
Yes, that's cool.
Toledo will have another opportunity to win his maiden title at the WSL Finals. The quarterfinals are called on, and Toledo faces Australian Connor O'Leary.
Now we go to Toledo. Beautiful opening slash.
O'Leary on to begin with. Navigating through some of the backwash. Slash is a finish. I like the intent. I like a big finish.
Answering right back, Toledo. Upside down, throwing spray into the sky. Blasts the finish, releases the fins, the crowd goes wild, the fist gets pumped. Huge win there for Felipe Toledo.
And Felipe Toledo right now, he's feeling like the top dog.
A huge victory, not just for him, but for the 30,000 plus fans on the beach.
With everything that happened, clinching the top 5 and all that, there was a lot going on. So I was like, I need to focus on my game plan. That's it.
For Yago Dora, 2021 was a big step forward.
Yago Dora loading up for another one of these full rotations.
The Brazilian cracked the top 10 for the first time.
9.57.
Unfortunately, this season has been a different story.
I injured my least frank ligament on the left foot. I had to go through surgery, 3 months using the boot, started walking again with the boot, and then after that I started to finally walk again, and my muscles on these legs were pretty much gone, so I had to learn all over again how to walk and starting to do little jumps. And I started surfing again almost 2 months ago now, and after that, it's just the process to get your strength back when you get confident enough to surf.
After a long road to recovery, Dora is back on the championship tour.
Yago Dora making his competitive return here. He's looking pretty sharp. The only time we've seen him in the jersey this season.
Just to be putting the jersey back on feels amazing already.
Thankfully for all of us Yago Dora fans, it was not a career-ending injury. It might have felt like it. He was out for a long time. I mean, we're talking 8 months plus. He made his comeback, and when you're injured and you have the time to kind of reset everything, we see coming back just being that much more special, that much more important. We're gonna see the best Yago Dora we've ever seen.
Hopping over a big rock, Yago Dora pulls off one of the best punts of the year. Yago Dora, I thought he hurt his foot. You know, he's fine.
That was the most exciting thing that happened since my injury, actually.
Dora faces Callum Robson as the quarterfinals continue.
Yago Dora obviously was full-time on tour at the start of the season, however suffered his injury, which sidelined him through the mid-season rotations.
Dora, big snap.
The attack.
Does the float in a very difficult section.
7-point ride. He now gets a down-the-line wave. So quick snap, followed by a fins free, kind of free-falling floater, a very critical section. A 6.5, he's right back in this heat.
Here we go, Yago Dora.
Full power layback from Yago Dora. Yago Dora wins this heat into the semifinals. Laid the rail deep right there, and if you're gonna do a layback and make it effective, do it like that.
This feels better than any result I ever had on the CTE, because I just come back from a very serious injury, and I'm just so grateful for every heat, for every competitor I have to face, and every opportunity to show my surfing.
The quarterfinals wrapped up, and rookie Samuel Pupo's impressive run through the draw continued.
Winding up off the bottom and drilling the finish once again. Sammy Pupo can do no wrong today.
His first ever semifinal on the championship tour level.
He blew his own mind.
It was a fun heat for me, and yeah, I can't wait for the next one.
2019 world champion Italo Ferreira also advanced.
As we look at some wide open face for Italo Ferreira, moving quickly off the lip. Here comes Italo looking to change things up. He's going to his secret weapon, full rotation, right into a rapid cutback. He still has some room left, and he slams it shut.
Italo, the ultimate of all wild cards. You know, he's currently sitting in the Final Five picture. Italo is always a showman, always a performer, and especially in front of a big crowd.
Coming up next, we crown a women's champion.
We got Carissa Moore and Tatiana Weston-Webb. If Carissa Moore wins this heat, she'll clinch her spot into the Rip Curl.
Pro. Earlier in the quarterfinals, 5-time world champion Carissa Moore defeated American Caroline Marks, and Brazil's Tatiana Weston-Webb also advanced. For the 3rd time this season, Tatiana and Carissa will match up in the semifinals.
Carissa Moore taking on Tatiana Weston-Webb.
That is a fiery rivalry we've seen develop over the past few years.
It's all about trying to clinch a spot in the WSL Final Five. Here's wave number 2, setting up the lip, powerful backside hack, and she controls a single maneuver option, and it was a big one. Hard off the bottom, twist and wrap to start off. That layback hack off the lip.
She wants to make it up into the WSL Final Five, so that's what she's gunning for.
Carissa's turn. Big fan of spray off the Mayhem. Jams it again off the top. Third maneuver complete for the 5-time world champion.
Wow.
Tati's chasing an 8.60. Chooses her backhand attack. Belts it vertically. 2-turn combination.
Unfortunately not making it.
Carissa Moore wins this heat and makes the final.
Everything always goes wrong against us. That's so annoying.
I have great news for you. You have just clinched your spot at the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
I didn't know it was possible here, but I'm really, really stoked. That's really cool. That takes some pressure off. That's awesome. Sweet.
The semifinals continue, and France's Joanne Gaffey faces rookie Gabriella Bryan.
Joanne Gaffey activating on her backhand. Quick setup, snap.
Impeccable timing and poise.
A solid finish. Gabriella Bryan now. You can feel the tempo increase. The rookie putting some pressure now on Joanne Gaffey. Now Joanne Gaffey right back at it.
Joanne just finding these beautiful waves, the nice tempo and the flow that we're used to seeing from her.
4-turn combination. Joanne Gaffey advancing through.
Another big CT final. She's on an absolute roll.
Reigning world champion Carissa Moore is in a prime position to win another title in 2022.
Here goes Carissa Moore at back door, threading the needle, gets in the barrel, and she comes out.
When you look at Carissa Moore, one of the best to ever surf on tour.
Hikes to the sky,
wow. Oh my God. Carissa Moore.
She's an Olympic gold medalist, a 5-time defending world champion who just came off the best year of her life.
Number 5 sounds pretty good.
After the 5th world title is like, what do I do now?
However, the Hawaiian has faced some ups and downs this season.
This year, I started off maybe not with my normal goals or normal mindset.
2-time runner-up at pipeline.
Runner-up here.
Runner-up in the Rossi Pro G-Land.
7 events, I haven't won an event, and it's a bit frustrating.
The rankings leader has 3 finals this season, but has yet to find a way to win.
I mean, I don't really feel like I did too much wrong. Hopefully I can do 3 group and do well in Brazil.
For Carissa, if she's not winning, there's something wrong. She's the bar. She's the one that's pushing everybody to perform their best. She's got to find a way to motivate herself.
It's been a hard one this year. The season's a bit different now. It's all about getting into that Final 5 and winning when it counts.
Get ready, surf fans. You're in for a show. This is the women's final for the Oi Rio Pro. Current number 1 in the world going up against current number 2 in the world. Joanne Gaffey versus Carissa Moore.
Joanne Gaffey coming off of a win at G-Land, coming into the Oi Rio Pro. You wouldn't say she's one of the favorites, but coming off of great momentum. And you think about Carissa, she's at the top of the rankings. She's wearing the yellow jersey, but you know Joanne wants to be able to wear yellow and clinch a spot in that Final 5.
Joanne Gaffey, 2 big turns out the back, looking for a strong finish. Another, this wave is the gift that keeps on giving. Carissa Moore now, smaller wave, but she was on her 2nd priority. Good finish right there. Striking back, Joanne Gaffey, currently in the lead.
2 nice turns here, and she gets the completion. 1 last chance.
Carissa Moore looking for a 6-4-1. Big opening snap. And another.
Wow.
Hangs on. Carissa Moore, a rare claim. A buzzer beater to get the victory here in Brazil.
A 9.5, wow.
I'm kind of emotional just because it's been kind of a tiring year, and I kind of was like, just, you know, the self-doubt comes back, and the universe just sent me the wave, and I'm so grateful. That one has to be one of my best wins, I think, of my career, just because it was so hard.
Carissa Moore stays in first with the win and has clinched her spot in the WSL Finals. Joanne Gaffey stays in second, and Lakey Peterson moves up to third.
When you look at that top 5, they're not separated by much. I mean, Carissa Moore is at number 1. She's got a lead, but not far behind is Joanne Gaffey. You got Lakey right there. You got tied for 4th with Brisa and Steph, and even behind that, there's some big movers that can happen there. So it's exciting. This is what we want at the end of the season.
Coming up next, we crown a men's champion.
One big move, and oh my goodness, that was crazy.
Are you kidding me?
Oh boy.
Welcome back to the Oi Rio Pro.
Blasts the finish. The crowd goes wild.
Earlier in the quarterfinals, the Brazilians continued to feed off the crowd as Iago Dora and rookie Samuel Pupo eliminated the last 2 Australians from the draw.
Pupo winding up off the bottom and drilling the finish once again. Sammy Pupo can do no wrong today.
His first ever semifinal on the championship tour level.
He blew his own mind.
After clinching his spot in the WSL Finals, Felipe Toledo's momentum continued. The Brazilian is 2 heat wins away from a Rio Pro three-peat. For Brazilian Felipe Toledo, 2022 has been a remarkable season.
Felipe's had an incredible season. He's one of the best out there. He is competitively fearsome. He has it all.
His turn is absolutely learning.
Your champion of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, Felipe Toledo.
When he's on in conditions like this, he's the best surfer in the world.
Looks for the wrap, alley-oop, it's a huge one, and stomps it, air reverse for finish, and those are the combos that make Felipe Toledo so dangerous.
Toledo is a proven winner on tour. However, the pressures of raising a family and competing for titles can be a burden.
I think sometimes you can forget how young he was when he qualified, how quickly he was in the global spotlight, becoming a father very young. He had a lot on his plate, man, more than I can imagine. He finally had a part of his career where he started breaking down.
Felipe Toledo is going to fall out of the title race.
One day you're super happy, and then the next day you wake up like everything's bad, nothing works, ups and downs, you know, like the whole year. I guess like it's, I want to call it, it's the depression, you know, that's what we do to you, man. Muita gente não sabe, mas esse ano tem sido muito difícil para mim, por motivos.
This is the best season of his life. I feel like he's way more mature in terms of like mental health and everything.
Holy smokes!
It is Felipe Toledo's destiny to be the 2022 world champion. I think if anyone's earned it, if anyone deserves it, it's Felipe Toledo.
I'm so proud of him, and I know this is his dream. Let's see if he's gonna be the next world champion. Probably.
Saiu, comemora! Levanta as mãos, yeah!
In semifinal 1, 3-time Rio Pro champion Felipe Toledo takes on Brazil's Iago Dora.
The first wave goes to Felipe. So trying to live up to what feels like destiny right now. Toledo, searing 3-turn combination, adds a 4th, lays down, here's the cheers. Going up against a guy like Iago Dora, who's so explosive, every trick in the book, and he's hungry. This is his comeback event. Iago Dora, 3 laser sharp turns, finishes with a 4th. That is gonna make this a heat, evening things up. And right back at it, live action from Sakurima. And the crowd is loving. That was just a kick in the face. I mean, that was just incredible, aggressive, radical surfing. Felipe Toledo is a finalist here at the Oi Rio Pro.
Semifinal 2 features 2019 world champion Italo Ferreira up against rookie Samuel Pupo.
Nice snap to start for Samuel Pupo. belting it again. A lot of great speed. Throws down the vertical.
Italo being as quick as he is, Sammy has a little extra spark.
Snap to start again for Teahupo'o. Quick whip off the top. How fast in transition can this kid be?
Well, this is going to be a great number for him.
15 seconds on the clock. Italo digging deep with priority. It'll come down to this wave for Italo. First turn, little power slash. He gets hung up, fights through it. Leans into the lip line there, goes for the front side air reverse and pulls it.
On the cell.
Scores aren't looking good for Italo, and he's going to fall short of 5.73. Not enough. The rookie, Teahupo'o, eliminates the former world champion.
To do it in Brazil, my first final, it's so special for me. Everyone watching, my whole family up there. Still one more heat to go.
The final is a face-off between rankings leader Felipe Toledo and rookie Teahupo'o.
As we have maybe a possibility setting up. Red is Teahupo'o. Yellow is Felipe.
Setting it up, one big move, and oh my goodness, that was crazy.
Are you kidding me?
Oh boy.
A 10-point ride for Felipe Toledo, famous for throwing 10s in finals as he's looking for his 4th event title in his country. The crowd is firing him up. Felipe Toledo throwing down a 10, and he's up again, heading that same direction. Backhand float, big vert with an absolute hammer to follow. Toledo shutting this heat down. Felipe Toledo is feeling it.
You know, the energy from the crowd and from my family just being here gave me that extra boost to send it and go big out there.
Watch this, folks. You know what? He's good in the barrel as well.
An absolute superstar. And quite possibly the greatest ever here in Brazil as we shut this one down. Felipe Toledo, your champion of the Oi Rio Pro, presented by Corona for the 4th time in his career.
That right there, I mean, that is just like the compound bowl being pulled back, and Felipe is about to be shot towards a world title. I think the 60,000 people right here would agree.
All the heat wins, all the moments with my family, with my friends. It means a lot.
It is Felipe Toledo's destiny to be the 2022 world champion. He will be hoisting that trophy above his head.
Your champion of the Oi Rio Pro, Felipe Toledo.
With the win, Felipe Toledo increases his rankings lead. Jack Robinson remains in second, and Ethan Ewing moves inside the top 5. After a 3-year hiatus, the championship tour returns to the perfect right-hand point break for stop number 9, the Corona Open J-Bay. Be sure to watch the next episode of WSL Presents as the road to the Rip Curl WSL Finals rolls on.
Welcome to the WSL post show here at the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. And we had a big day. The wind kind of was a little spoiler this afternoon. However, we got some big heats done. We got some big news for you. And we have all the happenings here from the end of the road. Ioranna and Maeva, welcome here. I'm Kaipo. This is former tour veteran Laura Enever. Good to see you, Laura. Thank you for joining me.
Thanks, Kaipo. What an arvo.
And, of course, the Hall of Famer, Peter Mel. Thanks for joining me, Pete.
Good afternoon, Kaipo. Wouldn't do it without you, bud.
Oh, yeah. We had a big day, you guys. Big day. And we're looking at that Final Five for the women. And some clinching happened today. Tatiana Weston-Webb made it happen. She had to make it to the quarterfinals. She had a heat against Isabella Nichols. And Tatiana rose to the occasion.
She did. This was a tough heat. You know, we looked at Tati in this heat as someone that would have come out and been the favourite, but Isabella Nichols had her up against the wall until the very end. Both of the girls couldn't find an open barreling wave, so they had to go to turns. And in the end, it was very, very tight. Tatiana, this turn right here was what got her through this big critical surfing in the pocket, coming down and, you know, just being unafraid of that reef. It's what we're used to seeing from Tatiana, but, you know, making it happen in this turn here, throwing buckets and doing enough to clinch her spot once again in the WSL Final Five.
Yeah, really close heat between the two. 6.34 for Tati, 6.17 for Isabella. Now we can take a look at our Final Five picture, Peter, and we got big news again. Two more surfers have clinched their spot in that Final Five, Pete.
Yeah, by the virtue of what happened today, we saw Steph go all the way to the quarterfinals from yesterday's heats, but today we saw the clinch happen for her as well as Tatiana, but we still have one spot, Kaipo, and it's going to be a good one to get that last spot.
Yeah, one more spot left, and Brisa Hennessey is still in line for that one spot, but she's got some work to do right now, guys. But she got her work done today, Laura. She got past on, you know, Gabriella Bryant in a really inconsistent heat. Real strategy, but Brisa with a buzzer beater in this heat. It stepped up to the moment, Laura.
This was one of my favorite heats of the day. You know, obviously, Brisa Hennessey getting the biggest score of the women's event. Gabrielle Bryan had her up against the wall, and in a pressure-filled situation, yeah, Brisa needed quite a score, and she waited and waited. Gabby here, you know, the rookie on tour, just showing that she can charge hard, but Brisa getting this wave in the dying moments, pulling under the hood here and getting the barrel of the morning in the women's competition. And, you know, that is a confidence boost for Brisa Hennessey. She needed this. Her back was against the wall. Her spot in the Final Five relied on her getting that wave and making it. And it came through. She committed, and she got the best barrel she's had out here at Teahupo'o.
Yeah, 7-point ride, locked in a space in the quarterfinals. You can see the brackets right now. But Peter, that quarterfinal number 4, that's going to be for that final spot in the Final Five. Brisa Hennessey versus Lakey Peterson. Pressure in that quarterfinal number 4.
Unbelievable. I mean, literally, your destiny is in that last heat, which is what we wanted to see. I mean, they both were sitting at number 5 and 6, right? That's the spots that you need to get into, and now they get to surf for it. I mean, what better scenario that you would have to be able to surf for your spot?
And that's exactly why we reseed into the quarterfinal, okay? Is to set up those kind of challenges, and that's going to make it so exciting, Laura.
Yeah, and Lakey Peterson, she was vocal in her post-heat interview. You know, she got the news that she was coming up against Brisa, and she said, wow, that's amazing. I love that my destiny is going to be down, you know, in my hands. You know, it's not going to be up to someone else or another heat or anything. Brisa and Lakey are going to surf off for that last spot in the Final Five. You couldn't actually write that any better.
That's how we like it, right? We want to finish it. We want to settle it in the water, you know, not after the fact, because it's going to get settled in the water. Quarterfinal number 4, Pete.
Well, that's the changes. That's what's happening with this cut, the mid-season cut, and this point right here where we're at the end of the season. We're making it into that WSL Final Five. All these changes are exciting, and we get to see this happen and unfold for us right here at the end of the road.
Yeah, and speaking of Final Five, a guy that already came into Tahiti with a spot clinched in the Final Five, Jack Robinson. But with his performance today, he's ensured at least a number 2 seed when we look at that Final Five, because, Peter, Jack came with some action.
Yeah, this started the Swell. I mean, obviously a major jump happened here. We had a couple holds. We had to wait and find out how we were going to get here, but finally it turned on. And Jack found this wave, and what an amazing wave. I mean, he was 5 feet away from Nat Young, who had priority. He was actually outside of priority to be able to pick this one up, and it's just all about positioning. He found this little cornice right there to get him in and underneath it, and he surfed so well. This was the backup score of 6.83. Ended up getting an excellent heat score of 16 point plus. So he is the man to beat right now just by his performances today.
And that was his debut performance here at, in Tahiti in this event. And, coming up against Michelle Perez, the local wild card, they got the ball rolling at the end there, but look at this Final Five picture for the men.
Yeah, Felipe Toledo's in there, Jack Robinson's in there. They're going to be battling for that #1 seed. Jack already advancing into the round of 16. And as we look also to some of the contenders, Ethan Ewing, Italo Ferreira, we're going to see them in the elimination round, Pete.
Yeah, they didn't get through their heats today. I mean, they didn't win their heat, so that means they're going to be surfing in the elimination round. We have yet to see Griffin, Kanoa, Callum, and the rest of the crew here surf their opening heats. So there's still a lot to happen, and in hopes that tomorrow the surf's there for us.
And at this point, the #1 seed, Felipe Toledo, his destiny is in his hands. He's in the next, when we resume competition, he's going to be first up, and he's got quite a heat. Kelly Slater, as well as the 2004 runner-up Nathan Hedge. This heat is a super heat, Laura.
This is so cool. It's, Felipe, #1 in the world against the veterans. Both of these surfers so well established, 11-time world champ, and Hedgie, one of my favorites. I can't wait to watch him charge, and we know they actually paddled out in the heat, but obviously the calls and the wind had different plans for them. But
well, they had just watched Jack surf those heats. You saw also Kaoli Vas, who was another standout earlier today. I mean, the swell kind of jacked, and there was those two heats back to back, and they would have been really excited. I mean, and that's the thing about like these holds that play mentally on you. You're like, oh, on, off. It's half hour. And even for us, it's a little bit. But imagine sitting in the water waiting to get primed up for your heat. So I think it's all good and well because we're going to get to sleep on it. And I think guaranteed tomorrow we're going to be up early. We're going to see an early heat. Now, Kelly is going to, he's not a morning person, so he's going to have to get to bed early tonight.
Yeah, the start-stop is a mental game. But looking towards tomorrow, Peter, we got to look at Surfline and see what they're telling us about the possibilities of running tomorrow. Let's look at our Surfline forecast.
I will say they have been ultra consistent in telling us that this swell was going to be arriving today. They also told us that the winds were going to be iffy no matter what, and guess what? They were iffy all day today. We had west, we had north, we had offshores, but tomorrow has been consistently east-southeast winds. I mean, not sorry, east-north-east winds, which is perfect for here, and that's going to be offshore. So I think when you have consistency in the forecast all the way through like they've had in this one, we got tomorrow and the next day, we're going to have quality conditions, we're going to have swell, so we're going to see some action.
Oh, I can't wait. It's so exciting, and we have everything lined up to finish this off. So that's looking towards the future, right? But
one more sleep, and then we'll be there.
One more sleep?
Yeah, one more sleep.
Yeah. Looking good for tomorrow.
it's like Christmas tomorrow.
It is.
Excellent.
Oh, but you know what? Let's celebrate some of today's moments, because when we look at our top 5 today, we got a loaded top 5 for you. Peter, we're starting off with Kaoli Vas, the wild card, coming through with some big scores, and the local knowledge paid off.
We called this heat, and all of a sudden he went out there, and in 5 waves I think he had in this heat, he had the best scores that we had seen all morning long, super consistent. It felt like the swell jumped in this heat, the energy level definitely rose, and he rose to the occasion, and he did not do one step wrong the entire heat, and he's going to be tough to beat here.
Even switching stance on the takeoff, threading the barrel. Didn't even count this in his top 2 rides. A dominant performance by the young Tahitian. Number 4, Laura, Vahine Fierro, the wild card, taking down Joanne Gaffey.
Yes, this was the first heat of the morning, and we had big expectations, Vahine getting out there, but the girls, the lineup, it didn't really happen for them. It just didn't, they were out of rhythm. Joanne Gaffey lost her board multiple times. Unfortunately, just couldn't get under the hood on this wave, but the girls charged nonetheless, just going for it, but unfortunately not being able to get any big scores. Vahine, with this here threading the needle, that was the highest score of the heat. She came in and said, I just had to get the job done. I've got a lot to look forward to in the quarterfinals, but I cannot wait to see.
Yeah, she's going to be coming up against Carissa Moore. Number 3, Peter, Brisa Hennessey with a late charge.
Oh, this was awesome. It really was. I mean, this was something that needed to happen for her. She has been, you know, having a bit of struggles through the last events, trying to hold on to that Final Five position. She had to get this done, and she got the wave gifted to her. Now it feels like to her that this is something that's giving gifted to her. Now she just has to go, okay, it's happening. It's you know, this wave right here was just an amazing display, and I think that she understood the gravity of the situation and it was able to perform.
Number 2, Laura, Tatiana Weston-Webb and Stephanie Gilmore clinched their spots in the Final Five.
Yes, Tatiana and Steph, will be seeing them once again at lower trestles. Both of well, Tatiana today probably not having the heat that she expected. She watched Brisa get that wave right before her heat, but then just could not find the wave. But yeah, Stephanie, yesterday, was that yesterday? The days have been long, but yeah, Steph just getting things started yesterday, making it all the way straight to the quarterfinals. We are going to see her in the days to come, but the pressure will be off.
Oh yeah, Steph Gilmore and Tatiana Weston-Webb locked in again to the Final Five. Number 1, the wave of the day, Peter, a 9.43 for Jack Robinson.
Incredible. I mean, it didn't even feel like that was today, did it? I mean, that was an exceptional wave and just came right to him. I mean, again, sitting outside of priority, was in the cup, read it so well. He has been touted as one of the best out here, yet never actually had to compete with a jersey on. It feels like he's been doing it for years, but ultimately this was the first heat that he's been able to compete out here, and he did not disappoint. 6.83 here, the 9.43. I mean, just 2 beautiful waves and just made it look so easy.
Yeah, Jack, you know what? Teahupo'o turned on for Jack Robinson. It was almost like this energy feeling, and we've seen that before with Jack, where he's got that X factor, that zenness, but also that just in touch with nature, Laura, and that he can turn the switch on.
He's got the phone, special phone, dial-a-bomb.
So cool, it really is. I mean, it's fun to watch people that have that connection, especially with a place like this.
Yeah, well, Maruru, Laura, Maruru, Peter. Let's do it again tomorrow. Remember, 7 o'clock check-in. We may be going here. We're probably going to be going here. Aloha, Yorana. Enjoy the end of the day highlights.
I'm hungry.
Stop number 10 on the World Surf League Championship Tour, the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. Swell has arrived over the evening.
This is the moment we've been waiting for.
On. The Pahine Fierro, she is poised to break dreams at this location. Brisa Hennessey, chance for pull into the barrel, pulls into the barrel, comes to that section. And Brisa Hennessey answering the call.
I know, like, I have it within me, and I know all the girls have it within them. And it's just like bringing that out and showing the world what we can do.
Blakey Peterson stays in contention for the WSL Final Five.
Opening round for the men. Ferreira, air reverse.
Love it. Why not?
Boss taking off switch foot, switches into the barrel. Now it's showtime for the young Tahitian.
Deep one here, setting up for Jack Robinson. This is what we came to Tahiti for. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.